Oh, what time is it, Vince? It looks like it's time to kick off the EU RMRs for the Perfect World Shanghai Major. We're back in the building here on the B stream to start what should be an absolutely explosive day, mate. Tons of quality teams and some incredible draws on the matchups.
Absolutely. Already on the first day, there are multiple teams and multiple games that you're looking at, and you're licking your lips and you're thinking, this could be a banger. And we've been very fortunate here on the secondary stream because we got 2 back-to-back. But as you can see here, the participating teams through on how these teams got to this point, there are obviously some that you're looking at and you're thinking they're probably going to make it through the EU RMR pretty convincingly. The Navis, the Vitalities, we'll be seeing them today.
We will be indeed. A few of the teams obviously on the other side of your screen that came through the qualifications. We know how cutthroat they can be, so it's never easy to make it here. But it's resulted with this today's schedule. Up first and foremost, Vitality taking on GamerLegion. Following that, it's FaZe up against Cloud9. Both of those huge ticket items at the start of the show, Vince.
Exactly, and then you kind of get into the murky territory of uncertainty when it comes to Falcons. This new look team with Simple obviously back underway. It hasn't necessarily popped off yet, but it's still early days, and Eclot are a team that a lot of people probably don't know much about, but they're actually a potential threat here. Same could be said in our very last matchup with Unity and BetBoom. I think a lot more people know about BetBoom, obviously, with Nafani, etc. within that squad. Unity, a bit more of an unknown quantity, but as we saw in the Americas, take nothing for granted, don't assume anything, because there is going to be a lot of upsets, a lot of twists and turns.
Yeah, I think, the first two could be stylistically clean, specifically the FaZe Cloud9 game, right? You're going to expect some raw quality CS there. Towards the bottom, it's more scrappy, but I enjoy that as well. Because like you say, Falcons, what's the look like? How simple? How's he adjusting into the team already? And what sort of vibe are they really bringing compared to Eclot that obviously have a far different sort of level of stress on them. So once we get to that portion of the day, guys, you're going to want to be here. Hell, you're going to want to be here the whole damn day. So make sure you've cleared your schedule. You're up nice and early for the games. Keep it that way, Vince. They can't be running off halfway through.
No. You got to keep it locked in. And obviously later today, we're going to have the winners and the losers matchups on the respective streams. So there is so much Counter-Strike coming up. Obviously, this is just the first EU RMR as well. There's a second one afterwards. It's just jam-packed of CS goodness. And honestly, coming into this one as well, though, Jackie, I was really struggling to figure out which teams I thought were going to make it through. I think there's some obvious ones, the Navis, the Vitalities. Yeah. But once you start to drop down past those top 3 or 4 teams into that next 4 bracket, I'm like, I honestly don't know. I think Cloud9 has a chance, but they haven't really done enough consistently online to make me and a lot of other people believe in them, purely off the basis of they're still losing against like Gunners and tier 2, tier 3 teams they shouldn't be losing to. The RMRs is a totally different ball game, though, a totally different setting.
No, exactly. In some ways, teams can rise to the occasion. In other aspects, we've seen teams that really just struggle to get going. And by the point they're firing on all cylinders, you're one game away from elimination, right? And it suddenly gets a whole lot murkier, harder to cover back from. But it's interesting. I think the draw we've gotten here, specifically on the B stream to start the day as well, games that we were really excited to sort of sink our teeth into, see what the energy is looking like. All of our players live in Shanghai, ready for the action, of course, arrived a couple of days ago, easing themselves into the environment. It just depends on how they're going to be playing. So we can set things up for our opening game of the day and have a look at way the veto is going to go down, Vince. GamerLegion, of course, with the instant 2 bans as Dust 2 and Nukes thrown out the window, and Vitality removing Ancient and Anubis.
No real surprises here, honestly. Banning the maps that you'd expect. Inferno, bit of a middle-of-the-pack map for both teams. I wouldn't say that either of them would have this at the very tippity top of their map pool, but when you consider that you're always going to see Ancient banned realistically from Vitality, it's just their go-to, not really a surprise on that one. Inferno, I think, will lend itself probably in favor of Vitality more so than I would have expected beforehand. I thought we might get a Mirage maybe sneak in here, but either way, let's be completely frank about this. GamerLegion, they've got a very good record when it comes to going to RMRs and doing better than people expect. But there's a lot of caveats there. Obviously, remember back at Copenhagen, they were only there because 9 Pandas lost like their visa rights and they couldn't make it to the RMR itself. And then they managed to go through to the decider matchup, which no one gave them a hope in hell's chance on. But this is a very different outfit, a very different team. I think the only player that's still left in the roster is Volt, and obviously Ash is their coach as well. Everyone else has moved on, like Snacks obviously to G2. Kioz is left, Isaac's left as well. So, and Acor was their AWPer, who was actually really popping off at the RMRs. So, but I will say they have that same resolve and tenacity that we saw back at those RMRs. I never feel comfortable writing GamerLegion off now. As long as Ash is part of this project, I have full faith they can deliver in best of ones.
100%, man. Like, I've known this guy for a very long time, way back sort of the days of Source into early Go, sort of, you know, watching him compete as someone that I always had so much respect for, really, and then getting to know him as a person and seeing how intelligent he is in the way that he approaches the game. But more importantly as well, if you give him an environment to foster a team and look for upcoming talent, he's just got the eye for it. It's almost like, you know how like jewelers really can just inspect the gem even with a naked eye and see impurities? He's similar for Counter-Strike players. He spots something that he knows he can foster, and you'll see him elevate that over a player's career. We've seen that again here with the new look GamerLegion, of how that's been rebuilt, right? Slend obviously coming over from Endpoint. He was spotted there, brought in, now he's moved over to GamerLegion. Again, I think that's another player, you put stock behind him, support him, a young individual that's incredibly talented, he could go quite far. And we talked about that AWPing powerhouse last time around, might be a different name, but he shares a similar style of play. And I think, again, he could be a big backbone for this team, Vince.
Oh, no doubt. I completely agree with you. I would echo everything you've just said. And another player that I would probably jump into is Towson as well. I think he's probably their best performing player recently, the guy that's up at the top of the list in terms of fragging power. So definitely another player to watch out for.
Absolutely is. There is a ton of talent that will be on the server. We'll start to get things ready for this one. Grab yourself a drink, take a few moments, and then come back in when we kick off the opening game here at the B stream. It's going to be Vitality going head-to-head versus GamerLegion. It's time for some Counter-Strike, Vince.
It is. What was that?
It's a Counter-Strike.
Oh, I thought it was like, the cut thing.
Oh, like one of those. Yeah. No, I thought that would be funny. I was thinking about it. I was like, counters, striking them. There we go. We'll workshop
I'm just slow, mate. That's on me. I'm sorry.
It's early. It's early, Vince. But we're right on time, of course, for what should be a very explosive matchup. This is going to be a tasty one. Looking forward to sinking our teeth into it, really, right? Vitality going up against GamerLegion. You've got the Vitality camp on screen here. Always keen for a huddle. Apex, he loves firing up the troops, man. This is how they always start off a game.
100%. Like, he's one of the most emotional IGLs out there. One of the most animated, I think it's safe to say. Many a good meme has been made at Apex expense, but I'm sure he is just fine. He plays into it a lot of the time. He's a very passionate guy, and he's unapologetically so. Like, he wants to be the guy that's like rallying the troops, but the downside of that is when they are struggling, sometimes he doesn't look very happy, and that can maybe affect some of the players alongside him. I know that historically this was an issue maybe for ZywOo, a very calm and collected sort of soul, a lot more relaxed and sort of introverted in that way, but they've definitely brought a lot out of him. And Mezzy as well, another guy on your screen. Like, obviously he didn't play with him last time around. Jax was in instead. So we kind of come into this tournament with a while since we've seen Mezzy playing with Vitality, interestingly enough. Be curious to see how he fits back in again.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, man. It's nice to see, obviously, Mezzy being able to juggle sort of, becoming a dad and professional Counter-Strike. It's one element. You do wonder sometimes how that sort of bleeds over, if he's been getting enough sleep at home, enjoying the sort of early moments. But yeah, I'm sure he's going to be coming out swinging. Again, one of those players that can certainly deal a lot of damage. And it's interesting, right? You talk about sort of players on this team that are quieter in nature and players that are definitely a whole lot louder. I think for me, you sort of put Apex and Flames in the same corner, where Flames, man, you cannot get him to be quiet for love nor money, right? Like, this guy absolutely loves it, Vince.
He does, yeah. He's very much a hype kind of player as well, and it's good balance. Yeah. Because I think on the other side, obviously, Mezzy's a lot more relaxed as well. Like, he's a very chill, sort of calm guy. I think Spinks is somewhere in the middle, actually.
I think so, yeah.
Like, he can be hype, obviously, but he's also quite a chill dude, and he often lets the fragging do the talking for him on the server. And he's actually a player that has been upping his level gradually as time has been going on. He had a bit of a slump towards sort of March, April time, but it feels like he's starting to get himself back into the sort of S-tier bracket again. Because for a while it was basically just ZywOo. And if ZywOo had an off game, it was the classic Vitality issue. I don't think that's the case right now, actually, coming into this. I think Spinks, Flamesy, between the two of them, they're very capable sort of supporting cast members.
No, 100%. I think there's a ton of firepower on that team. It was always sort of the question, though, of like, is the entire roster clicking? Is it all working? I've got a lot of time for them. I've always thought that it was a squad that, given time, it would expand further and further. And they've shown glimpses of that, so it's always fun to watch. Let's have a look at the other side of things, though, of course, their opponents in GamerLegion. Now, with GamerLegion, it's very interesting because you've got a lot of upstart talent, sort of players with optics for the future, right, that have really been scouted, brought on over, put into different environments, and all with this man behind them, Ashley Battier, the coach of the team. Now, we spoke a little bit about Ash in the pre-game previously, but he is a huge piece of why this team is able to rise so quickly when new players are onboarded.
Yeah, he is a really good coach, I would say, for being someone you want to follow into battle, being someone who can inspire you, but also, as you say, like bringing those lesser known pieces and upping their level. You kind of, this is a weird analogy to make, especially if you're not a football fan. It reminds me a bit of Eddie Howe from Newcastle as a manager. Like, you can pick these unknown quantities and make them so much better than they were before. And that's definitely the feeling that I get with Ash. Also, by the way, can we talk how slick he's looking right now?
I know, right? He's dripped out.
That's awesome.
And man, honestly, I wasn't sure if it was Ash at first. I was like, damn, all right, he's kind of styling it. It's a good look. It is a good look. Yeah.
Nice jersey he's got on. I like that.
Oh, bro, the sort of fade on the blue.
Yeah.
Right? A lot of people, sort of teams have been moving away from the colourful jerseys, not GamerLegion. I like that.
And the other side, see Vitality, just white. Yep.
More of a sort of throwback look, really.
Yeah, it's a classic, yeah.
Yeah, you remember some of the old school greats, right? The sort of just polos with the limited sort of embroidery on it. I don't mind it. I think it's very different from sort of what you'd think of synonymously with Vitality, but they do look good in them. God, look at Apex.
Hey, sometimes simple is the best, Like, well, we might be saying that, maybe saying that later today as well, Falcons. But
that's a game free line, right?
Exactly. Whoops, I spoiled the script. My bad.
Oh, man. Well, stay in store for that one and strap yourselves in for this one. Opening game of the day here. BO1 over on the B stream for the Perfect World RMRs on the lead up to the Shanghai Major. Very cutthroat, of course, as per usual. If it's your first time watching RMRs, then strap in because it is high octane. You really cannot afford yourself to struggle. Go down 0-1 early. It can cause an absolute rift for your run through the RMRs. You want to start it off with your best foot forward, and we're getting into Inferno to do just that. Vitality on the CT side. GamerLegion will be your tease for this one.
And it's exactly what you said. Like, this is what happened to Furia. They lost their first map. They were fighting until the very end. 2 back-to-back best-of-3s to keep themselves going forward in the tournament. And so starting off on the best possible foot here is huge. But these also, I feel like the first match of an RMR, best of ones, are always where teams like Vitality are a little bit weak.
Wow, early. It's damage done onto Mezzi. He's brought down to 8 HP in the back of the pit. Oh, snapshot from Mezzi, though. Okay. Meanwhile, Flamus is doing all the fancy footwork with a Glock, and this round swinging a little bit. Could still have some interesting moments left inside of it as Mezzi phases through the smoke up close and personal, but Flamus, oh, on for a cheeky 4K. Does it like a gangster with a Glock burst, Vince?
Yeah, the burst fire is not something you see too often, but when it does peel back a dome, it has real consequences. Vitality conceding the first round. I said a little bit weak. I should have said fragile. I think that's a better word. They're not necessarily weak, but I feel like they are fragile at the start of every tournament. This has been a historical thing, especially in Apex's career, I would say. A lot of French CS over the years has struggled with this when you go back to the Envious and the Titan days. A consistent theme, so we'll see if they can plug the gap. And on the CT side, it's even more fragile, enough to break with how brittle the economy is right now. Double nades as well, up and over, is going to shred Mezzi. Now into the open Hebel, falls Zyroo, gets one with a USP, but has to back through the fire. That's the player advantage and the health advantage firmly in favor of GL.
Now they've just got to keep it clean. Early pressure applied onto the B-bomb site. Good use of the Molotovs as well. It forces Zywoo out of the off angle. He's tapping down, but the USP isn't able to deliver. And they bypass the first 2 checks of the bomb site. Now you can get the plant in and close this one down. Obviously low HP on Slend. Not too great for Volt and ZTR either. They should be able to get through this one relatively unscathed. It's only Spinks with a P250 looking to play for the exits back towards CT spawn.
Yeah, 1 casualty early on. Torsen won't likely be any added bodies to the list, although when you look at the HP bars of Slend and Volt, that bomb could end up being their nemesis. And Spinks with his P250, he's probably aware of a couple players being dinked, so he wants to hang around and just find out. 2-0 though the score, regardless of what happens here. Flamos off to a phenomenal start, but I think the players you're going to be looking out for here more often than not as the tournament progresses especially is Torsen and Slend. You discussed Slend before, incredible talent, Bulgarian, decent as well in terms of rating, nearly a 1.1 coming into the tournament over the last 3 months, so he's been finding his fragging, and they're going to require him a lot, I think.
He's fun to watch as well, like he is someone that sort of takes a lot of fights. He's got a ton of personality even, like when you catch him on the player cams before. I remember like watching him in one of his very first lands during tech timeouts. He's just fully reclined in the chair, kind of living his movie, joking around a lot. When you see him winning rounds as well, very stoic. Like he doesn't react too much, but he pops off in the moment. So there'll be some good vibes for that. Now, these cores have gone head-to-head previously once. That was back at the Blast Premier 4 groups. Vitality won that, Vince, 2-1, but a closer scoreline than you might think. It was an Anubis opener that GamerLegion were able to win 13-10, and then a 19-17 Mirage, and a 13-5 being taken, both by Vitality. That was on Dust 2. So they've had a close bout before. There's been one roster change since that period, though. It was Andu being replaced, of course, by Torsen. As you touched on, he should be an extra element of firepower to the team. So maybe this time around it's even tighter.
Yeah, I think Torsen, no disrespect to Andu, but I think Torsen is an upgrade in terms of firepower and sort of the heavy hitting elements that he brings to this team. They haven't played each other on Inferno, as you highlighted, though. That could be another potential banana peel. And when you look at the previous sort of maps coming into this, Vitality 71% win rate after 7 maps played, some significant scalps as well picked up in the process. But GamerLegion have played it 10 times themselves. They've played a lot of Counter-Strike as well, though, by the way. Like, you're looking at over the last 3 months, they've played a good 50+ maps. So certainly dialed in. This round though, 40 seconds left, and there's not really much to communicate or report in. They've just been stalled and stymied by these smokes. Going to be forced to push through the smoke right now, and Apex, he'll be disappointed he didn't do better. But they still have Flamesy at the back of the site to try and deliver some death, try and deny that bomb plant, but it's a 1-for-1. That won't be good enough. They will be into a post-plant position.
God, the shot from Flamus making the AK feel like an AWP with a connection. ZywOo up close towards the smoke though, it dissipates. Great control of the crosshair. Flicks between both, gives them no room for the trade back and potentially throw it into uncomfortable territory. So it's good. Retake's clean. Instantly on the board, Vitality find their first pickup. And I'm right there with you. I was a little bit worried, right? Apex up close, looking for the gut punch underneath the smoke. When he goes down, relies so heavily on Flamesy at the back of the site. Bought time, and then a good two-piece from ZywOo.
Flamesy just got the one, but it allowed them to stall away enough eyes away from the coffin push. And ZywOo showing he's not a one-trick pony with the AWP. I think we all know that at this point, though, right? Like, he is an incredibly well-versed player. A jack of all trades, can do it all. Pistols, rifles, AWP, SMGs. That money starting to dwindle. Torsen takes a nade in the pocket. Eviscerated down to 40 HP, and ZywOo will finish him off through the smoke before he can fully explore the top of Banana. Worst possible start for GamerLegion.
Talisman Torsen down early. Will that come back to haunt them? Still got some key pieces of the roster alive and kicking though. And Flamus found his form in the pistol round. It was 4 kills to his name with the Glock. One since that point. Fadeaway flash towards midside, backing off and posturing round back on B. Got a little bit of a late lurk on Flamus. He's holding further ahead of the rest of the pack. Still 3 players on the A-bomb side for the CT side of Vitality. Quick utility head count as well. They've got nades to play with, but it's an advanced angle for Flamesy. On top of the box, takes the first engagement. No rapid trade, even gets the incendiary out to buy a bit of time. CTR does peek back in. You've done the real damage already. Time becomes a bit more of an issue as well now, so they can rotate back over and ZywOo can assist. Yeah, exactly. There's so much stall time there on the clock that now ZywOo is up close. He was rotating through CT when all that confrontation was going down. You're looking to try and displace the CTs for a fast B hit, but that's now been quelled. And Spink's down on middle, 20 seconds on the clock. Doesn't need to get frags, just needs to stand his ground. He's gone in and been picked off. There is enough time if they run straight for the site to get that plant down. It's going to be incredibly close, and Mezzy may only need the 1 kill to seal the deal for this round. Vault through right now has been nullified, and that is the round going the way of Vitality. But Spinks could have had this so much cleaner if he just held position and waited. Went for the peek in, got beheaded because of it. They got a whole lot closer. Luckily, King Mezzy was in position. All he had to do was deny the bomb plant there. 4 seconds directly on the timer as he jumped on towards the site. A limited opportunity. Could have got the bomb down, of course, but that 1 frag makes a world of difference.
Let's go!
That's what we were talking about, Vince.
Such a magnetic presence is Apex. That flash is on point, though. Supportive element comes in. He need not so much, but to be fair, Flamesy was very low HP after that first incursion. Smoke up as well, but that is an M4 that is retrievable for GamerLegion. A bit of a freebie. Torsen, who's had a rough start to this game, peppered on Banana multiple times. You saw that jump shot connected by ZywOo in the last. Hasn't really had a chance to flourish, but maybe this is his moment.
I mean, they've got the flashbang. It's in the hands of ZTR. So if you go for the push round quad side, that's the one bit of utility that can make a world of difference in an angle like this. Just under a minute on the clock. Sole defender of the site is Mezzy. He's heard the nade. Looking down. Paranoid about the peek out. There's the run on in. Spam it to the back line's good. Fast flick as well. Mezzy buying all the time for the rest of the squad to wrap back around. So you're on the site, sure, but how good is the post plant?
Couple smokes have now been deployed. But Apex has a fast track A clean push through onto quad. Unbeknownst to him, he is still watching out for the Apps peak. Both players pretty healthy on their rifles, though. And Vitality have already eaten half of that timer off the clock. The fuse getting dangerously low at detonation. And ZTR on the Overwatch with the spray. That could be good enough to seal this round up. Torzen also pivots round. Apex on low HP has to get the hell out of there. But he's already fully committed. And GamerLegion with one AK coming into the round have made it work. And they regain the lead.
And look at the knock-on effect. Vitality's cash flow severed instantly. The funds run dry. It forces your hand a whole lot more. They've got to rejig the money a little bit, figure out how to get the best possible buy out of this with the upgraded pistols. Yeah, that's what you were talking about there, 6 HP on Flamesy. So Nate goes over just in case it's a full commit off the back of him knowing his angle. Of course, would have done a ton of damage to everyone else, so it's worth the risk. You sacrifice one man in the long run. All in all, Mezzi tried to make the play to buy time on the A side, but GamerLegion will grab it. These are the scary rounds though, Vince. Oh, ZywOo straight out on middle. Snipes back against Slens. The first pick's good for the CTs.
Yeah, making the most of their spawns as well. So a hit and run. Slen down. 68 ADR so far. Torzen will be called upon here to have impact one more time. Apex on the shoulder peak. As soon as he spots a pixel, the smoke will go down. That could be the call anyway with a flash. And there it is. Smoke put in. CZ, interestingly. Over the 5-7.
They might be walking into the Lions' den here. Info peak goes out though. Stereo face from either side. So they get the read on the round. This could be so flip-floppy. I mean, 40 seconds, Spink's up close, seeing shoulders, and the back of the head comes round. It's Falcons now down. Oh, the follow-up dink as well. Mate, how has it gone so wrong? You go into that round with, what, 2 rifles and 5 sevens, and they just feed themselves to them.
Yeah, not a single loss of life of Vitality, and they've now traded up to 2 AKs. That is a huge boon. I mean, just as we're talking about their economy being in the bin, in the drain, they force up, and they've just had a huge power play boost up. And now it's the T's turn to feel the economic burn. They're down to $1,400. Tactical timeout coming through. The thing that does surprise me just a little bit, Jackie, is once you've lost a player from a double hit on middle, you use no smokes and no flashes to peek through mid. Like, I understand you may not want to make it too obvious and premeditate where you want to push in, but at that point, with a player advantage, you have to assume the CTs are stacking at least a player or two there. It's these final 2 kills here, like, you see how much utility both players have. Neither of them throwing a single flash. Spinks is licking his lips, he's loving life there with the 5-7.
Yeah, a lot of individual fights that went against them. And you're right, you had a good read. Bit of information was given to him off the back of the double face, of course. But hey-ho, it's the way the game goes at the minute. GamerLegion, they have that opportunity to take a quick timeout, get Ash involved. He comes across, they go for a quick banana hit with the Tech 9 and Mac 10 investment. Nades are going to be meaty though. Already so much damage. Follow-up, not as impactful as I thought it would be, but you've softened them up enough that the M4s can convert these kills relatively easily on a push.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm right with you. I thought that second nade was going to be a nuclear warhead going off in banana. It barely scratched anybody. But it'd already been done. The damage had already been inflicted, plus the smoke in the face of GamerLegion, so no chance of catching players with nades in their hands. So realistically, Vitality have just put one giant step forward to claiming a 4th round. And it's going to be down to some... It'll have to be some run and gun, insta-headshot shenanigans on the approach here if GamerLegion can even get into a post plant. Because now, whereas there was 3 players over on B, they have cheated over ZywOo onto the A site. And he's joined the rest of his teammates. And shots being whizzed past his head from up a balcony, now dropping down, but it's into their watery grave. As 4 Vitality members chip in and get themselves on the scoreboard once more. And Torsen, best case scenario, is the 1 kill on the way out, and that's not going to be forthcoming. So, 2nd consecutive round, Vitality losing 0 players.
And to put it in perspective, Vitality following the player break, they've only missed playoff once. That was at IEM Katowice 2024. They placed 13th, 16th. outside of that, they've had some great runs. A win at IEM Cologne, coming close a fair few times as well. Blast Premier in the fall final, that was a third, fourth. And of course, even with Jack standing in right back at the World Final without Mezzi on the server, that was another third, fourth for them this year. So playoff runs have been good. The team's been elevating that skill level. This is one of these BO1 tests in an RMR that you just want to get yourselves through as easily as possible. Set themselves one step closer on the journey to the major. For GamerLegion, going into the 8th, nothing to work with, just Glocks. Don't burn another timeout, just use this one as a timeout. Walk around, have a bit of a chat, gives the entire team room to clear the bag, get Ash involved going into the following buy as well, where he can then instill what he wants during that during the timeout in between with the freeze time, and then see how far you want to take it.
I think you hit the nail on the head as well, Jackie. I mean, it's the same story for every single one of the quote-unquote favorite teams. Is you just get through the first game.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be sexy. It doesn't have to be super clean and efficient. Just get the W. Obviously, the faster it goes by, the better. You can relax. You can just chill, sit back, watch the rest of the Counter-Strike unfold. But these first matchups are not easy. There are no freebies. This round will be, though. Full on eco. Being dispatched as Apex and Flamesy both chip in. And the bomb has also been fumbled to the deck. Vitality will be off to a 5-3 lead after a bit of a shaky start. Flamus, though, is going to punish at least one player and picks up the M4. So they have lost their first player now in 3 rounds on the side of Vitality. But money is looking good.
Oh, instant dink on the peak. And converted in the end by Flamesy up close and personal. You know, for players looking for their major debut with cool names, though, got to give it to Flamus, mate. If he makes it to the major, Flamus stickers. I enjoy Flamus. I feel like, again, it's another one of those sort of weird power words where you don't really know what it means, but it sounds good to say.
Ah, true, true. We've got a Flamesy, we've got a Flamus. Flamey as well back in the day.
It's like Pokemon.
Yeah, got to catch them all. It's a different, like, evolution. So who'd be at the top? Flamesy, I guess, right now?
Yeah, Flamesy would be the, like, full evolution. Yeah. Flamus would be, like, the start of the fall,
sure.
Right?
Yeah. That's fair. I don't think many people would argue with that.
I think that's how that would go.
Yeah.
It would be hilarious. You're just calming in your own name. Flamus. Oh, Flamesy using his firepower to try and defend towards Banana, but Torsen, even whilst blind, finds the entry. Quick timing. Oh, goes in aggro. You love to see it. Shuts down Apex. That's the B site wide open.
And probably the round. I mean, Vitality have a ton of cash. But when you consider that ZywOo's down at 2100, yes, they can buy no problems, but you're still fairly early on in this half. You've still got quite a bit of Counter-Strike to play. So 5v3 on Inferno B site is incredibly tough, even for these players. The stature that you have, ZywOo, Spinks, Mezzi, all heavy-hitting players in their own right, but it's not worth the risk. They'll pull the plug and save, and just like that, GamerLegion have brute forced their way into a 4th round, forcing Vitality to readjust into the next one. Flamus is actually on the flank as well. He's looking to try and put some serious pain and suffering onto these saving players. But he is alone for the time being, and he's more just looking for a fact-finding mission on balcony. He hasn't fully committed just yet.
Terrorists win.
Yeah, they're going to be able to hold on, no problems.
It's mad to think about as well, Vince. Obviously, incredibly different lineups for both teams. I think only 3 of the players on the server in Apex, Spinks, and ZywOo, the only ones that remain. But these were the 2 organizations that went head-to-head, right? The final CS2 Major back in Paris. This was our grand final with these orgs. So there is a bit of prestige behind both names following that point. We've seen sort of different outcomes, really, on how both teams have expanded since that day, though. Long time ago now. Feels like years and years ago.
Yeah, the CS landscape moves so fast, doesn't it? It's so rapid. It's why when you have a coach like Ash being at GamerLegion now for 4+ years, that's a significant chunk of time, even longer in Counter-Strike terms. He has kind of become Mr. GamerLegion, I think, in a lot of people's eyes. Understandably so. But now his team need to try and deliver some more pain and suffering, because even though they've got 4 rounds so far, we know Vitality a very strong T-sided squad on Inferno. So each and every round is going to be worth so very much to GamerLegion. Posturing up just on Banana again. But no real estate that they can play with just yet, Jackie. I mean, they do have Banana control for the time being, but they still need to heal and displace ZywOo and Flamesy, who are on the site waiting.
And that word could be key, displacement. ZywOo, that's what he wants to do with the AWP. Leave them black and blue on contact, bruise them up. Ooh. Stopwatch moment. Could have been the timing for the peak. Flashes over the top. Flamus causing problems as well. That's round on Arch side. So seed of doubt in the back of the minds for the CTs. And GamerLegion haven't committed to the burst just yet. They're grouped up inside of the smoke, going to walk through together and look to swarm the site. You could even get a bit of a wrap-off around the back from Torsen if the time works well for him. And ZTR, through the smoke, shuts down the AWP of ZywOo. So the Spear of Vitality laid to rest. Flames, though, can he reignite the round? 15 seconds. Oh, boy. If he could have shut down one more, rub a bit of time off the clock, maybe there was something to be said about this being an upsetting round. Instead, though, it's GamerLegion doing what they've done throughout this match. They answer back, and they will drag themselves 5-5.
I think dragging back is actually a really good way of expressing sort of how this game has gone. It's not been the cleanest of takes for GamerLegion, but they're just hanging on in there. I mean, it's quite unbelievable to me. They didn't lose a single player. Volt's very low. Torsen took a bit of damage as well, but you're waiting for that sort of penny to drop, of Vitality just pop off like ZywOo has a ZywOo moment. Didn't ever come. Never arrived. And with this save, they'll be able to buy again without too many issues. The 5 rounds in the T-half is looking good. And that's without Slend activating. He's 1-7. He's a very good static kind of AWP with the aggressive peaks that Inferno affords you, so I expect his fortunes will change once halftime hits.
He's got the big green going into the next as well. I feel like his internal timing has always been something that helps him a lot as a player. Per map, it seems like he knows where his sort of threshold is to find a way to activate the round, right? Sort of first 30 seconds of Inferno, he's looking for those plays. He knows how to switch it up on a map-by-map basis. He's not one of these AWPers that sort of gets into his own head. So even the fact he's 1-7, I don't imagine that's going to be bothering him. He's very stoic with these kind of things. He'll reset, he'll still try and play to the best of his ability. And this is a game to do it, right? If he comes alive, at the minute you're being presented an opportunity where there's been some potentially icky rounds for GamerLegion. But still, it's Vitality that also aren't playing at 100% right now. So 5-5, room to breathe. We head back in, round 11. Another AWP brought back out for ZywOo as well.
Yeah, I think it is a very solid assessment, I should say, to establish that Vitality aren't playing at their A game, not even close to it. But best of ones, early start for an RMR. These are always going to be shaky matches for pretty much everybody. It's why I'm anticipating a lot of upsets today and tomorrow as well, especially. And we could be on the cards for our first one right here, right now. GamerLegion, without their star players really landing the mark yet, it's such a solid collective effort. Flamus has got tons of entries. ZTR has looked sharp alongside Volt as well. Once again, Vitality forcing away GamerLegion. But they already have half of Banana control. And Vitality, for the most part, haven't really been playing retake on Banana. We haven't seen that many pop flashes into pushes. Yes, Flamesy's been holding sandbags with HEs and flashes designated from Apex, but it's got a little bit quiet on that front over the last few rounds. And you can see that GamerLegion's confidence on the Banana control has really gone to a fever pitch. Like, they're really feeling it right now.
Even here, early on, you call in for the initial backup of ZywOo on the site. And Flamus, he's had a couple of opportunities with these late backstabs on Arch, so it's made ZywOo a bit suspicious about the timing. So he holds around on library side. You can see he's taking so long to clear this, bit by bit on the wrap back in, just in case they've got an advanced position. But the raw finish seems to be an A hit. Spinks turns the flash, goes out for the info. Does he know about ZTR? Oh, shouldn't matter. First flick over onto Slend is good, but there is a rapid trade, and ZywOo on the bomb site, egging him on. He wants them to step into his lair. He's got support in the pit with Mezzi waiting to murk him, and their time is starting to run out. 13 seconds on the clock, looking for a bait out on the shot, but ZywOo holds strong. Flick up doesn't connect. ZTR coming in. Torsen from the back. Got to jump on that bomb now, though. Needs the plant. They can advance up for it with such little health. And he's 16 to his name. Unless they give him the 1v1s, this should be a round back for Vitality. Should, though. Here's the big point. ZTR strikes against the first. 2 more to pick up.
Surely he can't do this. 16 HP, they're going to swarm him right now. Take the 1-for-1 trade if you have to. Vitality clutch it. ZTR, though, such a nice effort. I thought he was dead like 5 times. When he went for the plant, all the bullets seemed to go around him. They threw a Molotov, it didn't spread to him somehow, even though they knew where he was at that point. And then he's able to take this super fast clinical headshot. Oh, man. I was beginning to believe, Jackie. Yeah. I was beginning to believe in the miracle.
He was reeling me in. He was reeling me in. It's one of those rounds. A-site Inferno, sometimes crazy things happen. We've seen it over the years. Not this time, though. So last opportunity to see what Slend can do with the scope on his T-side campaign. Last round of the first half as we slip back in.
Super tense, scrappy back and forth game so far between these two, as we expected. Torsen not for the first time taking the brunt of the damage up on Banana. I like that GamerLegion have been mixing it up as well. It's not just constantly being B hits. They've been moving into these late round executes. We've seen a couple of very aggressive hits onto the B site as well. Really making Vitality think about each and every movement. And this round will be no different. It's a bit of a slower pace, but they're keeping their options open. They've got a split across the entire map, and they've drawn out a ton of grenades already off the B defenders. And it's forced Spinks to come around, actually, and to play a reinforcement for the time being.
Well placed, Nate, back on mid. Drains some of the battery from Volt. He's left on 65. ZywOo adjusting himself back towards the pit. Utility being used perfectly to make it very uncomfortable for GamerLegion on the final finish here in the last round of the half. They've got some nades of their own, tons of flashbangs. Volt flashes himself in deep, round on Arch. ZywOo looking for the run out. Spinks inside of the smoke as well. Stuck in library, flashed out by his teammate. Good first connection. Volt had no idea. Seconds free. Flamus and ZTR though still want to fight for the rest of the half. Don't want to go down easy. ZTR doing a ton of the footwork. Flamus assists, and suddenly it's just Flamesy left.
Oh, he's going to get nailed on the approach from Slend, who had the static angle all day, every day. GamerLegion taking us to a 6-6. After winning the pistol, going down, ended up being a 5-3 to Vitality, and you think, right, here we go. This is where they're going to shift through the gears. They're going to just make serious daylight between the two squads. But GamerLegion grabbed on with both hands and refused to be left behind. Some lovely entry work as well. ZTR.
Yeah.
Man, that's so super quick entry frags at the end.
No, that was really nice to watch. And again, man, yeah, like it looked like it was one of those rounds we didn't really have much stock left. It was just going to blow up in your face on the A side like we'd seen a few times throughout this one, but entirely different on the outcome. Fair play to them. This team looking for majority qualification for most of the roster to their first major. It's only Volt that's been previously, of course, attending twice. Back with the Into the Breach roster that made playoffs in Paris. And then for GamerLegion in Copenhagen as well. It's Slend, ZTR, Flamus, and Torsen that all want to go for the very first time. It means so much to these players. And this is where I thought the round was dead and gone, right? Spinks with a flash out through library, set up perfectly. So good to see it on the replay.
Well, if GamerLegion can double up, get both pistols, get that established economy, and get Slend on an AWP as fast as possible, these are keys to victory. Note Vitality, though, are sharp on this D half. Torsen out into the open. ZTR's already been peppered, and Torsen expelled. They pierce through the banana control, and immediately GamerLegion, they wrap around onto A. They anticipate that it's going to be a rotational element coming through from the Ts. And they want to get as many bodies over onto the A site as possible. They may have overthought things, though, because Vitality now slowly creeping their way up banana with 3 players and the bomb.
The initial damage on this one is going to be prolific as well. Slend and ZTR so close towards Death's Door. Makes it far harder to suddenly turn this into a bit of a swing round on the pistol. A pistol that is 6-6 as well could mean the world of difference. Mezzi setting him up with a smoke over towards CT. Molly on the back of the site. ZTR knows the penny's dropped. He's going to wrap on in. Single shot through the smoke. Could have taken him down. Still alive and kicking for now. Rest of the squad, of course, slowly making their adjustment back round on Arch side. He's tucked in towards Ruins.
No real damage inflicted across the Vitality either. No kit, no nades. Probability of winning this round is so very low, and with Spinks nailing the first, it just got a whole lot worse. Oh, nice shot from Volt, though, keeping this round alive by the skin of its teeth, but the bomb is ticking away so abruptly, and Apex puts an end to the re-engage. GamerLegion will go behind, not able to pick up their second consecutive pistol, and Vitality onto the fast track to get their T-half started.
Some of these snapshots, though, always make you think there's room for maybe crazy things to happen. GamerLegion showing their no slouches in the head-to-head, the individual firefights. Volt hitting a cracker there. Flamus with some big shots as well. The Glock round was all him, the first pistol round T-side. Problem is, you're still stuck with the pistols, whereas Vitality, they expand their repertoire. Galil's AKs and 2 MAC-10s.
Yeah, I expect they're going to really slow this round down quite a bit, try and facilitate the MAC-10 to get up close. There's ZywOo, he wants that money for the AWP funds, and he's got 2 so far, make it 4. A full eco bash. Ooh, again, Flamus though, fast on the draw. He got aim, there's no doubt about that at all in this GamerLegion roster. But now we need to see it come full circle and exploit itself when there's M4s and MP9s in the mix.
Oh, he denied the 5 with that snapper. Maybe that will let him steal some of the energy ZywOo was harnessing on the eco bash.
What an interesting buy this is, Jackie.
You know what? I actually kind of don't mind it. If Flamus plays a close angle with the auto shotty, you get the setup on the back of the site for the late push out as well. Make him think there's only 2 players at Banana. Could be something to be said for it. He's actually round towards Abs at this point. It gets real messy real quick. Battle down Banana. MP9 thrown to the face of Apex. So you get 1 frag out of it. Volt's still shrouded in the smoke as well.
That's what's going to fade though, as will the life of Volt. And although it did deal damage to ZywOo, it was just the SMG. Lower caliber weapon, lower caliber damage. GamerLegion now into this half, I'd say it's like a chaos buy really, because that's what you're trying to inflict as much as possible. Make this as chaotic as possible, like try and throw Vitality out of their rhythm. But it also tells me as well, Jackie, that they are prioritizing Slend on the AWP to a very high level. Because a lot of teams would have just outright bought M4s that had a couple of lack of utility, maybe on a couple of players with MP9s. But the fact that they held fire there and Slend bought very little, it suggests to me that they're having so much confidence in his ability to deliver with the gun. He's had a slow start so far, but this is where you expect him to start to shine. So everything's kind of been built around that prospect now. But he needs to deliver.
Yeah, it does make the shoe size that you've got to fill a little bit bigger. Probably up to about size 14, Vince. Obviously quite large feet at that point, right? You know, they don't come easy.
I think probably Americans are like 14. What?
What's that?
Yeah. So I'm pretty sure like there's a difference between UK and EU, right? And then I think it's difference between that and Americans, because...
Well, yeah, like UK size is pretty easy to work out, and then you go to EU sizes, and that'd be like a, I don't know, that'd be like a 42 or something.
Yeah, I think so.
Right? It's all very confusing when you reach that point. And some of the rounds have been quite confusing. There's been a lot of back and forth moments. It was unfortunate as well, the auto shotty there. He was trying to get himself close. I don't think Spink saw him on the peek out. Bit of giggling going on though, always good to see. Love to see Mezzy smiling, laughing. Bodes well for the mood in the team. But you're right, this is the big ticket, right? This is what you've been waiting for. You've got your healthy buyback out. They've got nades to play with, and Slend, most importantly, on that wall. He was supporting B early, but already wrapping back round towards Arch.
This is where he got one of his 2 kills in this very position in that post plant. It was Flamesy that walked into his crosshair. This time, though, a little bit more uncomfortable because the Arch presence was backed off by Volt, so he couldn't provide the crossfire. And one flash could have nailed everything against the wall to GamerLegion. Mezzy so aggressive, though, out early. No utility to supply this. Nearly gets the drop. ZTR with significant damage has to drop into the smoke. They force out the utility and make this very uncomfortable for GamerLegion in the process.
It's actually Volt on the rotate as well. So he goes back off the early noise. It was Slen that was playing close on quad. He's tucked himself in pit. Flash over the top. Smoke around the corner. You block off library and arch side. Go for the wrap into the bomb site. Slend on the peek out. Good for the first. Shuts down Flamesy. Oh, Mezzy. Snap straight back with a loudmouth Galil. And they're looking to just overwhelm him. Mezzy does it all on his own. Sprint straight inwards. And that's probably the round gone with it as well.
Bomb has been planted.
Perhaps the smile was Mezzy realizing what was about to happen. Put that chatterbox to use. Close the mouths of GamerLegion and the eyes alongside Spinks. A save is all they can muster. And Slen did get one. Had a bit of impact on the approach, but it just wasn't really enough. And this is where Vitality, they may have been playing it like a C-level game for their own sort of very high standards. I think we're starting to see them now shift through the gears. Warm up a little bit on the server. Get more calm, more confident. The up down in pit, as you can see here. And none of Vitality were interested in picking it up. They want ZywOo on the AK, that run and gun style approach.
Tactical pause going to be brought in. Second being used here. Again, another opportunity for the teams to communicate with Ash.
It's been a pretty bleak CT start so far. 3 unanswered rounds, well 4 actually now, have been dialed in. ZywOo's up to 130 odd ADR, 16 plus kills with a ton of assists alongside it. And Mezzy's also popping off. A ton of entries on this T-half. This is a shot that Slen was able to muster, but I can't even blame him for this one. Just all his teammates around him fell down, and that's always going to make the AWP such a fragile prospect when you're encircled.
Keep going.
Nice, keep going. Can't really argue with that. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Everything's going super smooth.
It's working well right now. And that's the difference, of course. Felt like momentum wasn't really easy to build for either team on the first half. A lot of reset rounds. Rounds potentially you should have won that went against you. Whereas here, off the back of the pistol, Vitality have just kept on hitting them with the battering ram. Every time they put up a defense, it just gets knocked straight back down. And of course, you waited the extra period of time, saving for the extra util, for the AWP on Slend. And we were saying he can be a big amount of impact, but only the 1 kill with no room for anyone else to assist, and it falls away. You're not going to get that back in your hand. So again, you're back down in the doldrums, figuring out how the buy's going to look, what you're going to be working with going back into this one, and how to keep some cash in the bank for Slend later on into this matchup. But that's the real problem, Vince, right? That's later in this matchup, whereas right now, Vitality already on 10. The hot commodity of the rounds, they've been sucking those up, starting to put them in the bank, have a nice buffer to work with. If you find this one up against the mishmash weapons, they're on 11. By the time Sled gets his next AWP out, it could be too late.
That's precisely it. You are effectively playing almost an all-in style for round 18. Up close, MP9 slightly off on the headshot angle. A lot of damage inflicted. But once again, the AK prevailing. Spinks on point to deliver for his 12th time in the map. And this should activate ZywOo. Apex a lot of damage onto Torsen. Now they're going to start to explode outside the balcony. They know one player is on the site, but it's more about the Slend Deagle they have to contend with, and he's been double smoked off with a HE sat behind it. Damage inflicted alongside it, not going into the plant just yet. ZywOo has plenty of time left on the clock, doesn't need to rush this one. And CTR wants to get aggressive out into the open and take the fight to Vitality, but 3 separate eyes, well, just staring him down. And the barrel of the gun is going to finish him off sooner rather than later. Another smoke. Just being choked out of this round. First kill is good, though. It was the low Spinks, and now he's locked into the alcove. Surely no hope for CTR.
We'd said it before, and he'd made some crazy plays to make it look like it was still around. He could win. This time in the 1v2, trapped in the corner, spotted, tagged, and bagged. And ZywOo stops it before it gets out of hand. 18 kills on ZywOo as well. This was the opening gambit, the play inside of Abs. Felt like there would have been more. The two-player face on the first contact. Volt tried as he might as well to reset it. Did a lot of damage, but obviously couldn't find anything from that. Let ZTR get one.
Nice!
But the round was all Vitality. Apex enjoying that one.
Well, GamerLegion are going to have to try and turn that smile into a frown. They're building up this round as probably being the last chance saloon for GamerLegion. They lose this, money's back into the bin, and it's going to be 6 match points. So they've got to get impact early on here. Going for another couple players up in the apps, but more defensively minded. Slen falls back into pit once more. A lot of damage from grenades. Solid damage at that, but not sticking for any frags. However, GamerLegion have taken banana control. A deep smoke to the bottom allows Torsten to hold position and effectively play by himself on B. And so they retreat ZTR back over onto the A side of the map. Second smoke now also delivered, and the spray is good. Oh, 3 kills back to back, shutting this round down.
They thought they had him banged to rights. Knew the timing on the smoke was about to fade. Trying to beat the peak from him. Oh, I thought it was going to go so wrong with the time, but he plays it perfectly on the connection. Great control, the recoil. And 3 kills off the back of it. Ices out the round and leaves Vitality sweating now. I mean, 30 seconds. 2 versus 5. GamerLegion, you can just sit back, keep the good times rolling. Wait for the duo on Vitality to force the issue. With the Incendiary burning at the top of Banana and a follow-up HE coming in, they're leaving themselves with too little time to actually make a play on this. You've got to run straight in, get both of the picks, and get the bomb down. 5 seconds on the clock, no one's beginning to plant. You find your way through the first 2. Spinks might stay alive, but he can't win the round off the back of the time. And GamerLegion, they get that one. Torsten with a 3K on Banana. Damn, Vince, the smoke shots there.
Really nice, yeah. They kind of lined up for him, but his recall control, the spray transfer was on point. I actually liked that play at the end, though. They died before time, which doesn't really matter that much when you have so much cash. But importantly, they did get a couple of kills, and they denied multiple players picking up rifles, the AKs that were on Banana. There was only one that got taken over from Flamus. If they just bypassed that and gave it up, that would have been 2 AKs, or even 3, that could have been traded up to. So I like Vitality's decision-making there, even though it did look a little bit odd in the dying embers of the rounds. Torsten, success in the last round. This time, he's paid the penalty. 11 HP remains in the opening few seconds of the round.
He's got to pass the baton now, tag himself out, wrap back off, play a more defensive angle. Meanwhile, Slend sees the shoulder peak inside a boiler. Flames E going for the information. And all he gets is a gift of a bullet straight to the face. Still got 2 incendiaries left on the floor as well towards the B site. ZTR, he's going to go down. Found out towards top Banana. Torsten, low on health but tucking in. Volt, he was playing anti-flash. Smoke goes up. It's going to nullify his angle with a waterfall. Really going to try and bail him out on this one, Torsten. Set him up with the utility. They forced him back round towards Ruins. They've secured the site. 4 versus 3. Peppering bullets back into the smoke, and the bombs arriving on the back of ZywOo.
Excellent timing on these flashbangs as well. Molotov is going to go in, and ZywOo finished off. The HE Molly combo, dealing death to the Starman, but he's got the bomb planted down and now can sit back and relax a little bit and watch on as Mezzy, Spinks, and Apex try and pull off this 3v3. Molotov tossed in. Spinks can now focus attention to Banana, but the spray is off, and he will be punished. And now Mezzy was all smiles earlier on, but he's been nailed point blank by Slend. A much better round from him individually, and GamerLegion live to fight another day. They're refusing to go down.
And those are intelligent kills from the AWPer as well, right? Good play off the back of his teammates. Molly, you get the HE straight in, resets himself, doesn't go overly aggressive, plays off the back of the information he's got. Wins out in the 1v1 versus Mezzy, so the round can't get any more messy. And now it's looking like there is still some fight. This is good to see. It was a worrying scoreline, right? We were kind of hyping up the fact that obviously if it all goes wrong with that first AWP investment or the last AWP investment they might have into the game, that's where it could have been dead and gone. Instead, that's the start back in. Bit of a different vibe as well. The fist bump's coming back out from Ash. And I I mean, overall, Vince, right? Even if it ended there, if it was what it was, I think that's more impactful West Lens. You're going to have a slow start going into this RMR. It could prey on you a little bit. So for him, the fact that he's been able to reset that, shake that off, and show up in this very map and keep his team in it bodes a whole lot better.
Yeah, completely agreed. It's great for confidence, and you started to see like what he's actually capable of up close in these static sort of positions is where he typically thrives. That third kill in particular, like if Mezzy gets that, there is a way forward for a clutch. He knew one player was Banana. So very importantly, nailed in for his third of the round. But that's only the beginning of the comeback. They have to stay on this trail. Not fall away and fade into obscurity towards the end of this map. Na'Vi won in their game, by the way, 13-9 is a quick update on the first stream. So Na'Vi already through to that 1-0 bracket, but ZywOo puts bullets to faces, doubles up and takes the site by himself.
You say Na'Vi, well ZywOo, he is born to conquer. Straight into the back of the bomb site, mate. Lovely entries there. And again, right, that's the brutal part of it. Those two frags are worth their weight in gold. You know you're going to get a match point off the back of this now in the BO1. You're opening Perfect World RMR BO1. And for GamerLegion, it's just about holding on to what you've got. You need to keep all three of these weapons alive. The two AKs, the AWP on Slent. Drag those into the next. They were starting a bit of a comeback, but now it gets even harder. You have no room for error now from this point forward.
And ZywOo's like, how dare you speak of Na'Vi when you're casting us? Let me remind you of just how good I am. And he hasn't even played with the AWP a single time this T-half, but that has been a consistent theme. This is what makes ZywOo such an absolute monster. He can do it with pretty much any weapon in the game to a very, very high level. It really allows him as well, I think a byproduct that isn't talked about enough with how good ZywOo is with the rifles, is it allows him to have a much deeper and wider map pool as well. Because Inferno can be a map, and we saw this from Slent's perspective in the first half. He tried the T-side AWP multiple times, he finished the half with 1 or 2 kills, very little impact. To be able to pick up the AK and have this much kind of prowess and this much dominance and agency over the game, and it's worth its weight in gold if you're an AWPer on a team like ZywOo is right now.
Yeah, being able to hybrid between both the AWP and the rifle, especially in CS2, man, like the difference of the CT side economy, MR12, right? You've all seen the gameplay for about a year now. You know how it works for you as at home. This is why it can make such a world of difference. These quick engages, the bursts out where you need some tasty taps, some sprays to shut down the opposition. Get those quick fire kills off, and it throws them here. 1 round away, Vitality looking to close their opening best of 1. GamerLegion, can they dig deep, get the feet down, try and fight for survival? Slent, this time not starting over towards the A site. 3-player setup on B, he's there with a scope posted up at the back. Flammer's frozen the deep HE and the incendiary to buy time inside of the apartments as well. 3 nades down, ZywOo eating the damage but remains alive on 28.
Has an iron chin with how many nades he just took there, and he's still standing. Albeit limping. This is where the rest of the team now can start to pick up the slack though. Mezzy going to be leading the call. Torsen up close. Smoke in just in time. Nearly gets picked off though, and they boost up onto the wall. Flash through, but Torsen playing anti-flash has bypassed that one magnificently and will repel the invaders. They have been forced away. Torsen single-handedly pretty much forces them back with an accompanying flash from ZTR, and Vitality staggering.
Unconfirmed damage onto ZywOo, but a hell of a tag. So low off the 3 nades that it was nearly the full conversion from the spam in the smoke. And Torsen, it was looking worrying. The fact he gets that pick and gets out alive makes a world of difference here into the 21st round. 30 seconds on the clock. Getting themselves grouped up inside of the smoke. Torsen, anti-flash on the top angle. He's on the top rope, but can he hit him with the elbow? Drops back onto second oranges for now. Time being wasted. Flashbang's good. Peeks in, but Flames, even through the flash, hits heavy with the AK. 12 seconds as they get themselves on the site. Apex punches in the digits. The bomb's gone down, and the script well and truly flipped. It's up to GamerLegion now on the retake, 4v4.
2 players on 2 HP though for Vitality. A stray bullet and they're dead. Lack of utility, though. You'd love to have HEs or incendiaries at this point, but it's just 2 flashes. And they're trying to retake with Yorp as well. Slen goes in for the first. Flamesy punched up, though, and is going to deliver damage. But now Spinks and ZywOo with 2 HP between the two of them have got to really shine and deliver, and Spinks is doing just that with ZywOo. Vitality clutch out and take it 13-8.
The 4 HP between the both of them, and they make it look clean. Spinks given the 1v1s he wanted. Slend on the peek out just didn't have the full read of the round with the amount of damage done onto them, so he takes the swing ever so slowly. Goes into the pool angle, instant connection from the AK, taps a good one, and they close that one down. GamerLegion tried to make it as close as they could, Vince, but in the end, it's all Vitality.
Yeah, it's a valiant attempt, but Vitality showing us why they are one of the favorites to bypass this RMR and, hell, even win the Major, if we're being completely honest. Like, they were a different level. They started very slow, as we kind of anticipated, but once they began to kind of feel a little bit more confident, I think we saw, like, Apex rallying the troops, Mezzy smiling, ZywOo as chill as ever. There was only going to be one winner at that point.
Yeah, I think so, man. Sort of second half of the game there, you saw how things completely changed, right? Opening moments of the game, very back and forth rounds. Hell, there was a few of them the GamerLegion could have potentially squeezed out of it as well. You're thinking about the round they went into with, what, 2 M4s and then just 5-7. Somehow Spinks finds all the pop-off frags at middle on the CT side. Could have been different. But it is what it is, and it's Vitality getting exactly what they wanted. Vital Sign's good at the RMR. Slow starts sometimes can be a problem. You've avoided that here, and that is going to be worth so much, right? As we were saying going into this, Vince, going 0-1 early, especially when you're the favorite, you're a team that puts so much pressure on yourselves as well even, it can be a voice in the back of your mind. You've avoided that reality now.
Yeah, and I mean, Vitality have been there quite a few times. I mean, famously, they can start very slow. They get punished. GamerLegion, at one point, it was 5-5, sort of 6-6 in the first halftime. And you're thinking, right, well, they've got a real hope here on their CT side. But as soon as the shackles came off, and you can see this freedom almost for Vitality after winning the pistol, it was pretty much one-way traffic. And although Slen did start to pick up the pace towards the end, it felt like it was too little too late. And they couldn't also hold on to the sights. Like, you saw that crazy 3-man spray from Torsen. That was one of the only shining lights in their entire CT side. Like, this pop-off individual performance. When it came to protocols, when it came to the standard sort of static 5v5 lineups, they just weren't able to hang with Vitality in any single facet, really.
No, and the problem is as well, it's not a sustainable round. It's not as if it's repeatable, right? It wasn't sort of really heads up, switched on Counter-Strike. It was what it was. The spray into Banana, finds all 3. Even in the moment, it looked like it was a bit disjointed from Vitality. So yeah, not repeatable. Vitality closing that one down 13-8. ZywOo 21 kills to his name, 118 ADR. Majority of those being on the rifles as well, just running in, taking heads. An entry machine, really.
I think if I had, yeah, there you go, rifle kills 13. That's also not obviously factoring like pistol kills and things of that nature. He actually got very few AWP kills in this game because he just didn't need to, realistically. Inferno is that kind of a beast. You can play with the rifles. He had tons of impact as well. You can see opening jewels went 5. He absolutely bossed this game, as you'd expect from a player of his standing. But it's also a good sign for Vitality because ZywOo popping off in the first game bodes very well for them. Not a slow start for ZywOo, where you're looking at that next 1-0 matchup when you consider some of the teams that are also in this, like MOUZ, Na'Vi, etc. I think it's really a good omen if you got ZywOo popping off, but also you kind of started slow, but you warmed up and managed to get the win. And as you said before, doesn't matter how you play, just get that first win.
Yeah, exactly. No one's going to remember it after the result, right? All it takes is the 1-0. You're going to be happy with that for their RMR run. It's the perfect start. For GamerLegion, though, it means they go 0-1. We'll see how their games go later on today. But keep it locked here on the B stream. Awful lot more action. Coming up after the break, it'll be FaZe versus Cloud9.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
As you can see, there's a bit more of a green theme to all the branding for the EU RMRs, Vince, and that's because everyone's friends are going to be green with envy if they're not up watching these damn good games.
It's true, man. You got to get that clock set, the alarm ringing out as early as possible to join us for these opening games, because they're all bangers. They're all super, super important. Even the teams that you may know less about can have huge reverberating impacts on how the standings go through in those last couple of days with the 2-2 matchups in play. And we're going to have more of them. Next up, though, is another mouth-watering prospect. I think the game both of us saw this morning, we were like, ooh, that's a really nice one. FaZe and Cloud9. Now, I think FaZe going to be the favorites. Obviously, they are the team that have the most reps at the highest level. This roster's been together now for quite some time. But Cloud9 have been slowly upwardly trending and getting better and better as time goes on. This could be a really interesting best of one.
I think so. I really think there's room, again, like with the first game, for potential upset rounds, potential moments that make you think, you know what, maybe there is a chance for both sides to tell their story. So yeah, I think we've done very well with the matchups we've been given today. Counter-Strike is winning with some glorious games here for Europe. This, of course, is the Cloud9 roster. And you can see, if you're unfamiliar with some of the newer names, well, they've been smashing it out of the park, mate. Icy, it was wonderful to see sort of his debut where he came onto the scene, right? Got recognition last time around with the RMRs. Now the position he's in, it feels like he's a powerhouse for the future. And of course, talk about powerhouses, mate. Heavy God, all damn day for me. When he's on form, Vince, there's no one quite like it.
Oh, you saw the size of those forearms. You can definitely give a good bashing.
Bah, bah.
Yeah, you don't want to get hit by one of his uppercuts, that's for sure. But in terms of the stats as well, Heavy God is the top with 1.16, but Axile's just behind him on 1.14 over the last 3 months. Now, when you consider, we actually have Ancient as well, the veto's just been done, which isn't really a surprise on either team. But when you consider that Axile had probably, I'd say, a 6-month period where his stats were really dropping off hard. Like, people were making calls like, should he be in Cloud9 anymore? Yeah. Should he be replaced by somebody else? He's had a resurgence. Coming into this major, he's actually been really picking things up to the RMRs. So that's another reason why I look at this game and I'm actually quite excited, because before you'd probably say, right, Heavy God or bust, maybe Icy has a massive game. I think Axile's now in that kind of realm, in that conversation, as another player that can have a really standout performance at these RMRs.
Absolutely. And I think especially when you get this opening draw, and I know that might sound weird because you think, playing against FaZe, why would he play better? He just historically has. Yeah. For some reason, he always rises to these incredible performances versus this very team. So it makes it interesting to watch, because on one hand, you've got him stepping up individually again, and then a matchup that for some reason he always clicks with. He likes playing against these opponents. Mate, yeah, there's room for some exciting stuff. And of course, bud, it's always fun watching Boomich, right? I will never get sick of watching this man on my screens. It's so good to have him back in Counter-Strike.
It is. It's amazing to have him back, and I really hope that this is the beginning of kind of like a resurgence, not just for Boomich, not just for Axile, but for Cloud9 overall, because they've been an org within Counter-Strike for the longest time. Obviously, previously we're an American-based team. Now they're over on the other side of the world, so we'll see if they can get it done here. They're starting on the T side of Ancient, and already super aggressive out to mid, and 2 opening picks.
Okay, well, the clouds have parted. And it's 9 bullets straight to your face. Goodbye, Frozen. See you later, Rain. Brokey up close, though, with the USP. Oh, not for long. Big Boom's on the server. And you're feeling his reverberations instantly towards Red Room. Rops and Carrigan, all that remains for FaZe on the pistol. It gets messy, overwhelmed. Rops crumbles up close and personal. And it's only Finn left.
One of the most prestigious IGLs out there, and not even given the honor of looking at him before you put him down. Shot straight in the back of the head from Cloud9. They're not going to be playing with their food today. And just to expand that point you raised about how good Axile is against FaZe, 39 maps played in his career, 1.18 rating against FaZe, and that includes this kind of drop-off over the last 6 months. So before then, it was even higher. Typically a team that he does a lot of good work against, which is kind of crazy when you think about it, because he's struggling against like tier 2, tier 3 teams. But for some reason, against FaZe, he just pops off.
It's weird, isn't it? Like, stylistically, what is it that just makes him play at his best versus this 5? I suppose we'll find out over the course of this one. Keep your eyes peeled for some incredible scenes from Axile. And for Cloud9, they're keeping their eyes peeled for any snakes in the grass here in the second round. FaZe Clan, they went for the donut stack, the sugary treat that if you ran into would leave you down on the floor with the USPs all grouped up on the off angles. Thankfully for them, they're clearing out with a slow round towards B, so could be in for a bit of a freebie on this one.
When we're talking about Axile kind of returning to a pretty solid form, it's actually a very similar story with Rops. Rops was another player for FaZe that was struggling for quite a while. He was one of the best players, if not maybe the best, coming into CS2. Really took to it fantastically well, and they had this drop-off period, but he's also making a comeback as well. Like, you look at the stats for FaZe coming into this over the last 3 months, Frozen's 1.17, Rops is just behind him on a 1.16. Super close between the two of them. And Rob's starting to have that same level of impact that people came to expect from him. So maybe just warming up at the best possible time. Yeah, I've got an AK out of this start. It's surprising.
Yeah, the slow lurk back through T-spawn. Icy was there, but unable to spray them all down. So the 1-for-1 trade results in something far worse for him. He loses his gun, but for FaZe, it's a nice save on Carrigan. So they'll keep that AK in play. Not the worst outcome, considering you just go into it with USPs, mate. You'd take that.
100%. You'll happily take that. The only thing I'm a bit surprised at is that Carrigan hasn't dropped that across to somebody else. Because typically, obviously, he's not going to be up at the top of the scoreboard. He's very aware of this. He knows his limitations, he knows his strengths, and there's many of the latter rather than the former. But maybe pop that AK into, like, Rops' hands or Frozen. But we'll see. He has games where he goes huge, Carrigan. He has it within him for sure. Maybe this is one of them.
Sometimes you can lead by example.
Sure.
So maybe with the AK, we'll do a bit of talking on the server. We'll have to wait and see, though. Slow start to the round. Cloud9 taking a bit of space here and there. Huge exchange of utility. Free smokes waiting in the hands of FaZe as well for contact. And that's the last 3 that remain. Minute and 20 on the clock. Carrigan, he's deep in cave side. If you catch some info, he'll smoke that out. Resmoke round on the ramp as well.
Boomich anticipating that maybe a CT is going to peek into caves. Very unlikely. The 2 IGLs, just a small wall divides the two of them. And Carrigan is waiting to pop in that smoke. But now the smoke is clearing at the forefront of the B site. Carrigan backs off. And that's what Boomich was waiting for. Anticipating that any cave player may fall back. That Carrigan's moved back into position. The problem here for Cloud9 is they haven't really forced any of these players away on a rotation themselves. So although a set play is coming in, they're going to have to deal with 3.
Revving their engines for the burst. Carrigan with the AK in his hands. Strikes first. Ooh, good for the follow-up as well. 2-piece makes a world of difference now. Rain's a bit paranoid about the run out, but he's trying to stay focused on ramp. Heavy is the hand of Heavy God. Slaps him back down. Leaves him in the 3 versus 3 retake. Broking taking no prisoners on contact. Rops equalizes as well, and Frozen assists. So they pull it back off. Grab that one from Cloud9 on the run in towards B. Find their first round early on the CT side.
They do. And Carrigan with 2 hugely important kills to kick the round off as well. Locks down Cave with a double on that AK. Showing us why he kept it for himself. It's a costly round for FaZe, but Cloud9 not exactly in a great position themselves. These are the 2 kills that kicked it off, and he did damage also to Heavy God behind. It's a nice effort, really, considering that they were up against it in that post plant for the T's. They do hold on. Mac 10 in play for Heavy God, a Galil on Icy, and no money in the bank. A great opportunity for FaZe to get their CT side established early on.
Early nades cast out. In case there was any close aggression towards lane and cave. It's an off angle on the fullback for Carrigan. Boomich somewhat suspicious about it. Molly goes on the right-hand side, so they can't peek into assist, but do they clear it? Ooh, looked like it was going to be uncomfortable. But Boomich still gets his man. Takes down the IGL of FaZe. Forces a little bit of a shuffle as well. They're peeking out on Donut for the info now. Paranoid in case they bled up close towards Red Room. And the wrap around from Rops to assist. Just under a minute on the clock. Axile's been lurking this entire time, waiting for his opportunity to strike. Coiled like a viper. Goes in for one, but Frozen severs the rotate. Rest of the squad now running it in towards A.
Although mid presence was dispatched, it's going to be a quick play right to the face of the site on the A side here. Not slowing down, realizing there was a momentary weakness, and they've made the most of that fragile state of affairs. And while Frozen comes in and knows exactly what's coming up, he needs to wait for some of the troops to arrive here. He can't do this all alone. Rain in no position to help out alongside Rops, and I think holding on to 2 AKs is certainly the call if you're FaZe. You know, if you lose out in this round, you're going to be in trouble. And Cloud9 have done it. Simple, straightforward, making the most of a small window of opportunity and dialing in for a third time against FaZe Clan.
Nothing overly flamboyant, just playing the numbers, playing the smart CS. Boomich wins his 1v1. And Axile was able to catch him on the lurk out through mid as well. And just like that, Cloud9 grabbing themselves another round. Now, of course, going into it, it looked a little bit worse in terms of the weaponry. Coming out, though, you've got the orb that can be dropped over to Icy. And he's someone that really can thrive. If he comes alive early, especially in this kind of environment before, we've seen it with our own eyes. He's one of those players that always seems to hit the hard ones, Vince.
Yeah, consistency is a little bit of an issue with Icy. I mean, we saw this at the last RMRs. I think he was playing with Amcal, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
And he was just going huge, especially on Nuke. I remember very vividly on Ramp, he got like 20 kills in 1/2 on CT side Nuke. Very capable AWPer, but like you say, sometimes misses out on the easy ones. And FaZe, the kind of team that are going to exploit that. You can't give them any opportunities. Taking mid control with ease, with limited utility. Frozen wants to get aggressive, but Axile's read the script. He's a step ahead. Nails him through the smoke and gives a huge advantage. Cloud9 to try and snatch on this and capitalize. And Boomich with the entry. Looking good for a 4-1. FaZe just can't get themselves into comfortable positions on this CT side.
Deja vu. 2 kills in the round forced into a save for FaZe. Can't really get your hands on that AK either. As Axile's here. So it's got to be the 2 rifles and the MP9 for Brokey that's brought into the next. And Axile, only 2 kills, but both of them full of impact.
Yeah, threading the bullets through the smoke there onto Frozen, like, it's so valuable. The round hanging by a thread at that stage for FaZe. They needed a valiant attempt from Carrigan on the site, but he couldn't really do much. And it's mainly facilitated because FaZe had a lack of utility. They prioritized firepower over getting extra grenades. Once they took mid control, they knew they had to do something with it. It's all well and good having mid control, but at some point, once those smokes and Molotovs fade, you have to deal with Heaven, Elbow, potentially a wraparound on one of the sites as well. And there's only so much you can do with 2 players there. You need an extra set of eyes. That's why Frozen went aggressive. And it could have just been a fantastic read by Axile, to be fair. Realizing that was a possibility, why not go for the pre-fire through the smoke? You have nothing to lose at that point.
In terms of the head-to-heads with these core lineups as well. Only the one previous matchup back at the Blast Premiere for groups. That was a 2-1 win for FaZe, but again, scoreline was closer than you might think. Cloud9 took the second map, 13-7. Went on to lose the third and final map of Mirage, 16-14. It was a blinding series from Icy and Axile. Icy put up a 70-44 KD over the course of the 3 maps. That's why we're giving him a little bit of love, wanting to see him shine bright in a matchup like this For FaZe though, you could roll with the punches, straight back in with the weapons they were able to save, and plugging the gaps with pistols where the cash flow won't allow them to get a better buyout. Brokey tucked into the off angle inside a cave, then P9. He could do a ton of damage if they play into his hands here.
Going up for a triple boost. Carrigan has been outplayed. And Brokey in the meanwhile needs Rain to try and deliver, and he shall. Bullets to the head of Boomich and Axar through the wall. And that triple boost, a thing of beauty, but it could turn ugly real quick here for Cloud9.
Ironically, it's Rain that might make that one play look like a drop in a big ocean of a round. The Heavy God holds strong, good for the first. Follow-ups there as well. P250 from Frozen, ice cold. Blood in the veins, looking good for the damage done with the P250. He can get himself a firearm as well. AK in his hands now. And Robs watching back towards Red Room. Unconfirmed information about where Inters is, and time could be everything. If he can find a way to get this fight onto Frozen, maybe there's room for the round. Spots him on the walkout though, able to hold the backline. Those free kills make a world of difference, and it's even the AWP on exit, so you can pass that back over to Brokey. And FaZe finding an answer where they really didn't have too much to their name.
And that round for me really captures FaZe in a nutshell when it comes to RMRs and majors. They somehow, out of nowhere, managed to clutch out, and it was Rain this time. A big game player, a big tournament player.
Yeah.
Needed to find some level of impact, and he got two, and then two P250, I think it was, with Frozen, before he traded up for the AK as well. Oh, that's got to be a bitter pill to swallow if you're Cloud9, because you got that pick, it was so sick. And then everything just fell apart at the seams, but they've already bypassed straight into A main, and they're looking for a fast execute.
They want to go quick with it. Can they be slick? I'll tell you a man who absolutely can. It's Brokey, back of the bomb site. Good for the first. Chip in onto Inters. Boomich will trade. Boost over the top as well. Axar put on the pedestal. He's got high ground to play with. Ooh, stereo frags found. Both Frozen and Robs being left down on the door. Rain has to push ahead. Oh my. Rain coming alive. Another one of those rounds where he finds a huge amount of impact, sprays his way through two, tucks into the smoke. Late lurk for Boomich. He's coming in round the back. Is he going to be able to assist on this one? Heavy God just tucks in towards Donut. Got to find where they are.
He has the nuts position right now. He's seen the shadow, and he will not miss that shot. And now Rain in a real world of hurt. I'm not sure if he's even gone for the reload on his M4 just yet. He had the USP out for ages. Yeah, he's not reloaded his M4. The bomb down. You have to have some supreme confidence in your pistol work right now. I assume he just doesn't want to give his position away. But you're now playing at a deficit. You're going to have the first kill go your way. Can fall back into the smoke and reload. But Heavy God has enough time to go for the plant. Trying to fake out. Has been successful. 10 seconds left on the clock. Heavy God has to go in for it. Plants out in the open, and there is Rain. The veteran delivers once again with a 4K.
That's so switched on from Rain. Belief in himself. Like you said, didn't get the reload off. Had the USP, goes in for one, gets that opening frag. And then the bait play on the run out to force him off the bomb. At that point, you've got 10 seconds left. So Heavy God knew his win condition. Had to force the issue with the retap on the bomb. And Rain ruins them. This is how it started as well. The transition, Vince. It's not just the horizontal, it's the vertical as well, right? The flick up.
That's fucking insane, holy man.
Yeah, it was insane.
Just another day at the office for Rain, though. Just like, yeah, bro, I got this. That's what I'm talking about, though. They're such clutch players. You can never write them off. It doesn't matter what kind of form they're in coming into a RMR or a major. FaZe will always be up there because you have players like Rain. He may not perform in like 3 or 4 maps, but he's always going to have that one where he completely pops off. And he's so calm under pressure. Feels like he never cracks, he never breaks. How do Cloud9 battle with the fact that they've had 2 rounds now that should have been theirs that have totally backfired? This could easily be like a 6-1 scoreline.
Yeah, genuinely. Of how this game's gone. If Rain doesn't find the impact he had in both rounds, if Frozen wasn't able to deal damage with the P250, massively different outcome on the scorecard. but this is the present we're left with. Oh, Brokey might be caught with this one. He's trying to backpedal. They let him get inside though. He's tucked back in towards the cave. He can reset things a little bit. He's still alive, but he's given up so much space. And this is where these Tech-9s will thrive. Up close, in your face, try and take the chaos straight to them. Axar with a Molotov, baits out the peak from Rain. He burns to a crisp. Robs as well. Looking for the spam shot. He's seen where the Molotovs come from. It is tucked back over. Karrigan blind spams the smoke, and Axile's there to take the damage.
Double peek out alongside, and they've dealt with Frozen and Rops. Karrigan and Brokey both incredibly low, about 50 HP between the two of them, and they have to peace out. They've got an AWP. They need to hold on to it for dear life. And again, Cloud9 just battering and bruising FaZe on this B side of the map. And it's been down to individual moments of just sheer brilliance from Frozen and Rain that have kept FaZe in this game.
Terrorists win.
Cloud9 are running the show right now on this T half. Rops on 1 kill. They can't get into it right now. It feels like 1 step forward and several steps backwards for FaZe.
And it was just chaos on the side. Brokey got that first tag out. Oh, look at the little smirk from Boomich. Oh my.
He's loving it.
What a gangster.
Understandable, man. He's had such a good read. So many good calls. Rops, though, activates for the 2nd time on the map. Exile sent sprawling. It's going to be yet another A-side play. Through on the inside here, Frozen getting 1. A ton of damage to the 2nd, but Heavy got an icy. Once again, come through clutch. Rops in the periphery, in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike. Assassinates the first, but traded into a 2-on-2. And the post plant should be coming up while the smokes are down, but Karrigan denies with a 2nd left on the plant. And this forces Icy into a horrible position now.
You can let him stew. Slow it right down. It's all on Icy here. You didn't have to force the issue. Icy, a bit paranoid about the walkout towards Temple side. Peppering a bullet from Karrigan. He takes the first fight, doesn't know about the backline. Deagle taps go out, but they don't kill him. He's still alive. Takes the jiggle back in. That's not a fight you want to take against Rain right now, because he's delivering again and again. 8 kills. The 3rd shot is the lucky charm to finish him. Mate, that's a round that looked like it was going so wrong as well. MP9 up close, felt like it should have got more. The AWP shot from Brokey felt like it should have got something. Bit by bit, Vince, they were able to find success in what shouldn't have been their round. But then this happens, Karrigan through the smoke, and it all tumbles down.
Mate, I swear FaZe have put all of their points in clutch today, coming into this game. Like, entry frags, nah. Consistency, hell no. Clutch, yeah, go on then. We'll have some of that. Rain with another one. Karrigan this time finds the perfect moment to strike, and Axile will fall prey to the Heaven Peak. Boomich in the meanwhile with his Tech-9 gets traded out, and Cloud9 picking up the pace. Another shot from Brokey, and it's Karrigan that seals the deal. Cloud9 are not waiting around on this half. They've played so aggressive.
It's good to see from Brokey as well. Frustrated off the back of the previous round where it felt like he should have been able to find a ton of impact from his angle. Got nothing from it. Slams the desk slightly, resets himself mentally, comes straight back in and hits some showstoppers on the quick hit. Even Karrigan took his time, found the head, shut him down. This was the 2-piece from Brokey, really clean.
Nice, let's go! Fucking...
That's good to see, Vince. Instantly shakes it off.
Yeah, he's clearly got some pent-up emotions. Best to channel that into aggression, anger, if it works for you. But it is a very fine sword, which is two-edged, of course. We saw the other side of that, the slap on the desk. Can't get in your own head too much. But Cloud9 finally run out of money, run out of steam. Looking good that FaZe will take the lead. For the first time on this map, by the way, they've been trailing throughout after losing the pistol. Just before half-time. That's, of course, assuming that something utterly insane doesn't happen with 2 P250s.
I feel like this is the kind of game where anything can happen from the rounds we've seen. Lose this one, though. It would be a real brutal state of affairs. Is it starting to happen? Push up towards the site. Luckily enough, Rain's in position with the superior firepower. Rattles off the shots. One by one, they're dropped. Heavy God, the last one remains, and Rops will lop off the head. So a 6th locked in for FaZe.
Lead taken as expected, even though there was a couple of jitters. I'm sure Carrigan won't be wanting to watch back that trade anytime soon. Just caught in a very rough angle and multiple players peeking into his crosshair. Can Cloud9 dial it back here and win the final round of the half to take us to even? It is one that they are going to be bitterly disappointed by, because genuinely this could have been Cloud9 on 8 or 9 rounds. They had many opportunities. FaZe always came through and delivered. Axal with the entry, quickly suppressed by Rops, but Heavy God upon heaven. This has typically been where Axal's been pushing in, and he gets caught. Brokey was watching. A different angle, but it's the same outcome.
And Brokey looking to find even more here. With the support of Carrigan wrapping on the back. You're going to have them trapped in and they won't even know it. Icy fully blind, back turned, lines up the shot, tries to convert the kill. Thought he was dead, flicks off him. Inters with the reply because of it. Tap through the smoke, Brokey. He's low, but as soon as the smoke dissipates, so does the life of Inters, and then they just feed him the kills. 3 kills on the round, and a 7th there.
Well, we talk about channeling the desk slap into a bit of aggression, and Brokey's going to be feeling a whole lot better now, just 2 rounds afterwards. The tide and fortunes can quickly change in CS. 7-5 scoreline. I don't think that's necessarily fair to Cloud9, but fair's got nothing to do with it in Counter-Strike. You've got to make the most of your chances, and you got to give a lot of credit. Rain, in particular, has had a stellar half. Up to 11 kills, 2 clutches, 3 multi-kill rounds. The guy is popping off right now.
Yeah, soundtrack of the first half was R&B, because it was Rain and Brokey making the plays, man. Had a good ring to it, right? I like that one.
That was good. I appreciate that one.
There you go, bro. I've been workshopping some stuff for today, Vince.
Nice.
Got some things up my sleeves. What does Cloud9 have up their sleeve, though? First half, definitely making me believe there is room for him to make some upsetting plays. Keep this one really close. Weirdly enough as well, right? The player we were touching on that always has highlight performances versus FaZe in Axar. He's the one that seems to be a bit of a sleeping giant right now.
Yeah, Axel had a couple of moments. I'm thinking of that frozen smoke shot that he connected. He got an entry in the last round as well, but not quite the levels that we were maybe anticipating, considering how he was coming into this tournament. Heavy God has been what we kind of expected. He's been out there fragging, he's been out there getting entries time and time again. But can they get it done on their CT side, where they have to absorb and soak up the pressure rather than dispatching it out? So far, FaZe stacking 4 players on middle with a P250 in the hands of Rain and Brokey. Plenty of utility as well. A smoke and flash still affording them the chance to execute on either site. And although they spotted a couple of pixels from time to time, it's fleeting and nothing really sticking for Cloud9. They're now being bypassed through on middle. They're trying to play on the periphery of the map. Boomich is going to be called upon to go huge here. Has to back off for the time being, and Heavy God can move in and try and land some headshots.
Oh, Heavy God! Man, this is where he really does go sick. Pistol rounds, he could be so damn devilish. Deagles, USPs, doesn't matter what it is. He hits damn heavy with them. Huge impact on this one. Leaves it all on Carrigan. Mere moments ago, the entire roster was alive. Now he falls flat on his face to the backstab of Icy's Julies. And Cloud9 picking up an important round there.
That was a really cool, fluid defense on the pistol. Like, you saw they kept doing these jiggle peeks for intel and taking a shot here and there, but not fully committing, and more importantly, not overextending to die. They kept falling back into more static positions, and that allows Heavy God to just pop off from that 3K spot that we just saw. Really nice. Fast rotation from Icy as well. It looked like FaZe were getting most of the control of the map, but they're actually walking in to a trap itself that Cloud9 was springing. And no post-plant, no kills means nothing really to speak about in this round. For all intents and purposes, Cloud9 should just be feasting.
FaZe Clan could be on the menu. It sees the fresh meat, chops them up. And it's only Brokey that's left. Makes quick work of them with the SMG. Get through that round cleanly. That's exactly what you want off the back of the eco from FaZe. Only the one drop weapon on the SMG of Inters. You won't give a damn. You'll come straight back into this one with your heads held high. And this is where the second half really begins. Round 15. Rifles to play with. FaZe Clan coming out with their first rifle round.
Oh yeah, this is where things dial up a notch or two. FaZe, full AKs across the board. Cloud9 with a bit of a bonus. They still have MP9 for Boomich. Oh, run boost as well. It's slick. Axile up quick on the heaven. He's going to push through here. We saw he loved to play this on the T side. How's his CT looking? The flash though is on point. Fully blinding Axile. Never stood a chance.
A lot of control of the map already exchanged into the hands of FaZe. They can slow it right down. First pick's good. Damage back, sure, but not enough to leave you with a lot of confidence yet. You've got to play on the back foot a little bit here. Boomich close towards Cave with the MP9. They come running on in, sure. Rest of the squad repositions round towards mid. Face out through red room. Frozen. Froze the smoke. Set up a Carrigan for the swing. Ooh, Inters. Finds that one. Hell of a snapshot back on the Rops as well. Softens them up.
And you're going to be tilted if you're Frozen. He did nothing wrong. Just nailed through the smoke. Wrong place at the wrong time. Now Cloud9. The Boomich up close to the MP9. Needs to pivot in for at least a kill. The Carrigan doing his due diligence. Clearing out all the angles. And that gives FaZe the narrow advantage. Molotov toss to the side, gonna try and draw away the plant back a little bit longer, allow the rotation to come in as well for Icy. However, it is one-dimensional. All three players at the back side of the site. Grenade comes in, but Brokey was fully healthy at the time, so he's okay. Shrugs off the shrapnel. And now Cloud9, with just a flashbang between the three of them, have got to try and perfectly place this and look for those re-engaging kills. Brokey stuck behind the pillar as well. The spots here for FaZe look so powerful. Cloud9 have got to fully commit before they can even see somebody. Carrigan goes down, but a ton of damage onto Heavy God, who's going to be finished off, and now the curtain comes down. The positions that FaZe had for that retake was so solid, so powerful, that Carrigan, it was fine for him to sacrifice himself to the CS gods because he knew they'd stalled long enough.
Yeah, you were giving him nothing. No easy fights.
Yep.
Yeah.
Understandable.
It's the reaction we thought we'd see.
We've all been there, Frozen. Maybe not in an RMR, to be fair.
Yeah, true. Late night on a FaZe hit game, mate. A little bit different.
So I can't even be mad. I just take the L, I guess. Just sit here.
Yeah. Guess we win the round, so it's fine.
Yeah. It's definitely going to do a lot to the tilt. Detox him a little bit.
Get those electrolytes back in. Refresh yourself. And Boomich, he was quite fitting, actually. Obviously, same fight he took versus Carrigan in the first half. Same angles. He knows all too well about the tight left box. So one round behind now. FaZe answering the call early into the second half. Single kit invested into on Boomich with the smoke. Mishmash of pistols as well. Heavy God with the Deagle. That's his signature weapon for me, Vince. When he's on a pistol round like this, he can go absolutely wild.
Oof. Tagged down to 19, though. Not sure if that was... I think it was a HG that was tossed in by Brokey. I don't think it was the wall bang. He's been watching that Alco position the entire round, pretty much. So well-placed bit of utility. Unconfirmed damage, but they'll have a good read of the economy of Cloud9, and they are walking into the stacked site right now. Boomich is watching the back just to make sure they're not being flanked. The rest have their eyes trained on these entry points. Playing with his food a little bit, Axile, but he's just looking for intel with the shoulder peek. FaZe still have a minute left on the clock. They could vacate the premises and get over onto the A site, but they feel like they fully committed to this one, Jackie. The bomb is even over here on the ramp.
Robs has been lurking the entire time, playing for the extremity push out through A. He's seen nothing. Even gone back to clear towards mid. You can see he's still a little bit paranoid. They don't believe it's the full stack on the site from all 5. But Rain, he could absolutely skin him alive here. Angle's good for the first. 1 by 1, they're peeking into him. Flashed down by his teammate. Axar's the only one that answers with a single pickup. Boomich inside of the smoke. Won't be long for this world. And that's how FaZe ascend to 9.
Bit of a shake at the end for Carrigan, trying to get off the ring rust. An awkward spray didn't matter. He got the kill. And more importantly, FaZe got the round. It was a bit of a gimme, though. It was a formality. A full eco with a couple of deagles and banana peels and hurdles. But now they have to contend with Icy on the AWP. We haven't quite seen the full skill ceiling explored by Icy yet. He's a very good AWPer. When he's feeling it, he is honestly one of the best on the planet, I think. It's consistency that really holds him back. This is where he needs to start to show his hands. Good grenade, though. Heavy God repaying from last round with a HE straight onto the face of Brokey.
Oh my. Might not matter though. Carrigan runs straight on in. Molotov in his hands, but Brokey will do the work for you. Trade straight back. Boomich trapped in the corner. Explosive breakfast. He's blown to bits. And it's only Inters and Icy that's left. Icy's close by, but Brokey scoped in. Honed on the angle. If you went for the peak, you'd be a dead man. It's lucky he pulls the plug. Save both of the weapons. That's the bigger idea behind this one. Back out. Keep that AWP alive. Does mean, though, FaZe starting to close the distance here in their BO1. Moving on to 10 rounds.
Brokey's leveling up as well. He finished the first half very strong with that 3K and the clutch on top of it. Not showing any signs of slowing down. 2 in this round. With the rifles. And now has an AWP by his side. Bomb detonation for a 10th FaZe Clan round. It feels kind of similar to the last map we casted, actually, between Vitality and GamerLegion, where it's like Cloud9 were really fast out the blocks. They've had a bunch of opportunities, a lot of clutches for FaZe. And now that the home stretch is here, and FaZe have fully spread their wings, there only looks like there's going to be one winner, realistically. Icy's not just been given an opportunity to show us anything. Like, they lose the site so quick, has to be a save.
Frustration setting in off the back of it as well. Feeling like you could have done more in the position you were in. Icy trying to keep him guessing with the placement of the AWP, this time supporting the defense towards the B site. It's an early A-focused setup. Deep inside of main. Smoke round onto Donut as well. Inters is up on the boost. Axar's there with just a P250 trying to play inside of Donut. See if he can catch him on the split. Then you've got the lurk of Rain as well. So if they go for the info play out through ramp side, he should be able to clean him up easy.
Should being the operative word. We'll see if they actually do. Here's our FaZe have been looking clinical. Given an inch, they have snatched away a mile. Axel forced out of position on Donut. They have wasted quite a bit of time off the clock, though, but still 50 seconds. 2 smokes and an incendiary. Still at disposal of Cloud9. Looking to try and expel this push as they lock in with the A-side defensive positions, whereas Heavy God comes through with a 5-7 into Temple. Will be Molotov'd off, but he is up close and personal enough to make a real go of this one. And that spray is good for 1 and a ton of damage onto the second. The Heavy God has not shown his hand as a second Molotov lands on Temple. So he's biding his time and waiting for that right opportunity to strike in. And Brokey on low HP has been finalized. Heavy God now perched up on the box, needs his teammate to help out, but Icy is instantly evaporated by Rain's AK. And FaZe get across to an 11th round. There were moments there, though, Jackie. Moments I thought Cloud9 were going to snatch it.
Wasn't clean for FaZe whatsoever. But a bitter pill to swallow for Cloud9. To run out with a 5-7, I'm thinking they have a real good chance in that one, but Icy couldn't get it done up close and personal. Just blows up in his face. Rain finds this connection on the sprint through the smoke.
Next box. Nice!
Calm on the comms as well. Celebration off the back of the round. We head into the 19th with FaZe Clan leading 11-7. Icy was able to afford himself another AWP. Some concessions made in terms of the utility. Awful lot of smoke thrown out early as well, so you leave yourself relatively dry for the late rounds. Bit of a change up of pace towards mid though.
Mid smoked off twice, but those are going to clear momentarily. And now FaZe starting to bypass a couple of these positions. They were boosted up on the box again, but Brokey has fell off. Another smoke tossed in. Not many more to play with. One in actual fact, and that's Inter's over on A. So this B site for over a minute is going to have to stand under extreme scrutiny and pressure with very little in terms of utility. And so this may force them into an aggressive cave push. They've double stacked it with Heavy God and Boomich. But this is leaving the ramp very fragile. Axal is effectively watching this alone. And now the nades start to come in. Smoke toss to Axal's position, but they could just bypass this and head back over onto A. Mid is completely bereft of CTs, and that's what FaZe are going for.
I see. This is a round where we need to see what you're made of. So much pressure put on, two angles to focus on. The AK's getting close and personal, and Frozen finds him whilst his attention is back round on Donut. And for Cloud9, you can see the problems running through their minds. You go for this round, you leave yourself hung, drong, and quartered going into the next. You have nothing to work with in terms of the weapons, and it would be a very slippery slope. You've got to save all three of these guns, give up another round, allow FaZe to climb to match point here in the BO1.
I think this is really like a cool moment to just establish that because FaZe Clan have conditioned Cloud9 so many rounds by playing aggressively in mid, by playing aggressively on B, well, a nice shot from Axal, it's not going to stop the 12-7 score. Cloud9 didn't have much utility, and they expended so much of it early in the round that they just didn't have anything late game. If they had a smoke or an incendiary, then Icy could play Xbox, pretty happy that they're not going to push him. He had to fully focus attention on Donut and just got smacked in the side of the head. This is the problem when you're Cloud9. If you don't have the utility, do you hold on to it? Do you gamble for late round, or do you think a rush is coming? It's such a difficult decision to make. And that's really Carrigan just being in their minds, conditioning them to just feel super uncomfortable and unstable the entire CT side.
Hey, you've been toying with them. And we saw that being the trend, right? Opening moments, everything's getting thrown. The kitchen sink's even being launched out towards mid, all the smokes on B, the early offensive utility leaving you dry. Another one of those rounds as well, where if things went slightly differently towards Donut, maybe Icy's able to make the play. Winters was able to shut him down, find one or two picks on the contact. He could have kept his focus, but forced to watch two angles at once. They swarm the site. The round dies there. No opportunity to warp for him now. All rifle. One of those being the FAMAS in the hands of Boomich. They've got the utility, but how do they use it? Early offensive nades down on mid. Brokey on the receiving end, but goes unscathed for the damage. Ooh, tries to get back up close though. Didn't realize just how tight Axal had gotten himself. In deep. Finds that first pick.
Made the most of some really good spawns, but they have lost Inters through on middle, and this puts Axal in a world of hurt. He is alone. He's going to be pushed into, and Rops finishes him off. He knew the weakness and the vulnerabilities of middle and exploited it fully. And whereas you could say in the first half, FaZe were living by a thread of just clutch after clutch, this second half has been pure domination. Cloud9 win both pistols and only have 7 rounds to show for it, and it could be a done deal here unless they can pull off this 3v4.
Well, they bring it back into a 3 versus 3. But Carrigan, he's had his moments in the sun at the B site with the AK, and again here he finds the first. Boomich shut down through the smoke with a single bullet. Heavy God could be walking straight into the crosshair of Frozen as well. Tucks into the corner. Backside of the smoke, Frozen. He's going to walk into you on this. Oh no, they're right on top of each other. It just depends on the timing of the smoke fading. If he can find it, Heavy God says hello in the rudest way possible. Bomb drop because of it. Time starting to tick, 20 seconds on the clock. Flashes for himself, up in the air. Molly down, but he's not inside of the doors, and Icy, he's slipping out onto the bomb site, just needs to complete the play. Good for the spray down.
That's unfortunate for Frozen as well. Like, typically when you're trying to bypass through smokes, if you're getting blocked in an obvious spot, then you know exactly what's coming up. But the wall was so close to where he was getting blocked by Heavy God, he clearly thought he was just against the wall. And it totally threw him off. But still, the reaction speed of Heavy God there was significant. It looked like he was going to lose that fight still. The barrel was right in front of Frozen's eyes, and he still just got slapped straight to the dome. 12-8 the score then. And Heavy God is showing us he is the real deal. He is keeping Cloud9 in this game.
Could be a very explosive player to watch. This was the moment, the awkward encounter. Oh, you can see the turn on the AK barrel as well, just how close it was. Then Icy with the heads-up call.
It's just not been Frozen's days. He got wrecked through a smoke by Inters. Now this has happened. They don't have to be bangers, man, as long as you get the win. That's all that matters, and you are in a very good spot to do just that. But Cloud9 still fighting. Still in with a shot as a trade comes through, and Frozen on the opposite side of the spectrum from Axar's M4. Karrigan, though, will punish. And once again, Cloud9 find themselves a player behind, and it's the exact same 3 players to clutch.
Does lightning strike twice? Or is it Brokey that only needs to pull the trigger once, straight to the face of Boomich? The scope delivers. And now it gets even harder for Cloud9. Looking to cling on to the game, drag themselves into another round. And Karrigan, it would have been his second of the round, fighting down towards mid-side. Instead, it's just a tag onto Icy, still alive. Rain can peek into it. Icy shouldn't have the drop on him. Turns at just the wrong time, falls because of it. Heavy God, he's played a blinder, 16 kills. But now you need a 1 versus 3 clutch to keep your team in it.
Well, he's going to do nothing in the grand scheme of things. Doesn't block off the entry point. So Heavy God's already bypassed that molly and smoke into Temple. The timing may afford him the 1 kill, but the problem is, where does he go from that point? And Rain! Oh, well, he just delivers once again when it's required. A vintage performance from him, especially in that first half, gets FaZe across the finish line for the 1-0.
There you have it. Celebration off the back of the confirmation that the win is theirs in the best of 1. Oh, man. Yeah, Rain was really full of impact, right? First half, magnificent with some of the 2Ks he's finding. The round out towards B, the way he's playing it, hitting some crisp shots. They tried to fight back, but not going to work there for Cloud9. You go down early in the EU RMR.
I think it's a bit of a strange one as well for Cloud9, like reflecting on this game, because on the one hand, you only posted up like, what, 8 rounds and you won both pistols. But on the other, if you were more clinical in that first half, you could have legit had like a 9-3, 8-4 halftime scoreline on Ancient. And that could have been enough to just get you the momentum to outright beat FaZe. So this is a very odd one. It's like, it's why I don't always look at a scoreline and just assume that like how a game went. Yeah. It's 13-8, but in all honesty, that first half from Cloud9 was looking really good. Their CT side though, man, like that was rough. They were getting outplayed almost every given turn. Karrigan had some fantastic calls. You can see how close the scoreline is here. It was 7-7 at one point, and they still get battered 13-8 in the end. So if I'm Cloud9, I'm not getting too on top of myself and like beating myself up. You just lost to FaZe, one of the favorites. There were chances though, and you've got to keep that confidence going through into your next matchup.
And you're right, there certainly was an awful lot of chances where it felt like it could have been so much more of a scoreline here for Cloud9. And Karrigan leading by example in a couple of the T rounds as well, with the plays out towards mid, always catching them on the timing, finding the entries onto B. Stepping up to the plate to assess the team. Even with Frozen having a very unlucky day of it. Smoke shots, awkward encounters, they still find their way through.
Yeah, it's one of those games, because I just remembered he also got killed by Axal through the smoke, didn't he? early on, so it was a really unlucky game for him, but his team still prevail, and that's all that matters. Heavy God tried his best. Axel had moments towards the end where he was getting a few more entries on the CT side, like taking mid control, but ultimately FaZe showing us why they are a team that you can never fully write off. You can never say aren't going to make it. Rops had a very slow game as well, was constantly saving in the first half, 32.76 ADR, like that's pretty grim, but when you got Brokey popping off and Rain performing like, you know, god tier levels with tons of clutches, there's only so many kills to go around. So ultimately, FaZe get the job done. There were definitely moments of excitement for Cloud9, but it was just a bridge too far.
Yeah, too much of a tall order to start off the day versus FaZe. Brokey being the standout player there, and he did have some magnificent rounds. Rain as well, got to give a shout out to him, like we were saying previously. Some of the maneuvers he was making, the 2Ks, the multi-frags, it's just incredible to see that it's always so consistent, right? You can always rely on Rain. It's crazy.
Yeah, you can, and that 4K in particular that he picked off with the clutch, I think that kind of fully encapsulates what he brings to a team. He's so calm under pressure. He is honestly up there as one of the best clutches. I think Zipnix is obviously going to have the title over the duration of Counter-Strike, but Rain's got to be in the top 5 as far as I'm concerned. And FaZe off a performance like that, I think they're only going to get better, actually. I think once you see Rops showing up, they're going to get a little bit more scary to play against.
Yeah, especially in those higher seed matchups, the 1-0 games, mate, you rise to the occasion. Of course, that's coming up later on. For us here, though, we'll take a bit of a brief break and then get back into our opening best of 1. So don't go anywhere.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
Always fun seeing what High and By, the Perfect World mascots, are getting up to in the downtime, Vince, whilst the games are getting ready to go. Because, of course, they know we're in for a treat here, mate. Falcons, with their opening best of one of the EU RMRs.
Yes, and a team that's been through quite a bit of turbulence, shall we say. Haven't quite lived up to the mark that I think a lot of people expected from them when they first came into the scene. They've had quite a few roster changes. Obviously, the most notable one is center of your screen, Simple, Infasun, Pius. Was a surprise for some people that he came back, but now he is back with a chance to maybe even come straight back into a major if Falcons can get it done. But I know there's a lot of naysayers out there about this roster. They're not fully convinced just yet.
Yeah, I mean, on paper, right, it's a powerhouse. It's got some incredible stats behind it. You look at Magisk, right, like in terms of the majors attended to majors won, it's a crazy stat. It's like 44% or something that he's been able to convert, which it's not human to be able to take that many major titles. But yeah, it's a weird one, right? Because there's a lot of different polarizing opinions about are they going to play well? Is Simple going to be able to play up to his level? Obviously coming in, like you said, off the back of Pius as effectively a substitute, but as an actual player for the team fully.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't think that we've had enough of a sample size to fully judge Simple yet on his return. I think this RMR actually is a perfect barometer for us to see, is it going to work out? Obviously, there's a lot of rumors behind the scenes as well as is classic, and we'll see if any of those come to fruition after the major kind of comes to its conclusion. You're hearing things like Jimmy potentially is going to join Falcons. You've heard Spinks as well has been in the rumors, so we'll see what happens. But what we do know is right now the firepower on this Falcons team is a little bit lacking at times. It feels like even with the very limited sample size we have, it is a case of Simple pops off or they do struggle just a tad, because Magisk is playing different roles. He's not at that same level as we saw him back at Astralis, where he was popping off with a very high major wins, as you said, to conversion rate. Dupree is another guy that has tons of ability and is a very promising prospect and obviously has a lot of experience with this roster, but he's not really finding that same kind of caliber. So you're looking at like maybe Madden, because Snappy's certainly not going to. We've already had Simple get shanked at spawn.
Oh, Simple's been stabbed in the back instantly. All right, I mean, is that an omen? I suppose we'll see. That's a hilarious way to kick things off, mate. Sometimes you get stabbed in the back. Falcons, here we go. T-side pistol versus Eclot. An interesting team that could potentially throw a bit of a cheeky upset against Falcons. It'd be a hell of a way to start things off. Obviously, we know all too well the trials and tribulations that this organization's been through at RMRs. Madden. Up close towards Dark, it's Blitz with the Julies in hands, turns, takes the fight, good damage onto the second as well. Lucky that Simple survives that, off the back of even the damage and spawn from his teammate. Could have been hellish, but he's on the bomb site now, and he's got backup. Fawzy though, swings out round the back, Vince, takes the head clean off.
Oh, it's down to Snappy, and he was the player that shanked Simple. And now he has to try and make amends with the clutch. I don't think he knows he's about to get backstabbed by MBQK. Oh, he's dead, man. He's got him dead to rights, and Eclot start with a clutch and a post plant on top of it. Oh yeah, bit of an awkward one really on the push in. It's like they weren't checking the angles. Fawzy got a free B pick from the back as well, and they never really like established from that point or stabilized it.
Yeah. Maybe Snappy had just changed the mouse. That's why he accidentally stabbed him, mate. Getting used to the buttons.
Yeah, it works. It works simple.
God damn. Boros the Butcher makes an appearance as the blade stabs him in the back. Right then, Eclot, first round on the board for the pistol. Cheeky one here. Strap in for this. Be a hell of an upset. Let's see how it goes on the rebuy, straight back in. You got Mac 10s. Galil in the hands of Snappy. Flashbangs to work with as well. Throwing them deep over the back of the B bomb site. They're looking for the run on in. Up on top with the M4 though. Can't afford the luxury of going for a peek due to the utility usage. And Magisk and Snappy activate early. Looking good for a response back in.
Yeah, this has been clean. Way better than that pistol round. Snappy with a hail of gunfire just spraying through the smoke, forces back the CTs, and Eclot will have to save. Dieter had 2 kills in that opening engagement on the pistol, but couldn't see anything through the hail of smokes that were all in his face. So Falcons with the perfect retort, retaliating with their first round of what they hope will be many. And to put it in perspective as well, for maybe those of you that don't know too much about Eclot, they do play a hell of a lot of Anubis. 26 recorded maps played. It's their second most behind Mirage, with a 50% win rate, dead even. And some notable wins against the likes of Sashi. They had a very close game against BetBoom as well, but obviously they're not playing against the caliber of teams of the Tier 1 bracket like Falcons have been. So take it with a pinch of salt.
Yeah, and it's a ton of domestic games, right?
Oh, yeah.
Awful lot of online played. Taking wins within their region as well. Slovak National Championships, that was the first place. Had 2 first place at the Tip Sport Summer and Spring events as well. But of course, it's all domestic. That's kind of the difference, right? It's not your Tier 1 matchups. So you've got to rise to the occasion here. You've qualified to the event. How far can you take it? That's always the question with these sort of quantities, especially with a roster like Eclot. Early on, you get the 1-for-1. It was a nice pistol, but the follow-up wasn't there, so you've got to make the best of the cash flow you've got available. 2 M4s, 3 MP9s supporting it, but almost bone dry on nades already. It's only 1 flash in the back pocket of Blitz.
Well, the good news is they still have control over mid for the most part, so they can react accordingly. But yeah, the lack of utility is a bit of a problem. They've gone for firepower over it, got a bit of a boost in here for Daitor. Blitz is perching him up. Trying to strike from that nest, but it's Madden. The Magpies him out. Snappy in the meanwhile in the drive-by with the Mac 10. And although Falcons take a lot of damage on the approach, it's still going to be the site that's going to read theirs in this post plant. May just goes down to MBQQ. Not sure if they can actually retrieve that weapon just yet, though. They have now picked it up, and Snappy activates. A lot of damage inflicted again, but it looks as though Eclot will be good to save these 3 weapons, 2 of which are rifles. It does mean that Falcons, though, will take the lead at 2-1.
Realistically, should have been a Falcons round coming into it with a buy you had available. And for the 2 low HP players, the fact you're able to get out and actually still have that Galil in your hands is impressive stuff. So you'll carry that into the next.
Terrorists win.
Cash to work with, though, for the Falcons. Can reinvest that instantly. Get the AKs back out on parade.
Terrorists.
And the 2 players you're really looking out for as well, by the way, on Eclot are Blitz and MBQQ. Blitz with a 1.17 over the last 3 months. Having some really big performances. Very adept with the rifles, but he in this round is going to have to try and do a lot with very little on that P250. So a player to definitely watch out for going forward. Grenades now tossed in. And Falcons just taking a split and pick approach. They must know that Eclot have like pretty rough finances alongside those 3 save weapons. Just gonna sit back and wait and see what unfolds.
Ooh. Info play out down towards Dark. You swing with a pistol, try and reel them in. And it's the M4 of Forsley that looks to deal with real damage. He gets 1 for free. They backpedal towards the bomb site. Of course, still a little bit of a bonus to work with here for Falcons. You keep the previous weapons alive. The Galil for Madden. Snappy with the SMG. They're still situating themselves round towards the site right now. Bomb's been picked up by Madden. He comes and joins the rest of the squad. Can link up with Dupree. You've got a 2-pronged hit onto the site. But the penny's already dropped. They push their way out through A main. They've got the wrap around the back. Magisk on the peek out. Good for one. Long-range firefight. AK in his hands looking good. First taps there. Stalls the response.
Two expendable players in Dieter and Blitz. Could very well go in for this one. You want to hold on to the Galil and M4 realistically, though. So it feels like it's going to be a dip in the pool at most, maybe some exit frags. Falcons will have a 3-1 lead coming into the first proper full investment round for Eclot. And what's your read of Falcons right now, Jackie? Like, I know there's a very small sample size with Simple, but do you feel like they could make it through here? Are they like a dark horse pick in your eyes?
It's weird, because I feel like, you've got the talent for it, you've got the firepower. It's one of those, right, where you look at it, you've got all the winning pieces. It just feels like something always goes a bit wrong. It's like they're cursed almost with some of the games they lost, the upsets they face, the way you just can't really find everyone playing their best at the same time. I don't know, Vince. It's a weird mix. I think there's definitely potential they could make it through, but the bounty's on their heads. For me, this is a team that I think, really, it's not going to be an easy path, right? No matter who you play, especially up against some of the other bigger names. They're gelled. They're 5 fingers on one hand. They've got great synergy, whereas for Falcons, I still think that's developing. It doesn't feel like it's there.
I feel like there's a lot of pressure for Falcons to deliver as well in terms of some of the periphery players like the Maddens and the Duprees of this team. 1-4 trade early on, but Snappy with that Mac 10 decides to try and make the most of that spawn and gets 2. He had 5k in money and still elected to go for the Mac 10. And the run and gun style has boosted him into a 5-kill streak. Eclot will have to save one more time, although this could give them a chance, a bit of a labored spray from Kriaz, but he gets his man all the same. Simple on the prowl, hunting for some prey, and Kriaz is not long for this world. The timing may favor him. Does Simple assume he's gone to the rogues? Absolutely not. Surely not a knife. He's going to find both players now, can shut them down. There's the first. Kriaz going to go in for that wide swing, and Simple does what Simple does best, and that is frag hard. Falcons 4-1. Eclot in trouble, man. That was a pretty weak showing a rifle round.
Yeah. Rounds like that is what's going to put this game into perspective, really. The duality of both of these two teams. You think about major appearances, not a single one on Eclot, all of them looking to have their debut in Shanghai at the Perfect World Major. Whereas for Falcons, combined, it's been 48 major appearances.
Oh fuck, I always forget.
Well, there you go. Stark contrast in terms of the statistics, but it's all about what you get done in the server, living in the moment. Of course, getting to this round, it won't get any easier. Absolutely broken by just the one M4 that's kept alive. Everyone else rocking the AKs on Falcons.
And kind of getting back to that point, when there's all these rumors flying around about Jimmy and Spinks and these other players about potentially joining Falcons, I've heard Nico as well, obviously, is the famous one. If you're like a Madden, a Magisk, a Dupree on this team, maybe even a Snappy, you're thinking like, kind of got to have some success at this RMR major because our jobs are potentially on the line right now. So if that's going to maybe give them extra motivation to commit to this and like put themselves in the best possible standing, I should say, for the future. This, of course, should be just an eco bash round. Snappy with that Mac 10 again. Trying to dethrone and dig up the dirt a little bit over on that B side while his teammates get the plant down on A. Looking good for the 5-1.
A little bit of damage back. One pick up there onto Snappy. Magisk low on health, but shouldn't really be able to find him. Meanwhile, Simple, he's roaming. Goes John Rambo for one of them. Strips the pistol out of their hands. It's FaZe really that's looking for the dedicated save here. Armor, M4 to be brought over. Daitor as well with a Deagle. Just tuck on in, let this one go by, but it will be a 5th round. So they found the pistol, but it's been moot since then.
Yeah, exactly. Struck in the first round, then 5 back-to-back, and very convincingly so from Falcons, in all honesty. Bit of a flubbed pistol round, but bouncing back ever so strong in the second, and since then it's just been them pulling away. Dupree's not really been required, still at the 0-2. Early tactical timeout called. I mean, if you're looking at the silver linings, you're on the CT side, you've had a bit of a rough start. You know, on the T half, you can get things started. The CT side's always under the cosh here on Anubis. But I think it's the nature and how we've seen them kind of just be dispatched in these rifle rounds. It's more cause for alarm. How easy it's looked. Snappy just running around with a Mac 10 farming. He's on nearly 120 ADR, by the way, with 6 kills.
I think that certainly what's made it look a whole lot more scary. Just the quality of the rounds when you've actually had firepower hasn't been there. Of course, you've taken a tactical timeout here. You like to see that. At least going back into things here where you've got an even buy to play with. Put your best foot forward. Get replay the culture involved and then go back in, try and do some damage. Let's see if round 7 is a bit of a better eye test for Eclot. FaZe has the AWP this time. Rifles surrounding it. Simple with a scope himself as well. Takes the warning shot out through mid. Bit of a spam back. Brings him down to 76.
Important not to hemorrhage kills early on in this round, though, for Eclot. You've got to force Falcons into these awkward engagements towards the dying embers of the rounds. Flashes there, follow-up damage as well for Kriaz. Taking minimal in return. I think that's where maybe Falcons will start to come apart a little bit, is on those late round executions. You just gotta stay alive and see what they've got. Nade thrown in as well behind that smoke. May just think someone might be hiding behind it, but that's not the case. And with 53 seconds left, Falcons starting to make a move now over onto the opposite side of the map of B. Molotov's down, Snappy's getting aggressive. This time though he's bested.
It's looking a whole lot better from them. It'd have to be something heroic now, and the dink instantaneously onto Simple leaves him with just a sliver of health. Nade rolls around the corner. Goodbye, Simple. Only Magisk remains. So, Eclot waking up in the 7th. And it hasn't looked anything near clean for them. You've kind of been falling over on the site hits, the 1v1s. This time at least finding impact, and FaZe with the scope, showing what he can do. Magisk looking for the save, spots the head of Blitz, takes that man down. Won't really be room to get the weapon out of his hands unless you go for the wild swing out through mid-side. No harm, no foul. Save the free weapons. Detour just went for the run-up to grab the 8K and then tuck straight back in. Didn't want to run the risk of losing another weapon. So they get the round and have a healthy buy going into the next.
Really slick crosshair placement as well, by the way, from Majors at the end. Didn't even have to budge a millimeter, just insta headshot. Yeah, simple shot in the back and then finished off. Couldn't do much. Fair enough. Can't argue with that.
Top 10 Simple lines. That's another one. Instant classic, mate.
You know, I thought after seeing him die, he'd have something to say about it. And he didn't disappoint, did he?
Oh, yeah, but I feel like we'll be getting quite a few of those. I'm living for it, mate. That's what I've missed.
Grenade tossed in, went behind that smoke, and meanwhile, Falcons picking up the pace, Molotoving out onto A main already, forcing the early smokes out from Eclot, conditioning them to be a bit more reactive than proactive in this half. Got to deliver on that promise though, of course, and it's kind of deja vu from that last round. Flirtation around A main, but then backing back over onto B. This time though, they haven't dealt any death in the hands of Kriaz onto middle. Could be a difference maker. The Falcons getting a lot of map control early on already.
Just shy of 50 seconds left on the timer. And it's back to basics with a late round hit on the B bomb site. Kriaz creeping out on mid. Could find some back turns. You can see the swivel on Dupree, a bit paranoid about this. Honed in on the angle now. It should be good for the read if he peeks out. Ooh, catches him. That's Dupree down, forces the issue. They've got to push out onto the site. Snappy baits the peak, Simple. Hits the connection. 20 seconds. You got to do something and do it damn soon. They're not going to have long left on this one. Simple closes the gap. Wants to combat up. Here's the footsteps. Oh, it all goes wrong. Shaky hands with the AWP. Detour downs him and forcefully replies back on the Madden.
Ooh, uncharacteristic from Simple, like somewhat snatching at the opportunity. That looked rough. Caught in the extremity of the smoke and Molotov. The player was burning. Still can't quite nail the shot though. Yeah, Kriaz with that flank that you highlighted was a huge part of this. Magus just had to get around the back and didn't check all of his angles. So as poor as Eclot were looking a couple rounds ago, starting to see a lot more stability now coming from them. Taking the fight to Falcons, going in for those audacious flanks. It's much better. dupreeh just doesn't look happy, does he, at all? Like, his body language is all over the place.
Yeah, wearing his heart on his sleeve there. Obviously, for dupreeh, RMRs must feel a lot more problematic this time around. The all-time major record, 19 majors attended. 5 of them being wins, of course, as well. But he missed his first major last time around with the opening CS2 major in Copenhagen. That's what broke the streak. You don't want that to happen again, Vince.
That was with Preezy, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Yeah, last time around. They kind of came out of nowhere, captured the hearts of many CS fans. So yeah, I mean, dupreeh, if you want to talk about CS excellence and royalty, he's definitely up there in the running. But he's up against a man many would say is the GOAT of CSGO. But you could say there's not really much of an argument about that one. Can he continue to deliver in CS2? That is a question many people are asking themselves right now as they watch on. Hasn't been the biggest test thus far. Good grenade damage though to Magisk. Straight onto the dome, down to 61, he will fall.
And these are better signs of life from Eclot as well. The utility usage has actually been pretty clean the past 2 rounds with the way they're opening things up with the HEs. Being able to soften up their opposition. They're reserved as well. They're not overly cautious, not using their nades early off a little bit of a show. They're making sure they use it where they can. MBQQ, back at the site. Magisk will put a bullet right between his eyes, and they've still got time to play with on this one. Don't need to commit just yet. Forzy finds the tap straight back, but Snappy on contact in. Craters Kriaz. And opens up a pathway into the bomb site. Rotations coming quickly though. Detour peeking up. Ooh, could actually take down the bomb planter. That's on to Snappy. Look how low they are, Vince. Simple and Magisk with 11 HP combined.
Not much time, even 20 seconds on the clock, and they need to try and force this bomb down. They still need to retrieve it first and foremost. 15 seconds, Simple down to grenades once again. They need dupreeh to activate. Smoke clearing, he's got the drop on both players. Spray is only good for one, leaving his Danish teammate partner in crime on low HP, but Magisk threads the headshot and saves Falcon in this round for a 6th. So close though.
Felt like that was another one in the bag. They made it so uncomfortable. Such little time on the clock, about 6 seconds. He just had the bomb on his back that he knew. They'd go for the peek in, expecting him to tap the bomb, looking for the plant. Instead, he keeps his crosshair honed on, believes in himself, and hits the shot. 3 rounds ahead. Still cash flow to work with. CT's by straight back in. Early utility usage, change of pace as well. They're going quicker this time around, running straight into the AWP of Forzy though. That's Madden. Slade to the ground. Molotov forces him off the angle. He still wants to fight this.
I was really expecting a re-engagement with the 2 Molotovs that landed. One to back a pillar, one to back his site. So we're kind of left in this awkward no man's land in the middle of the site. I was anticipating a flash into a push. I'm not sure if it was paralysis by analysis or what happened there, but it felt like they may have missed their chance to take this round. Still in with a shot, of course, with 4 players, but you can see that there is now aggression elsewhere. On the extremity of A main, they've pushed out with Crazy once again, trying to take the fight to Falcons. These are angles that will be very difficult to deal with. Additionally, they don't know if mid's been pushed. So much of the map is a big question mark as far as Falcons are concerned.
There's the jiggle on the swing. Oh, it baits the info just enough that they don't hard clear the corner. Snappy's going for it. Simple though. Quick on the draw. Wild West maneuvers. Strikes back with the AWP. Nade damage is good on exit as well. Peering over the top of the smoke. You peek into this, you could be a dead man walking. But again, it's 30 seconds on the timer and you're trapped outside of the bomb site. Spam through from Detour, softening them up massively. Simple. Left alive on 36 HP, but Magist gives as good as he gets.
You could just hear that from the perspective of Detour. I think it was like, dink. There's one bullet through the smoke. Oh, must have been filth. Doesn't really matter, though, in the grand scheme of things, because Eclot have dragged themselves back into a fourth round. And again, this being the CT side of Anubis, like, they're getting into a pretty solid half right now. When you consider it was 5-1 at one stage, and Eclot, if we're being honest, Jackie, they look dead and buried. I know it was super early, but I'm looking at it and I'm grimacing, thinking, oh no,
yeah,
this is going to be a bloodbath. So full credit to them for managing to withstand it and bounce back, and actually put Falcons to the sword now. They're making them sweat this one out.
I was on the same wavelength as you. Obviously, cash flow is one thing, right? You won the opening CT pistol, but then instantly get reset, so some awkward in-between kind of rounds with the weaponry they're using. As soon as the AWP came alive for FaZe, though, he's been finding ways to crack open these rounds. He's keeping them guessing in terms of his positions. Snappy calls it again. They go straight back to basics. They want to go for this fast B play that they tried to slip into last time, running out towards the A site. MBQ snaps the head of Dupree. Peppers him back as well. Mass use of utility thrown over towards the site to allow him to actually push up close. It's Madden that's looking for the run out. Magist committing to the plant.
Plant successful. Smoke's now beginning to dwindle and fade, so they're going to be reimbursed. The Kriaz comes out with the first in this encounter. Big shot from Madden. Needs to get onto Detour. Spray slightly off, and Detour will punish. Simple in familiar territory with his back against the wall in yet another clutch post plant. First shot goes awry. He'll be flashed and forced away from that smoke and cannot deny the defuse. Eclot have brute forced their way back onto the site for another successful retake. And these strats, by the way, Jackie, it feels like Falcons are of this mentality, like Snappy's like, listen guys, we're just better. Let's just run and gun and just beat them on straight up duels. You're not going to get away with this forever, and especially not against the top flight teams.
Yeah, it felt like a bit of a Snappy classic, right? Call the same strat twice, go for the fast hit, see if it works out. Boy, oh boy, though. You see the contrast in weapons here going into the last round of the first half. They could equalize this. You could get a 6-6 on Anubis. And for the CT side, with the start they had, it'd be a monumental comeback into it. Simple going to be smoked off early towards mid. Weaker weapons lurking outside of A in case there's a run out. It's the Galil in the hands of Magist with Snappy's Mac 10. He's been good with the SMG over the course of the game. Just trying to show a bit of presence here. Seeds of doubt in their mind. You've still got the stack over towards B though. Tucked into jail.
When you look at the stats as well, by the way, over 26 maps played in the last 3 months on Anubis, 41% CT round win rate for Eclot. That's even below the average. It's typically a T-sided map, but not that much. 58% T rounds go their favor. So if they can get the 6-6 here, Jackie, we are on for a very interesting second half.
Well, that 6-6 is one step closer. There's with 40 seconds left. Walking up into the crosshair of Snappy, though. That could be the problem. MBQQ taken out. Kriaz, you've got a lot to do here. Camera control needs to be a huge talking point on the round if they commit to it, but they back off. They call quits on the play. They exit out. Snappy's rotating back around. They're going to dark. They're going to try and hit the B site instead. Up close, it's Blitz. He's tucked in. Do they clear him? Snappy looking for the response back. Good with the follow-up. Bomb's going to be planted. All on the retake then. Nade over. Only does a bit of chip damage onto him, but Detour strikes first. FaZe 1v1 versus Simple. Knee goes down heavy. Eclot equalizing at the half. 6-6 versus the Falcons.
Oh, dear, dear, dear. This is getting a little bit nervy now for Falcons. You were 5-1 in the lead. You conceded 5 out of 6 of the last rounds there. And you are in an awkward position now for the second pistol. They will be considering their options going forward here. Snappy on the CT side now. figuring out what's going wrong. And really, Kriaz played that so well in cams. You said he's going to have to deliver. Although he may not have got kills, he was positioned in a way that he heard every single footstep. The second that they pieced out of middle, he heard multiple sets of feet going back. This allowed a fast rotation around the CT side and a flank as well to come in. And they were in perfect position to deal with the straggling players once they got off that post plant. Really nicely done. Still anybody's game, of course. And I'll say again, the stats don't paint a great picture for Falcons, but this is Eclot, who are typically playing like tier 2, tier 2.5, you know, domestic matchup. So you've got to take it with a bit of pinch of salt. But what we do know is they are typically much better on their T half than they are on their CT side.
I'm shooting the portal, but he's shooting fucking dead.
Oh, mate. A majority Czech team with Blitz hailing from Romania, Kriaz from Sweden. The vibes look good in the Eclot camp. They certainly would be, but this pistol round's important. You've taken the first. Can you find yourself the second on the half? Magisk eats the damage as well. 19 HP off the starting pistol. Oh, man. How's this one going to go? Madden looks for a little bit of a face. Wants the info play towards mid-side. It's 4Z Blitz. And a bit of backup there with Kriaz as well, rotating over. If they peek into this, could catch him on the timing. 2 frags found with another one added to the total tally as Blitz ruins Snappy with the Glock. They could be on board for their second pistol.
Bro, 3-on-3 in mid, you don't take a single kill and barely scratch the surface on Kriaz? Falcons. What is happening right now? You would think coming into this, with no disrespect to Eclot, but when it comes to like fragging potential, the Falcons are going to be a level above. I did say this before, though, when we were analyzing sort of in the pre-game. One thing about Falcons they do sometimes struggle with is firepower. You know, like Simple obviously came in with the intent purpose of being their star player, a heavy hitter. But when you go past him, who else is there realistically that's going to be posting up big numbers game in, game out? Majors has capabilities, sure. Dupree does as well, but he's 1-9 right now. Like, you could see he's just not happy. He's not comfortable. This is where you run into that problem. If you're lacking firepower, you're going to get found out in these rounds.
Terrorists win.
That's a salt in the wound as well, because it's obviously their T side. You can set the pace of the game. They can actually take these engagements, take fights all over the map, wherever they want them. And that seems to be where they're at their best. For Falcons, second pistol's gone. Reinvestment comes out. 5.7s, upgraded pistols. Magisk with the MP9. Some nades. A couple of smokes, 4 of them to be precise, off the back of the first being thrown out early to block off the fast play in towards A main. But Eclot, I don't imagine they're going to run into the wind on this one. They'll play it slow.
This is the last time I mention this, but just to put it in context while we're in this round. Simple 2. After that, Madden 1.02, Magisk 1.0, Dupree 0.94, and Snappy 0.88. The stats don't lie. And that's HLTV rating, which obviously takes into account multiple facets like ADR, damage done, these kinds of statistics. There was a huge drop-off past Simple. They've got the early 1v1, though, in terms of a trade, but Magisk feeling a little bit worse for wear down at 52. But that's kind of my concern right now, Jackie. And having seen this map play out, I've not been won over just yet.
Leaving a lot to be desired in some of the engagements. How it was 4Z that was the star of the show with the AWPing. And with Simple on the server. And there's a bit of a damning statement. He's got Julies here. 2 guns is better than 1. Let's see if he can have some fun out from camera. Tags, but no conversion. Doesn't take them down, so they get the sight. They get exactly what they wanted off the back of this. They keep those players alive, barely. Snappy on the wraparound, he's got a HE. They could find some impact. Tries to play his hand up close, spams out with a MAC-10. Now he's going to go all right. Even hits the low player, but can't finish it. But now you just got to give it up at this point. Play for the exits. Again, that's going to be another round going the way of the T's.
Yeah, we're not talking about an eco round either on this one. This was a full investment. Down to very little. Simple, obviously, skimping out on a purchase so we can get that up a little bit quicker. But he's only up to 1,400 before the bomb detonation. So Oh, Falcons looking like they could be a 9-6 deficit potentially before they can even fully start to envelop themselves into full-on investments. Dupree with death from above could get a second as well to a low blitz. Oh, the bomb's going to finish off the plays if they're not careful. And Dupree goes in, getting a couple more kills for his name. He's going to draw away some of those rifles. Not bad damage inflicted to Eclot. The problem for Falcons is they can't really force in to punish it. They kind of have to sit back and hope for the best.
And as much as they spilled a lot of blood, dropped a lot of guns on the floor, you don't get any of them.
What?
Can't carry them over, man.
Are they force buying? Did I just see them buy and force?
They're going straight back in.
I swear I saw an M4 picked up at the end there.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Vince.
Dead, I think. Last guy's done.
Okay, they're just equalizing. I saw an M4 pick and I was like, please, like, what's going on?
Yeah. Instant tunnel vision.
It's the hero M4. All right, that makes a lot more sense.
A lot more acceptable. The hands are simple there. Balance out the cash, still 2.5k in the back pocket, so it's not the end of the world whatsoever. It makes sense for the flow that you had. And I mean, the pace has been nice from Eclot on their T side. It's not as if it's been one-dimensional. They've been able to slow it down, speed it up. They get here, up close and personal. It's only Snappy's Mac 10. He finds one straight to the head. They're looking for the trade back. He's been damn good with this SMG. He won't get himself a third, but you've done a lot of damage. And Simple was there, looking for more. He walks out, but dead and buried. Simple's gone. You've equalized it.
Man, Snappy did so much work. You even supplied Simple with the M4 so we could make the most of that weakness, but instead you're now a player behind. Major's caught from main. MBQQ will not give him any room for error. No prisoners taken on this approach. And sure, it's not a full investment. Falcons will have a buy into the next, but they had a golden opportunity to get closer and bring Eclot down. Maybe Madden can still do it with the P250. No one there watching Forzy's back. And Dupree now starting to make a move into position through on cams. 18 seconds left on the clock as they try and get that plant down. They need to fully commit to it this time. Detour on 50 HP. But now that smoke's going to start to fade, and Dupree has a chance.
MBQQ peeks out. Dupree. He wants to play his card at just the right time. Don't reveal himself until he's ready to find a pickup. Slowly weaving his way through the backline. Madden can take the attention. He can try and make the play. It's all getting messy, though. Madden's the only one making moves. Dupree, at least in the 1v1 up against Detour, does connect it in the end. But that's a round that Madden saves for them.
Yeah, 2 massive kills for Madden, as there will be enough time for the defuse, even without the kits. Oh, man, that was a roller coaster of a round. Snappy with 2, Simple doesn't make the most of it. They get the entries onto the site. You're thinking, oh, they've let this one go by. And then Madden with his P250 just comes alive. The clutch factor in this round for Falcons was huge. That is a great shot from Detour, to be fair. Take nothing away from the man. He did deliver in spades. This is where it got a bit weird. Like, I'm so surprised that Madden was given the opportunity to effectively take 1-for-1 engagements when you had 3 players still alive on the side. That's a bit of a head scratch, and I'm sure a bit of a tilt for Eclot, knowing they should have dialed in for a 9th round there.
And for the very first time on the CT side, it feels like Falcons are able to live the high life. Actually have a healthy buy to work with, and it's Eclot that has the shoe on the other foot. Kriaz has the rifle. Up close though, Dupree. Good for 1, but Kriaz instantly trades. Runs in with the Kalashnikov and rips the head off. Simple. Juggling angles. They bait out the crosshair. He still holds strong on the fight. Madden again, making some monstrous moves. And with only Forzy running in on 20 HP, this should be a relatively easy conversion. Snappy swings with the SMG, 8-8. But still, it looks squeaky. It looks scary.
Yeah, there was definitely some trembling, some tremors as they tried to hold on to the site. The good news, though, for Falcons is it was a full investment, so they can now breathe a little bit of relief. A bit of a reprieve should be coming up. Maybe some P250s, maybe a couple of Deagles, but nothing really too significant. It's good to see Simple still smiling and enjoying himself. He's not had the most pristine games, I think it's safe to say. Like, he's missed a couple of chances here and there. as long as he's in high spirits, and that's good news for Falcons. And again, we go back to that same thing as Simple through the smoke to the head. Doesn't matter if Simple plays great or not, as long as they get the win, and he's got a second USP kill. It's against an eco, but still it's through the smoke. It's so disgusting.
Simple smoke shots with a USP. And Snappy cleaning them up. And that's what he's been doing all game. He's the one padding the stats with the SMGs, running in there. Thriving in the carnage. Oh, there it is from Simple's POV as well.
Mid. Nice!
Got the intensity.
Man, it's like he's a pilot, like in the jet fighter or something, trying to keep control of the stick.
It's like that meme, you know, the one where it's like when someone's trying really hard and they're sweating.
Down. Yeah, that guy's jeez, you could definitely clip that and take that as a meme.
Oh yeah, recreate that one.
It's properly into it. That's awesome.
And you got to be mad. He's leading by example, right? Like 17 kills. Yeah. Madden, as much as it's not as high on the total tally, he's had a ton of impact with the frags he's finding. But you need everyone to come alive right now. This is a game that by no means is over.
Just looked like his mouse weighed like 20 kilos or something like this.
He's got the dumbbells on it. Yeah. It's one way to get your exercise in.
There he is again. Man, how many SMG kills he picked up this game? It must be at least 10.
Yeah, it's like the majority of his frags have been all SMG. All MAC-10, all MP9. Doesn't need a gun. He's the bank right now. With 3 players left for Eclot. It's not the dream round they would have wanted going into the 18th. Not dead and buried yet, though. Flashbang for Detour. Smoke, HE, and Molly in the back pockets of FaZe. Ooh, Snappy catches the timing, though. All the info in the world can be passed over to the players on the B bomb site because of this.
100%. And they know they can lock in position. They can get the rotation come through as well. You can see they've got so many angles to watch on the site now. No one had to fall off. They want to find intel. And Eclot may want to try and save. There's a snake in the grass. Snappy, though, has been beheaded. And Simple is going to keep this round underway, and time does the rest for them. FaZe could be going down after time, though. The spray's not good, but they're Simple from the back. Definitely worthwhile for Falcons. Yes, they lost 4 players, but they have crippled FaZe economically. He's down at $600.
A heist from Falcons at the end there. Break the bank. And of course, with a ton of money in their back pockets, you're not going to care. You can instantly reinvest. Most players on like 10K right now. They're bankrolling, so they can buy straight back into it. Eclot, nowhere near similar. And with the scoreline getting so dangerously close in this opening BO1 for Falcons, it's insult added to the injury.
Also, to put it in perspective, by the way, how rough Falcons have had it as of late. They're on an 8-match loss streak coming into the RMRs. Last played against... They've obviously had plenty of time to boot camp and get everything set up properly, but it's all red in their results column.
Nice!
So this would be a good time to make it some green. You're talking about green for envy, the players and people aren't able to watch these games. Well, Eclot can only watch on as their opposition leapfrog ahead of them and make moves towards that very mark. After having so many chances and advantages in this game, and a full half buy into middle. And they're being smacked down by tons of grenades. Snappy this time missing out on some kills, but goes back into seconds and does get punished.
Might have reeled them in enough, though, that Simple can do the rest of the work for them. On the jump back across, the Tech-9s deliver. Hang on a minute, this is now a 2v2. They're Tech-9s. They're up close, running on in. Dupree. That's the spray we wanted to see. Straight back, punishes them. None of these have been clean, but they're still being able to find wins. Oh, mate. Scary scenes. And the reinvestment's there. AK's back out. 2 fights Snappy took as well. He's been farming with the SMGs. This time the bullets just went everywhere, but he wanted them to.
Oh, nice. One more mid.
Can he go, Kemba?
No.
I just love as well that Snappy is fully embraced, like, I need to be the super aggressive. You sometimes see Karrigan doing this as well when FaZe are struggling just a little bit. He's fully embraced that. Oh, Flash is good, but Simple still loses his dome through the smoke. Exquisite entry frag, but they need to build off the back of that one. And dupreeh may have started slow, but he's heating up right now. Spray off, though, gets delved into as they make the incursion and the incision onto the site. No one there for Falcons to stop them. They've already backed off to save.
Lovely shots through the smoke as well. Fight back onto Simple. dupreeh up close, overwhelmed on Dark. And like you say, because of it, knock-on effect is Snappy and Magisk have to save. There is still good money on a couple of the players, both Simple and Magisk. Nearly 9K in the pockets. Oh, Blitz. Hello? You seen him? 4x3 over the top.
He was so busy just enjoying the sightseeing on beach, he just didn't spot him.
Terrorists.
Oblivious. But survives. FaZe's had a hell of a game, 16-8 to his name, even though his team is struggling right now. In terms of his individual stats, he's got 4 multi-kill rounds and 3 open duels.
Oh, it's even more gross on replay. Full blind through the smoke, shots back.
Yeah.
God damn, Vince. And I think it's interesting as well, right? You bring up FaZe, right? That was obviously with a rifle. CT side, he was coming alive with the orb. He gets it straight back here.
That is true. Detour's also had a hell of a game. 83 ADR, 17 kills, 5 multi-kill rounds. Lovely stuff from him. The player that just nailed Simple through the smoke beforehand. And it's not going to surprise anybody if you've been watching the game that Snappy is top of the ADR charts for every single player on the server. 18 kills, 97 ADR with 4 multi-kill rounds. Really leading the charge for his team and trying to put them in the best possible stead at that 1-0 bracket. There's going to be some scary teams in that 0-1. Cloud9's already down there. Fnatic are already down there.
It's not where you want to end up. And the fight's not over for either one of these teams. Eclot keeping it close. FaZe. Curious to see how much impact he'll find with his AWP this time around. Simple's got one as well, but he's not posted up in the usual location on B. He's round towards A, supporting the rest of the squad. Posturing from the T side. Looks for a late hit on the B bomb site. Exchange of nades at mid, tons of noise. dupreeh's got the molly primed in his hand. He can drop the incendiary if they go for the audio cue down on the fight. Might get backstabbed though. He's got a back pedal from this, tries to defend, 1-for-1 trade. Kriaz, instant opener. Snappy on the site looking to assist, but they're still finding pickup. T-side, carving away back into the bomb site here.
Snappy trying to stay alive, but there is a small gap in the smoke, and Kriaz will exploit that. And how Simple and Major have the tumultuous task of deciding, do they want to try and fight in a 2v4 or back off? And although we have the benefit of seeing 2 players are exceptionally low, Falcons have no idea. And to make matters worse for Simple, he's lost his partner in crime. He's lost his bodyguard. And now he has to do it all alone if he wants to hold on to this AWP. But there is also a flanking contingent from Kreese. Simple in all kinds of problems. Is he really thinking of trying to push out and ninja this? He gets spotted. He can get this kill. There was a way forward, but MBQQ holds the line. There was a split second there. I thought he was going to successfully pull off the cheekiest of plays.
It would really be brutal for them is obviously just a few rounds ago it felt like they were high rolling, they had all the money in the world. Instead here it's far more uncomfortable. Simple going down, losing the AWP. Look, about 4.7k in his back pockets. Highest player was about 5k on someone there, so there is a reinvestment. Ooh. I mean, he pulls it out, but you're making concessions. All right then, round 22. They've emptied all the cash in the wallets. And Eclot 1 round away from tying up the game. This is their opener at the RMRs, Vince, and they are playing like they want to take this win. They are not giving up.
Nah, they're not rolling over, and they're certainly not dying. I do wonder if Majors can't have died. I don't think Simple goes for that ninja attempt, by the way. I think he felt like he was a dead man regardless, so might as well try and take the round win. Speak of the man, though, delivers. Oh, double nades. Touchdown. Perfect. Executing him through just pure shrapnel. And our Snappy, isolated, segregated from the site. Can hear it being planted, wants to try and thread through the smoke for the denial, but instead loses his life. And in doing so, Falcons now find themselves a player behind, and with their money in the drain, they can't really justify going for this, Jackie. We'll be tied back up at 11 apiece. After Falcons went on a tear in this half, 5 unanswered rounds, they're now hanging by a thread. Is it really possible that Eclot are about to do this?
11-11. Simple with the AWP trying to be the savior of the site at the back of A. Finds one pick. 2 nades straight to the dome. They expand onto the site, shut down Snappy, and it's smooth sailing into the 23rd. All tied up now. And you mentioned the money, you can see it reflected here. It's brutal with what they've got left to play with.
Double grenades. And it was on his feet as well. Both of them were perfectly placed.
The double nade me fucking ropes.
I mean, he summarized it perfectly.
Yeah. He should be a commentator, actually.
Like, honestly, mate. He's an articulate guy, Vince. Oh, man. Weird vibe in the Falcons camp as well. Like, a lot of the times we're cutting to these player cameras, you're seeing Dupree looking like it's just getting to him. It's irking him. Zonic's just always trying to get him back on target, right? That's what he does best, man. There's a reason why you always want to listen to him. You want to dial in. He knows what he's talking about, but how do you even command them back at this point, Vince? 11-11, such a stark contrast in the buys. Falcons, they haven't got a pretty one.
Yeah, and the thing is, with Zonic, obviously, he knows Majors can do pretty so well from their time at Astralis together. He knows exactly what's going to G them up or perhaps tilt them. You know, it's having that interpersonal relationships with players that can help a ton. Some players need a kick up the backside, some need an arm around the shoulder. But what Falcons need right now is just a round win, and they've lost Dupree. Sneaking his way down into canals. We've not really seen Falcons go for this play yet. And the first time they pull it out the hat, it gets taken clean out. Expelling him from having any further say in this round. Now, a solid grenade was there as a parting gift. But it doesn't change the dynamic of this round, and Falcons having to use a lot of their grenades already. Desperation creeping in, desperately trying to fend them off.
You've dumped nearly everything on A main. Snappy goes in for the info. Oh, maybe this has tricked them as well, leading them to believe that they're actually going to backpedal, posture off, go for the late hit towards the B side, but they've just cut noise. They're taking extra space. They can go for a 2-pronged attack out through camera. Snappy, it was rough last time with the MP9, but this time he's got the drop on him. No, he doesn't. Detour spots him. MP9 deleted from the server. Another frag to their favor. Looking to take match point here versus Falcons, and they've got a pathway onto the bomb site. Only one man there, it's Magisk. Can he go monstrous with the M4? Trying to hold back the wave, they run on in. First headshot to clean connection, seconds there as well. Flick up, but too little too late. Madden arrives, MP9 shuts down Detour, but he's gone to force it in. It's all simple. 1v2, 13 seconds. If he can deny the plant, they could still win this one. Takes the head off, jumps into the bomb site, flying through the air. It's simple to save it for Falcons.
What? 5 HP, every bullet of the magazine, and he is hype. They had no right to even be close in that round, and Eclot have just given Falcons the largest of lifelines. They lost it, but it was a 3v5, and they had full mid control, full camp control. A main was theirs, Majors got 2, that was huge, but Simple here with a vintage performance. They know how important that round is. They were eyeing up being into an eco right now, or a full force with like 5.7s, MP9s. Oh, what a moment in this game. It's still not done just yet though, Jackie. The job is still afoot. They still need to close this out.
You would have been playing for the overtime. Now that's what Eclot have to do, and dupreeh with the smoke shot straight through dark. A ton of impact on that one. An important time to win his 1v1 versus Kriaz in the close quarters engagements. They've come back from worse, but it is not going to be easy. 60 seconds on the timer here in the 24th round. Blitz, bombarded by the nade, tagged up. dupreeh playing anti-flash, got support from Madden for the full attack. They're going to go in together, crouch walk into the crosshairs. Madden with one, MBQQ back for two as well. Are they still on for this? Can they force us to the OT? It's simple on the site.
Another moment of brilliance will be required from the star. So much damage through the smoke though from Snappy. FaZe and MBQQ both tagged to around 10 HP. Could be finished off through the smoke as Majors gets aggressive, and there is Snappy with two. Now shows his hand. He's been so clinical, so huge this entire match, but he will not have any further impact in regulation. Detour shuts him down for his 23rd, and we head to OT.
An explosion of kills on the bomb site. They thrive in the carnage at the end there. So close to tasting victory in the BO1 versus Falcons. Thrown a curveball, bested by Simple, soaring through the sky once again with the MP9, the 1v2 at the back of B. But they equalize. They do not give up. They don't roll over. They don't crumble. They take us to overtime, reset the game. Opportunity again now for Eclot. And with how they've been playing, they've got a damn good chance.
There'd have been so many naysayers of Eclot. Like, yeah, sure, they've got loads of wins online, but that's different to the RMRs. You're going to be playing against better caliber teams now. Well, they've came here and they have delivered. There are multiple times that a lesser team would have crumbled. They'd have just faded away. Oh, well, we got beat by Simple. It is what it is. Now, these guys are here and they are fighting for every scrap, every inch of this map. After a horrendous loss in the previous round in that 1v2 for Simple, the Guardian Angel of Falcons, they did not let it stop them.
Nice! Let's fucking go! Nice. Let's go, Detour! Guys, we are so much better on this fucking map.
Oh, you love to hear it, mate. The self-belief is all that's important. Counter-Strike is confidence. Showing that right now. Forget about the issues with cash, though. Money all across the board. FaZe and Simple. The AWPers that can do so much for either team. Armed with their signature weapons again, but Simple takes a ton of damage, forced off the advanced angle from mid.
You can understand why they're saying that we're so much better on this map. It has been individual moments of madness from Snappy, from Simple, that's really kept them in this game. Hot off the back of winning that second pistol round. So Eclot have every right to feel confident. Their own worst enemy at times in this matchup. The MBQQ taking significant damage may stop his endeavors in A main for the time being. Down to 32. Doesn't want to take bullets through the smoke. Done a good job, though, of getting plenty of this utility off. There's only one smoke left with 49 seconds on the clock and an incendiary on top of it. The choices now for Eclot are plentiful. They don't have mid control. That is one potential problem, but Blitz is trying to rectify that right now. Uh-oh.
3 bullets left, panic setting in, gives up the position. Smoke deep as well, and they're not actually going for the mid play. It's all a setup for the late hit onto the back of B. Madden, they're going to run you down. Up close and personal, dupreeh on the off angle, goes in, good damage. Madden and Simple activating in unison, and one by one, Eclot are falling to pieces. You've only got 8 seconds left to clutch this one out. They have to take the fight, and it's Simple with the collat through the smoke. Only required 1 bullet.
Oh, normally it's 3 strikes and you're out, but Simple had plenty of lifelines in that round. When he missed those first 2 in mid, I was fearing the worst for him. A really good hold from dupreeh and Majors, though. And there is the lineup. 2 for 1. Low time left. Why not throw in the Hail Mary? And you've got tons of bodies around you to spray down with the M4s. Eclot, though, did have moments in that round as well. I don't think anyone was anticipating it to be this close when we started this best of one. And yet here we stand. Kriya's around the corner, good flash. Simple getting peppered and found and picked off. Huge scalp to take so early on.
Get away with taking some liberties on the peak as well. They get the read. You spot Snappy, cast out the utility, and get Falcons in their own heads, expecting the play out towards A. Spray down from Magist, back of the pillar. Bullets don't land. Snappy can't find it either. It's been Madden making hero maneuvers again and again, but only 2 frags. Throws it over to Dupree. And shot straight in the back as FaZe had the angle. They equalize again.
So much resilience from this Eclot bunch of players. Man, they are looking solid right now. Falcons making mistakes, but Eclot are punishing it so efficiently. I mean, it's the flash into double spray onto Simple to kick things off, and he didn't really have any bodyguard system either. Was playing all up on his own lonesome. Do keep in mind, though, that the CT side started very poorly for Eclot. So it feels like they may need this round. If it goes away of Falcons, they're going to be in trouble. Shot across from FaZe, does miss out onto Snappy, who's keeping himself aggressive in mid.
It's been Kriaz and Snappy clashing early into an awful lot of these rounds. And again here, he just posts up, seeing if there'd be any maneuvers out towards mid-side. Simple pressure put on him. Supporting Dupree inside a dark, forced out, holds the angle. Miss on the shot though. That one does not land. Now you know where the AWP is. You've got more information, slowly squeezing an idea of where the setup is from the Falcons, and they opt to group up once again. Bit of pressure back towards mid-side, see if they can slip out, go for the split push play onto the A site.
Snappy with a jiggle. Pete wants to throw it. Incendiary down. Well timed. It's going to keep the T's at arm's reach. Allows a rotation quickly. But they're actually stacking plays still over on B. They haven't budged an inch, and it could be the correct decision. They've done enough to force them back. There's not going to be much time left. And Simple in the shooting gallery. Kneecaps Detour. Has spot multiple players drop down, and they go back again. So dizzy with all these rotations. But Eclot have an opportunity now in a 2 versus 5 on this approach. They've lost the first player, who are weakened up by nades, and our mages can just pivot in for the spray. Gets 1, Blitz there with 2. A 2-on-3, just getting the bomb planted down, but they're hemorrhaging losses, and Dupree puts the final nail in the coffin. Falcons lead in the second half of OT.
Final nail in the coffin. But in a lot of these rounds, it felt like they were the ones being set up on a date with the coroner. So many times, Eclot were able to abuse, find ways in. Even in rounds where they were down and out. And only 1 round of difference between both of them. They've contended with similar scorelines over the course of regulation. But the second half of OT is where it counts.
Such a close, well-fought battle between these two. It's almost a shame that we have to have a loser come the end of this. But 0-1 beckons from one of these two teams. Good moves indeed. There's a lot of rotations towards the end there for Falcons to contend with, but they were in the right place at the right time. And again, I go back to, in regulation, they got 6 rounds, but 5 of those were at the end of the half. It was dominant for Falcons in the early stages. So if Falcons can continue that kind of form, this one could be over pretty quick. It's down to Eclot now with a double AWP setup.
They were never afforded this luxury. During regulation, the money was always in a rough spot. It's a play potentially Falcons won't be expecting, but it's more what you get done with it. MBQQ. Deep on towards A main. It's Kriaz that's trying to control towards camera. Took a lot of damage from the Molotov early. Couple of ticks burning HP away from him. Loses 40 health from the opening moments. Still a minute on the clock. Close grouping outside of the B site. Dupree looking for the walk on in.
Oh, Detour's in a really awkward spot here. Holding B by yourself is such a paranoia-inducing experience. You're trying to watch so many angles at the same time and hoping and praying that you're not about to be someone's lunch. And now he's about to find out. His days may be numbered. Going to be playing more of a passive angle, though. More for a retake, see if he can snatch a life away on the approach. And the rotation's coming in quick, though. He will have backup. Reinforcements have arrived.
Nade out, break the smoke. Detour takes one straight back. Softens him up. They're in their post plant, set up for this. Snappy with a nade in his hands, dashes it deep. Again, making it more uncomfortable. They're all here, revving their engines. They've got flashbangs to instigate the push, but it's got to be absolutely pristine, especially with the timer being the 6th man on the server for Falcons. Snappy in a primetime angle. Cannot deliver though. Detour blind, still fragging. Dupree clashes back. Magisk inside a dark, shrouding the round in an air that should be Falcons as Magisk spray seals onto 2 with no real time left. FaZe trying to bait them in, but even if he does, the bomb's going to detonate in his face, and Falcons will climb to 15.
Oh, they climbed to 15, all right. And this is where that double AWP setup is a bit of a problem for Eclot. They should be able to still juggle around enough grenades to be dropped across the teammates, but MBQQ is without an incendiary, without a flash. They'll have another double AWP to play with. Wasn't really effective anyway because they're retaking most of the round.
Shut the fuck up!
Okay, I'm sorry, Simple, I will. Right. Bye-bye.
Oh, I just taught you a lesson, Vince.
My lips are sealed.
Big man Sasha told you what's up.
I do wonder what the context for that was, though.
Yeah.
Like, are you telling Snappy that?
Oh, God. All right. Well, they're on match point again. 16. That's the number they're looking for to close it. Has to be 2 CT rounds back to back. Awful lot of damage early as well. Similar start, Kriaz taking tons of damage from the util. Left on sub 50.
Oh, creeping their way through that smoke right now. The entry is clean. Kriaz needed the kill, got it, but it's going to be traded out immediately. FaZe, though, in the right position and the right time to pull the trigger. And they have done enough to pull back away the T's, but have a quick look at Dupree. He's already on B site. He's got it cleanly cut as well and can smoke off Temple. This facilitates his teammates to come in, and Blitz so desperate. May have assumed that was a set play smoke from outside of B. Just runs straight into the AK. And this could be the beginning of the end for Eclot. They desperately need this 2v3. FaZe and Detour in moves. Nearly 50 kills between the two of them. But the positions are looking so difficult to deal with. And Simple providing the watch spot from Con. Madden playing with his food up close with the AK. They're going to force their way out, but they double peek him. And there's no re-engaging frag. The timer is low on the bomb. Simple just needs to hold fire for one frag. That could be good enough. Lands the shot. Now we have it. Falcons withstand all those tests and dial in the 1-0.
Celebrations for the Falcons. But it all could have gone so wrong. Simple. Giving them that match point that kept them in it as it went to overtime. The dive out onto the bomb site with the MP9, the 2Ks, these mid-air. And into the overtime, they do eventually close it, but by no means did that look easy for them, mate.
No. I think if you're Eclot, it sucks right now. In the moment, you feel this huge burden. But realistically, if you reflect, you nearly just beat Falcons. And like realistically, there was 2 or 3 rounds you should have won. Like simple, crazy clutch. You had a couple moments from Snappy, who was just like smurfing in the first 10 rounds or so. if you're Eclot, I hope they focus on the positives, man, because no one would have really gave them much of a chance coming into this game, even though it's Falcons who haven't fully established themselves. And I think they can hold their heads high. Yes, they could have won, but, I mean, Simple had 2 or 3 rounds there where he looked like he was at his best. I don't think, though, for the most part, he really like fully won me over just yet, because he missed a lot of AWP shots that were quite simple, straightforward for his own perspective. But we saw enough to get Falcons across the finish line.
Well, I think that's the mad thing, right? Like, for what it was FaZe that was making all the AWP plays, the consistent connections. He's the one that was really sort of the backbone with the sniper. Whereas it was just the chaotic rounds. It's the moment where Simple had to just do ridiculous things and somehow pulls it out of the hat each and every time, right? You're diving through the air. You're taking some crazy up-close fights. Finding small windows of opportunity where the odds are stacked against you.
My concern for Falcons, though, even after winning, is you're now in that 1-0 bracket. If you end up going against like a MOUZ, a Na'Vi, a team like this, you play like that, you lose. Like, simply put, you are going to lose the game if you play like that. I love how amped Major is at the end.
It's the contrast as well, though, of Zonic, head in the hands, like how we've got through it, but how. And Majis just going absolutely wild.
It's all about balance, man. It's all about balance. But yeah, I think we can all agree that if Falcons play like that again against one of the top flight teams, they are going to get steamrolled.
Yeah.
Because there were even though they won, and I want to take nothing away from Eclot, Detour in particular was phenomenal in this game. 27 kills, like that's a standout performance. 92 ADR, even though they lost. I think that there was enough weaknesses that a top flight team would exploit and really punish you for.
I think so. For what it is, this really could have been an opening win, even in regulation. That's kind of the crazy thing about it, right? Is you were winning. If that round never happens, if you just get the 2K with, which I think was like either the second to last bullet or the last bullet in the MP9, right? None of this would have happened. But God, I mean, you make it through barely though. Scary scenes into the overtime, 16-13. Completely mirror what you're saying about both squads though. For Eclot, it's a great test of yourselves. You've given potentially players and people around the world that don't know much about your game a big reason to say, okay, they have a bit of a fighting chance. They've qualified for a reason. They're looking to take names at the RMR. If that's your debut performance, if they can come back, keep that going, show us more of that, Vince, then yeah, I believe there is more of a chance they could take a couple of wins here.
Yeah, I think so too. I think they could be an upset team for sure, but it depends if they take the positives out of that and move it forward, or if they let that kind of like fully tilt them and they don't really get back on track again. And by the way, that Simple play was 11-11 at the time, so that was the difference between quite literally OT and losing. Regardless though, we're done with our third best of one, and when you rejoin us, we ready for our fourth, which will be Unity versus BetBoom. Don't go anywhere.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
We've reached an interesting point in the EU RMRs, Vince. The last game of the first round of draws, obviously before the reshuffle, and we start to see how the rest of the day goes. Already some interesting results. If you've missed it, you've really missed the mark.
You have. There is a PGL highlights channel and a whole bunch of other things you can go back and watch, of course. But I do recommend that you stay locked in for now, because BetBoom and Unity, although it may not have the name appeal of some of the other games, this actually could be the closest game on paper today.
I think so. Obviously, we've had some surprisingly close games, right? It's a very back and forth ones. Both of the 13-8s, as much as the scoreline paints it to be a 13-8, they could have been way tighter. Those were very dangerous matchups for both Vitality and FaZe. And then, of course, Falcons barely winning that one is the salient point there versus Eclot. That could have been their game in regulation.
Yeah, exactly. It could have been their game in regulation, other than a simple, crazy 1v2 jumping, leaping MP9 frag. Just absolutely absurd. So it goes to show how close these games have been. Even the 13-8 scorelines at the start of the day, you can make an argument for GamerLegion should have been closer than just 8 rounds. Same in the second game between FaZe and Cloud9. They just capitulated on their second half. So here we go. We're going to find out the picks and bans. Of course, this is another best of one matchup, the opening matchup for both of these teams. And it looks as though we're headed towards maybe Inferno?
Could be the case.
Well, both teams do like to play it. Oh, it's going to be Anubis. There we go.
All right, I'll take it, mate. Run it straight back. Yeah. We had some nice Anubis rounds in the previous matchup. Obviously, BetBoom as well. For me, I feel like they've always historically been pretty comfortable on the map. It feels like one they've taken to very early into CS2 as well. They had a lot of nice utility sets coming in back towards IM City. I know it's forever ago now, but they were able to really sort of, take to it early in CS2 and innovate a little bit with the newest smokes. So it's always a map they've felt comfortable on. But we're living in the present, many months from there, towards the first anniversary of CS2, Vince. It's coming up close, mate. I think it's September 27th, something like that.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, it's crazy to think how fast that's gone by.
Yeah.
As well, by the way. Like, it's mad how fast time flies, but just goes to show like how quickly Counter-Strike as a landscape moves on. It doesn't wait for anybody, and the same could be said for BetBoom. Look, Nafani at one point was in some of the best teams in the world. He was performing at a very high level. He had amazing talent like Axal and Shiro around him and the rest of these kinds of players, and it's a long time since that's been the case. He's kind of had to build his way back up from scratch from the very bottom. He's done a really good job. He has some very good talent here in this team as well, the likes of Zorte in particular. And I'm just really curious to see how they do at this RMR, because BetBoom I don't think will be on a lot of people's radars for like, a 3-0, 3-1 score. I could see them being there on the final day though, still duking it out.
Yeah, they just somehow find gaps, right? They always find a way in. And they've got some talent. Definitely some up-and-comers that have been around the block a few times. Magno Jez here, though. That's one I was going to highlight as being a bit of a pistol player. He goes down early. So the opening frag is found by Unity as Levy hits him heavy with the pistol. Zorte tries to wrap round the back. P2000 in his hands. Tap shots coming out, softening them up, but cannot convert.
That is a fairly large oof. I think Zorte would have been expecting to get 1 or 2 out of that engagement. Instead, it's absolutely nothing. Siren, though, will lay down the law with the Julies. Another player to watch out for is, of course, Magno Jez, who is the top in terms of the stats on this team. Taking an early bath in this round. Chiron going to try and hold the line, but it's Nafani that will show up with the USP and deliver. And suddenly this round is turned dead on its head. Looked like Unity were going to breach the door and barrage it down, and instead it's Siren with those Julies for a 3K.
Sound the alarm, he's in the building. Julie's firing off. And BetBoom getting a taste of victory early into this opening BO1 of the EU RMR for the Perfect World Major in Shanghai. Ooh, that's the way he got that opening flick as well, Levy. God damn. Tasty shot. Same could be said for Chiron and the snapbacks.
Counter-terrorists win.
It did look as though they were going to fall pretty quick, though. When he saw Zorte miss like a couple of fairly straightforward shots around middle, felt as if Unity were just going to make the most of that momentary weakness and exploit it fully. Afani, in the meanwhile, though, is holding back the T's on middle behind the smoke. And Levy dropped down to 8 HP to kick the round off with. No real investment into this round, as a lack of post-plant came to fruition.
Yes, up close and personal with the MP9. Was looking to instigate the round on the extremity push, but knows his boundaries. Falls back, plays for the bigger picture. Looking to make sure you confirm this one. Chiron, nice adjustment shot there onto Levy. That's the opening pick. And Unity, with not much time left, and of course, no real firepower going into it off the back of losing the pistol. They'll see if they can squeeze out a plant. Hope to maybe deal a bit of damage back to the economy of BetBoom on the run out here.
Well-timed smokes, and of course a tease out to the open. Realistically, they couldn't sit behind it and wait, especially as they were expecting a flank to be coming in, which was the case. So BetBoom with the easiest of anti-eco rounds. But now they know that was the appetizer. Here comes the main course. It's full AKs. There is an AWP picked up as well on the side of BetBoom. Zorti has that one in his hands for the time being. And Unity with 4 smokes. Plenty to make a go of in this round. The players you're really looking out for those of you that don't know too much about Unity, there's going to be Mikey. The rest of the team struggling a little bit in terms of their stats. So definitely expecting to see quite a bit from him. 4 players yet to get off the mark though, Jackie. They're going to hope that's going to change sooner rather than later.
Yeah, it's Siren with a good performance so far. 6 kills, supported by Chiron here, up close and personal. Oh, he might not even need the backup. Only the spray from Mikey through the box that finishes off Chiron. Siren with a snap straight back in, looking crisp right now.
Doesn't need the backup, he is the backup. Okay, one feeder and Petchin trying to make a move over onto the B side of the map where there are smokes down. Only the casualty of Chiron littering the deck on BetBoom does allow them to stack 2-2 formation. So Magnajez and Zorti will be here laid in wait with their M4 and AWP respectively. Walking out into the open, but it's without any curtain of a smoke. Nothing to shroud the initial contact. 1 kill in retaliation. It is the AWP that drops to the deck. But a 3-0 surely about to be punched in for BetBoom. And there it is, finished off.
For Unity, of course, they're running the RMRs. It's every player on the team looking for their first major. Whereas on the flip side of things, back over to BetBoom, Chiron and Magnajez both going for their first. Chiron's had a couple of attempts. Playing with VP back at Paris. They made the decision to switch him out mid-major run on the RMRs there, replaced him with Norbert, of course, I think after they lost their first 2 opening games, after the Into the Breach loss. Made the decision to remove him and sub Norbert back in. Early nades out onto mid here. Zorte eating a ton of damage. They've closed the distance, and the Tech-9s get up close. You find that opening pick. That's the AWP dropped on the floor. Nade blows it his way. Oh, Peachin. Close around the corner, Vince, but no cigar.
Well, they're still getting success on the side, though, but it's Siren once again to dispatch post-haste of those T's and dial in the 4-0. He really has been the clutch guy right now. 10-0 to his name. But yeah, that is kind of the Achilles heel of the AWP, realistically, is those run-and-gun weapons like the Tech-9s, the MAC-10s. It's very easy to get overwhelmed and swarmed by a litany of T's, as Zorti found out firsthand. But I've been very impressed with Siren so far. He's not typically one of the names that you would kind of recall as being a hard hitter on this team, but he's doing the work that's required of him right now.
Yeah, Yeah, been a while since he's been back at the majors. Attended 2 in his career in Rio and Antwerp, both of those being on Team Spirit at the time. Certainly finding his form early here, though. Good start in the initial best of 1. He's farming with 10 kills. Supports enough cash for Zorte and MagnoJez to reinvest and have the AWPs. 5th round. Zorte looking for the initial pick towards mid-side as well as Petchin's on the right. Bomb drop. He's got the util for it and set himself up.
No smokes on middle are going to affect Zorte right now. He can just stay out with the AWP. For the time being, HE tossed in. The trajectory of that Molotov is going to give away Peshin's position. Need to tread lightly. While no smokes or flashes bother Zorte, he can just hold in mid forever, realistically. They have another AWP situated on the B site, but MagnoJez has been put down. As Vlogis from Con will show his hand and snatch the life away. They still need to bypass the rest of the defenders. They've done a good job nailing Siren in the process. Finally has fell down. Unity have got to jump on this opportunity with both hands. That's a poor flash. Did not go into Con as expected. Actually landed in the face of Chiron.
Have they over-egged this one, though? 30 seconds left. Hard scoped in, ready for the peak. Mikey, first to fall, goes out. Time is rapidly dwindling. Nade leaves him on 2 health, but Chiron's able to activate and assist as well. This was the biggest opportunity they've had to grab themselves around, and every time it's going wrong. All in the 1v1 now, 2 HP. If he goes for the bomb plant, he gets shot in the back up close. Oh dear. That is a bitter pill to swallow.
I think you nailed it. You said, have they over-egged this one? Have they overthought it? Have they taken too long? They allowed Nafani to pick up one of the AWPs. They had this great crossfire up on the glyph, which I think was Chiron. It's like, you can't lack the killer instinct at this level. When you have that advantage, you've got to pressure it forward. Either rotate over onto the B side, or A, pardon me, or fully commit. You can't do neither. Great hold, don't get me wrong, but Unity are kind of their own worst enemy in that round.
Certainly going to add fuel to the fire for BetBoom. Whereas all the paper in the back pockets of Unity has been burnt to the ground. Forced back into it with some utility, some upgraded pistols. Chiron jumping on the contact round towards Darkside, tucks himself back in. So show a little bit of skin early, try and put some pressure on, see if they can force a rotation.
CT side of Anubis, and you're already 5-0 in the lead, eyeing up the prospect of a 6-0. No player on Unity has managed to reach past 3 kills so far. And that's Levy, and most of those were in the pistol. He got 2 in his pistol round. This has been pure dominance on the side of BetBoom. And the only real close one was that last one, which turned into a 1v1 that should have never even been close. Unity trying to use that smoke as a shield. It's a bit of a safe passage. Spray rough from the Nafani, but still nails the landing for 2 before Blockis comes in, and MagnoJez drops the hammer with his M4. The 6-0 dream is now realized. And Unity back to the drawing board.
And considering the amount of rounds they've taken, it doesn't feel like this game has been live for very long whatsoever. These have been pretty pacey rounds, very quick. Racking them up early. I'm glad they haven't sort of tunnel visioned into it, though, with how slippery this is getting, right? You instantly call a tactical timeout. Opportunity now to slow it down. If you're tunnel visioning, get that outside perspective of the coach involved. Try and find a solution.
I think the problem is because they've been so lackluster in these opening 6 rounds, like, and like you said, it felt so quick. It's been so brisk. Like, what? This is where Jackie, their coach, is really going to have to earn his money. Because I have no idea what you build off. You haven't really seen that many weaknesses on BetBoom. Like, you could maybe argue the B side of the map, it has its little pitfalls, but oof, feels like maybe that was more of a detox period than anything else. Got to bounce back, and they need success, and they need it right now, to be completely honest. If they go down 7 or 8-0 on their T side of Anubis, it's dire. There's no other way of putting it. Pure and utter bleak outcome on the horizon.
Taking a bit of space round towards A main with the exchange of utility. That'll stop them from going for anything too bold. Mikey gets a close angle back on Middo. Middle even. Magno Jez, he's the one that could be on the receiving end of things. Does posture off, walking back round towards the A site. Here's the utility round on A though. Get the look in. Spam down's good, but they line up for Levy on the reply. So there's your 2 entries. Now you've got a bit of room to spread your wings. Try and make this play on A.
You've got to grasp onto this. This has got to be clinical from this point forward. Not just the round win, but no more casualties. Allow the economy to establish itself somewhat. And BetBoom, they'll pull the plug. Chiron's down at $550. Mikey takes the shot through the wall. Drops the 30, but still alive to tell the tale. And that will be Unity. Getting success after the tactical timeout, making the most of it. And finally breaking the rot of 6 consecutive rounds. Exit frags could be forthcoming. Mikey, though, finished off. And that's an AK that goes into the hands of the CTs. They're making this really costly as well. You won't see much in terms of a weaponry on Unity next round. They can drop across from Levy and Bloggis, but considering 2 players, you've just won your first round around like mid to high 3000s. Pretty dire, pretty rough. BetBoom can easily break the economy of Unity right here, right now. Just an evil laugh.
Yeah, just a little grin into the laugh. Okay. The Chiron giggle. All right, then, bud. Round 8. Reinvestments there. Bloggis pulling out the orb. A bit more aggressive towards mid early as well. Flash over. Mikey tucks in deep towards the window in case they swing. Nathany could be tested. It's a good first entry. You've opened up a bit of space, and this means they can collapse on this quickly then. Go for the fast hit towards the A site. Siren, he's been a big player for this team. Is he going to be able to find impact here, though? Peek up towards the elevated angle. First headshot's good. Mikey has to reply. Down to the 4 versus 3. Chiron already on the flank. Oh, scoped up. Bloggis connects that one.
Smile wiped off Chiron's face. Yeah, I mean, Nathany dying that early and mid is really doing Siren no favors at all. Like, instantly he is into such a bad spot of having to watch 3 angles, basically 360 degrees, trying to play behind the site and find that window, and he did jump through it for the first kill, but it was never going to be looking good for more than 1 frag out of that exchange. You can see what Nathany was going for. If he gets the kill, he looks like a genius. His loss of life is a loss of a round, and that's now 2 back-to-back rounds. They can still squeak a bye together with Zorti up to 8.7k, but it's not going to be ideal, and they're going to have to go through their savings in order to supply this. Maybe the momentum is just slightly shifting now away from BetBoom.
You seize the initiative, though, and push the advantage when you've got it. Or will Zorte be able to come back alive with the AWP? Ooh, mention his name. There he is on your screens, firing out warning shots up close and personal round towards Jail, expecting them to collapse. They play the first card, but then they backpedal off of it. See if they can slip out, make moves round towards mid-side again. The A site is where they found their success. These split pushes have been good for them. But it's a bit of a different setup from the CT. Siren gets in, plays anti-flash. Nivani there to support as well. Levy just gets absolutely butchered by Siren.
That's the freedom of having two players in A main. It does afford one of them to just take the initiative, play super aggro, knowing that if they do die, there's a second player there that may get baited into weakened T's. Yeah, Levy caught with a grenade out. Siren, the way he's playing right now, he is not going to fumble those opportunities. He has been on point, clinical, surgical with the strikes that he's put in. 13 frags already on this half. And when you have Zorti having a bit of a slow start on just 2 still, that has been a huge difference maker. Now playing anti-flash. Again, afforded this luxury because Nafani is right alongside him.
Tons of damage done. Oh, Siren though. In this position, unable to silence them. Zorte fires out the shot, but it whizzes straight on by. Nade damage is at least good to soften up Mikey further, but he's got the bomb down, and that's what they were looking for. So they're into the post plant. All about the retake now for the CT side. Up close and personal. Magno, yes. Head split open like a watermelon, and Kyron forced to spit some seeds out from the end port. There's the flick up on the 1. Bloggis in the back line with a scope, all on the 1v2, and he's getting peppered. The retake works out, and they're going to grab themselves a 7th now on the CT side.
I think like Zorti is probably saying thank you, Kyron. Thank you very much for clutching that, because he missed an absolute ironclad sitter on the approach. That is a shot you have got to hit if you're Zorti, because it would have just been the end of the round straight up. A 3v1, not even with a plant put down. That could be a concerning sign. Normally a really solid AWPer. Having a struggle so far in this game. Fortunately, Chiron and Siren have been teeing off with a ton of frags. 25 between the two of them already early on in this best of 1. So a 2-round win streak comes to an end on the side of Unity. How do they bounce back at this stage, being 7-2 behind on the T side of Anubis? That's got to be pretty terrifying, Jackie. Like, if you're on Unity right now, you are fearing the worst.
Yeah, a lot to contend with early. For context as well, if Eclot are the team that was winning some of the more domestic LAN events, it's Unity that are struggling a little bit more in their domestic LANs. Played at some similar ones, Tipsport, Spring and Fall, they both competed at. Whereas obviously those were wins for Eclot. Same cannot be said for Unity. Outside of that, it's a lot of online grinding, in and out every day. Obviously, it can be a bit of a boon, Vince. I feel like in CS2, right, some of those teams that are lower down on the periphery, one of the benefits they have is they just play physically so much CS, so many officials every damn day. Getting those reps in, it's going somewhere, you know what I mean? It's always going to help.
No, exactly, 100%. Like, they come into this having a very good idea of what it is they want to do on Anubis, the executions they want to be playing with. The issue is they're playing a much higher level of opposition. So plays that they may get away with or the duels that they end up winning in those games will not be the same case against the best and brightest teams on the planet. Not to say that BetBoom are up there right now in the Tier 1 bracket, but a very skilled roster, I think it's safe to say. Got some very solid talent underneath Nafani's tutelage. Spray for Siren is a rough one. Barely scratching Levy in the process there, and Zorti needs to be careful. There we go, lands the shot, but he has been flashed and tagged down slowed. Oh, he's baiting as if he's pulled the plug. Oh, he's making so much sound though. Petchin's heard this from a mile off, and he's also putting that smoke down to allow him to focus on one side and deal with the other later on. Zorti, for as rough as he's had it so far, has played stellar in this round, and a wide swing from Chiron yields yet another one. That plant may have been put down, but it's only the T's that are being found and fragged right now. And Unity cannot hold on. Zorti's 2 kills, though, man, were so impactful.
Makes a world of difference. Might have missed the shot in the previous round, but that is well and truly forgotten now. Also, I think that could be a pretty sick duo name for Chiron and Siren if they start popping off together. The Siron.
Siron?
Yeah. Sounds like some sort of old dog, isn't it? You have awoken Siren.
Sounds a bit like a Transformer to me as well. Like Megatron, Cyron.
Oh, yeah, true. Cyron. We must fight for the All-Spark on Anubis.
And the way gone.
Is the push out. Can't be in disguise on this round. You've got to play aggressive. Magno, yes. Punishes through the smoke. Levy gets one whilst blind. Seems like he's always getting kills whilst his vision's obscured, man. He's a bit of a daredevil in these kind of rounds. Oh, don't give him an opportunity, though. You had this one in the bag. Hang on a minute. It's down to the 1v2. Mikey. Does he have the keys to victory here? They've taken a bit of chip damage each, but converting this will not come easy.
Oh! How has he not got the kill? Magnayez basically just gave himself on a platter. Deary me. Can go across as well. The audacity while getting spammed up through smoke to just say, let me just yoink this up real quick. Oh, feels like he missed his chance with not getting that kill clean. He's just going to save the AWP. Like, a potential 9-2 scoreline on T side. You're gonna go back and save? Nah, he's coming back through again. 30 seconds. That smoke is going to fade momentarily. Molotov as well in the hands of Mikey. If he can designate that to the right position, there is a way forward here. But if he slow walks out, he is a dead man. The AWP is never missing that shot. Oh, Unity. It's been a rough watch, if I'm being honest. It's not been the cleanest of Counter-Strike, I think it's safe to say.
No, yeah, you've been on the struggle bus a little bit. Not really the sort of bus you want to be on, right?
No.
You know, there's definitely better buses.
Yes.
Probably the mega bus, that would be more ideal, mate. Take a day trip down to Wales or something. Here, Banger's nice this time of year. Oh, God, it puts it all into perspective, doesn't it?
That's more like it as well. Zote may have missed a few centers, but the fast flicks, no problems. And Chiron playing on the periphery of the smoke comes out. Okay, Unity may have a third round up their sleeve yet. They still have to bypass Magnoyez on the site. Nafany in middle, and Siren, who has been a beast on this half. Does Magnoyez know that Petchin is up close? I don't think he does, judging from his movement. It's a good grenade. Gonna get punished, though, on the retreat.
Thing is, with how rough these rounds have been, it's always leaving you uncomfortable. Varney could find impact on that one. It could have been 10 rounds in the back pocket. Instead, it's a 9-3, slightly better than the way it looked like it was going to go. But in reality, story of the half there, it's all BetBoom, mate.
Oh, yeah. Even with a consolation round at the end, at 9-3 half, simply not good enough. What concerns me as well is that now that Chiron and Siren are going to be unleashed on, you have to feel like they're going to find quite a few entry frags once those rifles come into play. It would have to be a dramatic switch up. And Levy's been pretty impressive, man. Like, he started well in the pistol. A lot of entries towards the end there on the T half. Kind of kept them in it, to be fair. Not bad at all, but who else? Who else is there to look at from this Unity side and say, that's the guy that's going to dig them out of this ditch?
Yeah, like he's been pretty good with the visualization, even when he's blind or sort of flashed off on rough angles. He's had some nice crosshair placement, some good shots, but like you say, you need a bit of help. Someone's got to step up. It hasn't really been much there for him. Mikey's the only one somewhat being able to find a bit of impact now and then. And in the past, the BetBoom pistols have always been pretty clean on this map. Slow and steady, round towards A main early. Take a bit of space off them, go contact on the walk up. There's 3 players on deck, multiple angles of elevation and use.
Second Molotov hits the deck. As a liquid fire envelops the platform, you saw Levy just look down at the ground. He's a slew of blinding light, but none of it was forthcoming because BetBoom have already dialed in across to the B side of the map. And this is going to leave Kfida on the deck, dead and buried. This round looking cold. The smoke also missing out completely, just on the upper temple side. This could bypass it from Unity if they can get up close to these USPs. Pestion's got 2. Mikey taking a ton of damage, but still alive in the fight. And Nafany turns his attention over onto Levy. Had a beast first pistol and is looking to try and make amends in this one too, but Chiron shuts him down. An awkward engage between Pestion and Zorti, tickling the bomb, but Chiron, he's not biting down on this. He's anticipating the push, and he will nail the headshot. BetBoom with a second pistol, and double digits already.
Both players there with 3 frags to their name. As Chiron is able to pick up the clutch in the 1v1. Shut that down. So the 10th round already sent away of BetBoom. Oh, mate. So awkward in the first 5 rounds towards Dark. Bloggers has got himself a Zeus. Hello.
Maybe praying to the wrong CS slot in this round, though. Have to have some kind of like Egyptian themes Zeus skin, maybe. Itchy designated to aim main, and Bloggis' Zeus. That's going to have to scarp her off. It's going to see no dice over on this side of the map, especially as the bomb's been planted on B anyway. As close as the last game was with a different Czech team, obviously with Eclot. This one has been pretty much as one-sided as it gets.
Yeah, they've been in control for the majority of it, really. Oh, hang on. Yeah, Bloggis. Yes, he gets it. There we go. It was so worth it just for that. I think he actually had the Zeus skin as well. So he's kind of balling out, Vince.
I think it's the second Zeus kill that we've seen. We had one in the Americas RMR, but I can't for the life of me remember who it was. Was it Snow?
I can't remember. I think it was Pain in the server, though.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Inferno was the map.
I think it was Mirage. It was Mirage short, right?
Yeah, that's right. That's
Mirage on short.
Outside of Ladder Room.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well done.
There you go, mate.
11-3 with a bye. Mac 10 save by Bloggis, doesn't upgrade to anything else. Still has his use if he needs it. Oh, they get aggressive, but it's a 1-for-1. That's not a good read for Unity at all. They have got away with it a little bit as Mikey from range puts down, but Magnoyez shows his worth. The AK headshots delivered, first class left and right, leaving Unity shaking and trembling. You can see why they got aggressive, just totally backfires.
Magnoyez hasn't exactly been like a show-stopping performance where he's the one that we're kind of ranting and raving about, but individually he is definitely sort of a player for the future, especially. He's got a ton of talent. Feels like I always want to see the best out of him whenever we have him on the server as well. Maps like Mirage, he's a bit of a beast with a scout, gets in your face. Loves that very chaotic style of CS2. Chiron, though, goes down again to Bloggis. He's got his number in this matchup, at least. I mean, it's a 2v2, 35 seconds left on the clock. You're out on the site. Smoke goes round. Exchange of nades, but it's the shot that connects, and Bloggis is blown away.
I can understand why he'd want to try and get ahead of the pack and potentially deny the plant, but problem is when you're low and your teammate's nowhere near enough to play off you, effectively put this 2v2 into 2 separate 1v1s. And Kfila, with $50, will probably just have to save the M4. 2 kills to his name. Rough day at the office for Unity across the board. Can't really single one player out here. Needs to hold on to this weapon desperately. He gets the first kill. Don't think he'll be able to get across to the AK to pick it up. The bomb may actually blow it in his direction. Yeah, it did. So he's got himself the AK. And the Zeus as well. Oh, he swapped it.
He doesn't want that, mate.
Disrespect.
I know, could have at least given it back to Bloggis.
Yeah.
Bit mean, really.
He's got an AWP, though, to be fair, so he's living it large.
Yeah, slightly. Slightly as good as the AWP. You know, almost. In the right hands, I suppose. Oh, hang on.
Uh-oh.
Bit of PC touching going on. Could be an issue for Magnoyez. He's looking at the cables. Maybe he's lost his audio.
Oh. Got an alt tab. Well, I guess a bit of a moment of reprieve for Unity that can take a few extra deep breaths. Chiron, by the way, 4-0 in terms of opening duels with 6 multi-kills. Stellar performance by him. Siren has slowed off just a tad on the second half. But again, you don't really look towards him to be one of the guys that is doing the heavy lifting. He's done more than enough of what you could have asked for. It's just a bit bleak, really. I mean, you got 2 players from Unity that are under 50 ADR. Very little in terms of opening duels. Only 3 players have a multi-kill. But it looks like we're ready to jump straight back on the saddle and potentially put an end to our final opening fixture of the day.
They only need 1 round to do it. Oh, and Nafany was looking to give them a bit of an edge into the 16th. He gets slumped out, though. Left down in the doldrums towards middle as he is punished. They back out from the CTs as well, just in case there's someone else looking to trade it. Fair bit of chip damage onto K1, Fitter, and Pechin. Still a ton of time. BetBoom don't need to panic. 4 versus 5 is still around that they could take, knowing how close they are to finishing this best of 1. They want to make sure they let it cook, go bit by bit. Oh, Magnoyez walking out. If he finds himself the shot onto Pechin, could be a ton of damage done. You get that split push onto the A site, no real room to defend it with the backstab. Levy, ooh, just as he turns, it's all gone. Chiron assists as well. Actually, both of them being his kills. So Chiron living it large. Bomb on the site now, 3 versus 3.
Levy just caught with a smoke out, which is so weird considering that mid was totally vacated. But K-Fida from above makes the most of his opportunity, putting Siren into a 1-on-3. Molly toss to the top of heaven. Could burn K-Fida. Had to drop down on 2 HP. And our position is known. That HE is going to kill him. Almost guaranteed. Straight on the noggin. Down he goes. But there's the upshot on the cross. And Unity, they call themselves back 1 extra round. A little bit of pride being built up, perhaps. They have also broken the economy of BetBoom across the board, to be fair, so there could be a couple more where that came from. Magnoyez has enough to go for the hero AK, but there's not going to be much behind that to facilitate a full-on investment.
So you get through the round. You do set yourself up to get a 5th here as well. Vastly better weaponry. Whereas for BetBoom, it's just the 1 AK on Magnoyez, and he eats that damage early. HE, right by his feet, brings him down to 54. Could pass the AK over to Siren. They both got body armor to work with. Push on the extremities as well, so they're taking a bit of map control. K1 feeder, walking up with the M4. Chiron on the off angle, bombs wrapping around that Zorte that's going to be assisting him. They can swing out, draw the crosshair. Spam goes out, but they respond. Now they've got a bit of room to breathe, Vince. Edge in the round, minute on the clock. They bled out onto the B bomb site. They're going to have post plants to play with and an advantage in the manpower.
And there is no option for a save here, Unity. Like, you've got to put that up to use. They have plenty of utility and kits alongside it. A couple of weakened players, but they've allowed so much of the time already to tick off that bomb, and as you highlighted, post-plant positions are solid right now. BetBoom are looking like they're about to just seal the deal here and finalize that 1-0 spot. Siren nails in with a kill, leaving it all on Levy. No expelling frags from him, and it will be BetBoom 13-4 for the 1-0.
They get it done quick and easy. Anubis going their way. Limited fight back there from their opponents in Unity. Tried to find a way in, but just couldn't activate. Siren early on, absolutely feasting on them. Chiron coming alive, Zorte having his rounds. And at the end of the day, Vince, that's them going into the 1-0 bracket.
And it was the most one-sided, most clinical, easiest game of the entire day, surprisingly enough, even though I think we were both kind of united in this opinion that it was going to be a quite close game on paper at least, but now you can scrunch it up and throw it in the bin. Only one winner. It was always going to be BetBoom. They started strong and they finished it off before really like Unity could get themselves back in.
Yeah, it just didn't really feel like they had a look into the matchup. All in all, Chiron and co running away with it, lining them up, knocking them down. This was the awkward round as well, where maybe they could have found something early to get themselves on the board. Instead, it goes to this position. The fact that Nafani was able to just make those plays and no one could shut him down with like 2 health to his name as well was really brutal. It was a taste of what was to come. You could see the frustration for Unity.
Yeah, understandable. I mean, they were kind of getting bullied across the board, and the fact of the matter is the first half ended 9-3 on the CT side of Anubis. I think, honestly, Levy's expression there kind of summarizes the entire performance as far as Unity are concerned. They were never really in the game. Siren kicked things off incredibly quickly, and then Chiron and Nafani also came through. And I suppose another damning part of this puzzle as well is, like, you'll see here in terms of the stats afterwards, Zorti didn't really have an impact in this game. Like, he had that 2K on A main that basically secured them that round. Apart from that, one of their star players, one of their most impactful players, was all but absent. And, sorry, he was very absent, I should say, and they still managed to dial in a 13-4. So, yeah, I think there's a lot of good signs for BetBoom, but we haven't really seen them properly tested by a top-flight squad, if we're being completely honest.
Yeah, no, in terms of the draw, right, obviously this should be a game they're winning. They're able to find it relatively comfortably. I think there was a few sort of standout players for them. One of them, of course, being Chiron there, 20 kills, just getting into the groove of things, running away with it. And it's nice to see, man. It was, again, sort of that like kind of duo. I like the idea of it. The Siren,
yeah.
We'll see if we can build that up if they keep making plays throughout the RMR. But hey, you can only beat the opposition that's thrown in front of you, and they do that one very comfortably. By far the cleanest result we've seen on the B stream today.
No, exactly. It was very clinical. And although they did have a couple of moments of madness in terms of some of the pushes that we saw, it felt like that was sort of overconfidence or over-exuberance because of how easy the game was at that point. I think you're not going to see those same kind of like fragrant pushes from the Farney in middle if they're getting beaten or if it's a super close game. So yeah, Unity, they've had a struggle, but of course 0-1, still early days, they can still bounce back.
They can indeed. But if you're just joining us, this is how the opening round of games have gone for the Perfect World RMR Europe A. It's a 13-8 with Vitality besting GamerLegion. Again, that and the FaZe Cloud9 game could have been a whole lot closer than the storyline sort of tells you. And then you get down to Falcons versus Eclot, right? That was sort of the feast of the day for us. Again, the weird thing is, though, they could have won that in regulation. It's so bizarre it went the way it did. It felt like they were so close to finishing it, Vince, just couldn't get it over the hurdle.
Yeah, exactly. Another day, it's 13-11 to Eclot. And we're talking about, you know, Falcons in trouble. They're in the 0-1 bracket. And considering that you have GamerLegion, Cloud9 in the 0-1 bracket, Fnatic as well on the other side. I think Nemiga is also in the 0-1. There's a lot of very solid teams in that kind of form. And that's the thing with these RMRs, Jackie. They're so damn stacked, man. Like, there's very few teams that you would look at and think, like, that's a bit of a freebie, you know? Even Unity, you did also see glimpses, like Levy in particular. He was quite impressive to me. But, yeah, I mean, the 0-1 bracket is looking pretty stacked right now.
It is. It is. Very competitive RMRs. They have been the whole way through. It's been interesting stuff here, so you won't want to miss it. As much as me and Vince are done for the day on the B stream, there's still a ton of games to go through. The draw will happen. Next round of games will begin, so keep it locked on both the A and B stream for the Perfect World RMRs. We'll catch you in a couple moments' time.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
What's up, gamers? We're bringing you some games here. It's the RMR's Hugo, but now it's for EU. That's Handsome Hugo, and I'm Horrid Harry, and we're ready to embark on a little bit of an adventure here in the opening game.
We enjoy the opening day of an RMR because we get BO1s, we get BO1, we get some BO1s, and then coming up later we got some more. That's right, BO1s. It's coming in all day, hot and fast and spicy for you, Harry, as we embark now on round 2 of the losers bracket.
Yeah.
Those teams on your screen are the teams that lost.
And I want to say, as far as day 1s go, good day for favorites.
Good day for favorites. Haven't quite had the upsets.
No upsets, which is nice. Quite nice, I would say so, Hugh.
Pretty solid. Pretty in control, you could even argue.
The teams that are kind of coming in as big boys, big contenders, big favorites, they found success to open up. And so that means that down here in the 0-1 matches, you've got a lot of these up-and-coming teams squaring off against one another.
Yeah, anything sticking out to you, really? I mean, like you said, no real surprise in terms of the results. We had favorites win out. Sure, there were some closer affairs. We saw Falcons only just win their game versus Eclot, who are our opener. Even Cloud9, who are 5-0 up against FaZe, choking that one, lost pretty heavy-handedly. Any surprises? Anything sticking out?
Not
really, right?
Not massively. Like, that comes with the territory of, like, the favorites winning. But, you know, I think one team to look at here that maybe stands out above the rest could be like a Saw, but even then, that's largely based on them having that good showing at Cologne. Like,
yeah, well, and even just an even more recent land win, right? They make a big change. They pull in Agile, and they managed to immediately win a challenger event, even beating teams like the likes of Falcons. So I think that's super legit. They went immediately back on my radar. I was ready to write them off.
Yeah.
And
I think that was like the vibe though for Saw, like this sudden late recovery of a roster. Now you're kind of bringing in new voices. You're hoping to re-energize it a little bit. So I think maybe for those guys it feels like somewhat disappointing, but also, you know,
they lost a very close game. They pulled back at 12-6. They lost 13-11. I think
as long as they're able to turn it around now, that would alleviate a lot of worry.
But we have another team. In fact, we have 2 of them, Harry, taking each other on. It's Eclot, it's GamerLegion. We got the Czech squad, which is still a bit of a European mix with Kriaz, who we all remember, Swedish, in-game leading, and a Romanian in there as well, taking on GamerLegion, who are from everywhere.
If you like Swedes in game leading, you're in for a treat here. On the side of GamerLegion, obviously, I'm excited to get to watch Slend here. He's been talked about a lot. You know, an AWPer who is a very hot prospect. He kind of is like the guy to look to for this GamerLegion squad to put up some big numbers. And I think notably in the Vitality game, where obviously you're matching up against Zaiwu, he had a rough go at it. He wasn't really a factor for GamerLegion. So hopefully you get to see him stretch his legs a little bit here. And I think it's Torsten as well as like the kind of second man to keep an eye on in this squad.
For me, actually, I would say it's Flammers, because he's actually had a bit more time on this team, and he's, you know, a young CIS. I wouldn't go as far as say prodigy, but someone to keep an eye on, and someone who's actually had time to settle into this roster more than Torsten. So I've enjoyed what I've seen from Flammers. I'm excited to see if he can keep that up today. But Eclot, again, also sort of an unknown quantity in the sense of, like, they win a bunch of online games. They beat some decent Tier 2 teams.
And they had the closest game of the entire opening round.
Against Falcons. Make of that what you will. But
I think it's like a weird one, because it's like Falcons never...
Bad, but with good player. What do we make of them? Who knows? We'll have to find out later. Right now, it's the 0-1 game between Eclot and GamerLegion on Inferno, no less. Another BO1 coming at you hard and fast here in the European RMR.
And it's a nice little Inferno to start us off. Nothing crazy in the pistol ramp, but you got to say, Eclot have certainly made the right decision here in leaning over towards this A site as GamerLegion start with a heavy B stack. But GamerLegion know that when things have been this quiet for so long, they eventually have to start making moves. They're going to tiptoe down through Banana.
Oh, the timing on the flank, and he turns. That's, oh, you're pissed if you're Blitz, and you might just lose a pistol. He literally 180'd as they came round the corner. It doesn't get more Counter-Strike than that, and this one is an absolute sweep until Detour coming in with 2. Now Eclot have the sight.
Flamus trying to make that first incision.
Oh no. Oh no.
He's here though, and they're not ready for him.
2v5.
Crazy from Eclot to turn this one around. They get wrapped through middle. You feel like GamerLegion have hit the golden timing. Excited to see Daito starting off well. It was in that opening game versus Falcons. He was causing a lot of problems. He was looking real good, and so he's carried that momentum forward into this game.
Bruh.
At least 1 round in, that's how it looks.
That's a crazy pistol. When they hit the flank timing this well, they get all the kills. The death in the sight doesn't even feel meaningful. But it's one of those many dominoes, Harry, and you've got to watch out because they just keep crumbling, knocking each other over, making it worse. So somehow Eclot steal a pistol round away. T side of Inferno. Got a mid-banana smoke and a late retake of this position for Eclot as they rotate 2 away. I guess CTR has some util left in spawn. Would be pretty standard. He's gone and picked up a new smoke, trying to buy as much time to allow for this quad A stack. And the long smoke is beta GamerLegion to just commit to this setup, giving Eclot a bit of time on this B side, but that's why we talk about that extra bit of utility left in spawn. ZTR can just keep this B side going for as long as he desires. Let's see if they can do a little pop through this. I mean, the fear is, oh, maybe they're 4B. You have no idea if you're Eclot trying to get some info in apartments, but the best bet, oh, well, that's everything you need. 3 on 8, quick, quick, quick. We got to go through the smoke.
ZTR teed up with a flashbang. It's perfect. Can he get out with more than 1? ZTR holds the line. That B play gets dismantled for Eclot. Now Blitz in hot water is run through.
Nothing to do about that one. That's an awkward round for Eclot. You feel like you try and play it so safe and so smart that you actually just get nothing done. You get stuck in between bomb sites, and ironically, if they went through that B smoke, they would have had a far better chance. It was the waiting behind it that allowed GamerLegion to bring a flash in. That flash wins the round.
Are we saying Detour or Detour?
Just go with what your heart says, Harry.
I feel like Detour, but then I've been saying Detour. Well, that's just because I'm reading the Y.
I think you just commit, and then we find out later.
Detour sounds cooler.
Detour, but yeah, I get it. Don't overthink it. Just say what's
I just think it's good, like, you know, to be aligned on these things.
Sure.
Maybe you've even spoke about it before coming into the game. I think just because we were saying it earlier.
Detour it is. Detour it is. I don't care. We'll clarify that. Look, my experience with players is half the time they don't.
Yeah, however you think it is, like...
It's the opposite.
Yeah, it's the opposite.
And then they change their mind anyway, twice, so they end up back where they started.
Yeah, shout out Flamesy.
Sorry, Flames. No, you're right, Flamesy. All right. This is an awkward spot to be in, but I guess that's the karma from winning a 2v5 or losing a 5v2. GamerLegion win the Force. And Eclot just have this saved AK on one of the players.
Come on now. It's Detour. Taking a little detour in this round.
Makes sense. Yeah,
hit stops over in the apartments. He's going to rejoin the rest of the gang over here. As they leave that A side of the map, they're going to regroup with Kriaz over towards Banana. Volt. Now there's a name you couldn't mess up. Walking into the top of mid, he catches a good timing. But isn't able to capitalize. Instead, you look towards ZTR. No heroics from him this time over at B.
Oh.
Now's the time for Torsen.
And Molly's not going to let them in. Detour falling. Slend reads the jump up. He can rotate round, reposition at the back of the site as well. Torsen, where's he gotten to? 10 seconds. He can just win from time right now. They have to hunt this kill. They're walking in. They get a kill. They get another kill. And they have just enough time to stick that bomb. There was literally no room for error. If either of those shots miss, GamerLegion win the round. Instead, they have to attempt a man, or 2v2 rather, retake with a low player on either side. Double ruins. Flamus gonna clear it. Or not, he's got the kit, he's got to go to the site.
Oh, another one from Volt, though. He's been instrumental over from spawn. However, he's going to be left out of that fight right there. Flamus had to win that. And he gets it done single on the wide swing. And even though GamerLegion picked that up, it was never comfortable. Thankfully, Volt hits a couple of blinders to really tee them up for it.
That's an entry. That's one way to do it. Solid hold, nice repositions from GamerLegion. Able to give it up. And even though Eclot managed to get that plant, sneak it in the last second, it's GamerLegion who win the round. Now we just have some pistols. Full banana control. And Torsen can re-smoke. Oh, caught no man's land. Flamus in the open. And ZTR can't even trade. This is getting a little scary. There's a lot of space for Eclot. And only a couple of bits of util left. That grenade does nothing either. Eclot playing this patient and punishing right now. They do know this three-man stack is likely, surely. Orb fires off, that makes it obvious now. Can they piece this together? It's going back to B is such a risk. They have no util for the cross. And they don't have a lot of time either, but they're going to give it a go. They're going to risk it. No, they changed their mind. Backed away through apartments. AK spotted.
Oh, Slend. That orb fires off, they learn about it, and he goes on a tear. 3 quick kills from the AWPer. Sees GamerLegion through to a third. Deals with the pistols nice and cleanly, stops that getting out of hand, but now you have the buyback in for Eclot.
All right, good to see the orb of all guns be the one that's not getting overwhelmed by the pistols. Slend getting his ecos early, warmed into the game now on CT Inferno. This is the only fun you're going to have with the orb in this series, so if anything, that smoke, blocking that smoke doesn't help him. He's trying to peek ult mid. Oh, they popped through the B smoke as well. ZTR still
How did
stops
ZTR
him.
win that?
No idea, full blind. But I think so is the T. Oh no!
Oh god, the smoke push timings have been crazy.
Catching him off guard. Oh, and
Slend.
Oh, beautiful round for Eclot here. That's so annoying. They just walk through the mid smoke. I mean, the read there is they're 3B, so we have room. But no flash, no sprint last step, just sneak the entire way through, and it simply straight up wins the round.
Even trying to punish the save. Nice work from Torsten. Doesn't part ways with that AK. I like the confidence on show there from Eclot. Kind of a rarity that you call the smoke bluff twice in one round.
Oh my god, this monitor is so far away.
2 sandbags.
I'm going short. No, AVP. I'm going short. I think no one will do it.
That's pressure right there. That's what it looks like.
Yeah, you know, I think that would be frustrating for Blitz. Certainly had the chance to have opened the round sooner, but they still pick it up. So that frustration gives way.
Seeing this deep mid smoke every round here from Eclot. That's an awkward spray for Detour. Feel like he should have had that one. Flamus able to recover. GamerLegion have used a lot of Util and Banana in the CT side already, knowing the importance of this position. Trusting in their anchors on A. They stay 3B in this round. Slant a great angle to take one and drop back. And they don't have a flash to use it on this position. They just have to kind of drive peek it. They've got to save the flash for the hit. It's been dropped. Slant gets another on top. Torsten follows up. He's been reliable in this bomb site so far.
Yeah, you getting on the Torsten hype train yet, Hugo?
I'm buying in.
Slend. Playing around this smoke over at Coffins. Done in the AWP. Means that Torsten's to worry about Pool, but actually Slend's starting to swing out and try and clear this. Learn about that AWP's location. Now it's about finding this rifler. Torsten teed up with a flashback, and he'll hold on with a bit of help from the AWPing counterpart of Slend.
I think that's the best part about this GamerLegion, few rounds so far. It's like they all are playing together. No one's jumping the gun. No one's playing solo. They're waiting for their flashes on CT side, be that through the smoke, be that right there over new box. They're playing off each other really well. Seems to be some good synergy. People asking for assistance, people offering it. So important. And it's certainly winning them rounds right now. 4-2, putting Eclot back on pistols.
Very good start from Slend on that AWP as well. I think he's done a great job of being very active across this CT side already. You never know where that AWP is going to end up. So he's certainly living up to his part of the deal right now is Slend.
Oh, can he get here in time? They're going through their own long smoke. They bait him out. That's a nice play to force the AWP into the side, but it means they have to go B, really.
Oh yeah, Torsten was deep flanking Banana too.
They know now.
He's now had to quickly move back round.
CTR, oh, don't play too close. Yeah, I like playing back here. He's got nades as well. They're going to flood him. Needs two, really, and he's going to get it. Pistol out. That's fine. Nothing wrong with that. 2 on 4 now. Sure, you lose a bit of church control, but Volt's coming in to assist on B, and they're not rushing. They're aware that Eclot could still pull back and go into that A site. So really, this round's now on Flamus, although he doesn't know it. He's playing his timings, looking for that other lurker, but they're both Arch.
Oh, GamerLegion even played the rotate smart here. They didn't jump the gun. They didn't, always aware that someone might be floating around holding for those quicker rotates Arch side. So instead, they used middle as that point of rotation. That's where it becomes very important that ZTR gets out with a multi-kill.
Yeah, Inferno is a map where timings, you have to play for those little gaps, and you're going to have to leave them open, but it's so important they're communicated. And as I already said, it seems like GamerLegion coming pretty well right now, but saying, this is open, watch out for this, there's a timing. They could be here, I don't know, I'm off it, it's your problem now, but as long as you stay aware of what's open, it's fine to leave gaps. It's going to be annoying in a pug, but for a real team, they are dealing with those holes super well. And I'm liking the GamerLegion I'm seeing right now. A GamerLegion that has made the last 3 majors in a row, of course with a different team, and with the caveat of Copenhagen being that they were last-minute replacements for 9 Pandas. This time they want to earn it, Harry.
Yeah, and I think it would even just be a cool story for how, you know, these rosters for GamerLegion have over time always been picked apart. So if they're able to keep rebuilding and still finding success.
There we go. Needed that finally. 5v4 going the way of Eclot. What can they do in an advantageous round when there are 3B, only Flamus in middle, and a huge gap on that smoke that they could walk through either way? They go back to a B execute, and this is also looking good for them because it's just Torsen in the site. Hoping he has... Oh my god, Flamus, you
tasted their own medicine from Flamus.
And now they know it's B.
Torsen here, lone defender. He's got teammates coming on over, and that smoke buys him precious time. Oh, Eclot had a window where there was only 1 man there, but that smoke takes all the momentum out of the round, and now they can't go, and that's given time for GamerLegion to move over.
It's like round 2, they're just a bit too hesitant. Sometimes you've got to push a smoke, right? You've got to play your timing, and they knew they had it, but it's gone completely. Oh dear. Made a step. Now they won't be ready for Torsen.
Revenge arc over ZTR, and one more as Torsen siphoned away from B. Flamus and Vault are very split up here, just 1-1 either bomb site. Gonna need an individual big moment from one of them. Flamus wins his over at B, and so now Vault has got to lock the hell in, down in pit. It's a good position. What can Vault do? There's the first. 2 versus 4, they're trying to turn it back the other way, but it's just the one and done from Vault. And so Eclot look like they've done enough here. Does Flamus want to give this a go? 2 kills to his name already.
Timing's decent.
Fast up through short. And silently too, hasn't had to give away any info yet as Flamus. But will have to flick up onto the graveyard, he makes it look easy! PQ left to find, Flamus goes looking for him, but tucked in, back of the site. Flamus, no idea where this last man is. Time getting away from him now as well. He's got the info on the back of that tap. The spam connect!
No. Oh, no.
Oh dear! Flamus brings it home for GamerLegion! 1v2 secured!
Oh, that's a bit of an embarrassing round to lose there for Eclot.
Oh dear.
Just
and that whole round is so wild from Flamus from start to finish. He gets his first kill pushing the mid smoke. Second kill hanging around on B. Third, crazy flick on a grave. And then doesn't even have to finish the 4th man as he sticks that bomb, robbing the round from Eclot.
The inverse for Blitz. He dies top B, they win the round without him. He gets 2 entries back into B. They still commit A, which would have been fine. I feel like if Blitz doesn't just full run into B, like he's looking for it. He's lazy clearing. He just wants to say, yeah, 1B, maybe 2B, you can go. But at that point, you're lazy clearing. You're just offering up a kill for what? Just walk back, play the late A. Rather a 4-on-2 and A than a 3v1. Volt's able to take a kill with him. Oh, some just really messy rounds in this game so far.
Yeah, I think honestly though, like for Eclot, you also just don't think Flamus is going to attempt that round.
Oh, wow. Look at that util.
You know, most other teams there would have looked for the save, especially when your last guy was last spotted over at B.
Don't wallbang
Slend. Yeah, I was going to say, come on, man.
He
Give him a chance.
Yeah, he doesn't want to tell them the AWP's B, I guess. Dude, they've done almost 300 damage. They have done 300 damage. They haven't seen anyone.
They make, you know, ZTR, real nerd for the util, especially on Inferno.
Boost. Oh, it's beautiful. Slend can't even react to that. Such an off angle on top of the head. Oh dear. Through the smoke. And ZTR holds the shot, nerding it right now. Wasting their time.
This is really good. The longer he leaves it, the more Eclot react to that info. And so he knows he's like lulled them in to this false sense of security over on A. And sure, he falls to Blitz, but he's already done all he had to do in the round, and it looks a bit silly there, but giving over that 1 kill, you still have this strong crossfire set up between Pit and Sight, and so at bare minimum, you're looking to get one of these players on the first push in. And so sure, Blitz now has the info where both players are, but this is still a really tricky fight for him to try and navigate. Flamus can just pick and choose his timing, and so GamerLegion, well handled there to continue this runaway CT side.
Yeah, considering how close some of these rounds have been, they're just continually putting them on. And other than the early trades off the back of, you know, Eclot win pistol, they win a gun round in the first 5. Nothing since, 4 in a row now. Some cool ideas for Eclot. You know, that boost is nice. Some of the smoke walks have been well timed and not completely random, right? Based off of knowing that GamerLegion are 3B. But these setups, the util for GamerLegion, it's been absolutely massive. Winning the round off Cheese and Banana and playing very good flash plays as well. Slend once again looking for a pick.
He's got to be cautious in the apartments, man. With the money low, you've seen Slend fall kind of blindsided there before.
His position's not great right now for an apps pop. Watch him get a no-scope though.
Yeah, he's going to have to be real slick with it, real quick with it as they start to barrel through. Detour finds him. Flamus can't hold on either. Luckily enough, Volt has reclaimed one of these from the long side over at Arches and able to get the gun back out in time to stop MBQ's push. ZTR, fast flank, and he's even got Torsen in alongside him. Detour's made noise getting out of the pit, and they've got this bomb trapped right now.
What?
Oh.
What?
Well.
Okay.
Certainly was one of the options, but let's see if Kriaz can pick it up. Is he ready for Torsen? Fast flank, he's not.
I'm so confused. Well, I thought Detour saw him. Like, he jumped up, he like looked at the cross, they both saw each other. Then he also stops in the open. I mean, very confusing round.
Don't try and rationalize it, Hugo.
I don't know.
We all saw that.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm watching.
We know what just happened. Well, we don't.
I don't.
But we saw it.
I don't know what happened. That's my concern. But yeah, some messy rounds. Very fast reactions again from GamerLegion. And Eclot, they tried the slow-paced rounds, right, where they're going back between A and B, and you're not sure where they're ending. And for the most part, they found the weaker sites, but it would always just be one extra smoke from GamerLegion, and Eclot would stop, and that's when they'd lose control of the map. We've got to win this one. 5v3, traded back quick by Torsen. He's going to... Oh, no, he's not going to rotate. He's going to just fight. And really, at this point, GamerLegion, they're winning all their heads-up duels, so just give it a go. Take one more. Oh. Oh, dear.
Smoke down. They're going to try and come through this, but Torsen, he owns the B site. Banana belongs to this guy. They finally get past him. Volt is low on health.
Get the nade out.
Oh, didn't quite get the molly in. That won't slow them down. They managed to get into pool and they run down Volt. It's Slen's orb left up. 1v2.
Oh, if he got that molly in, this would be a very nice round for GamerLegion. Instead, they've got to rely yet again on a clutch, but it's the AWP to do it. Top Dark is so powerful against an AWP right now. This should be unwinnable.
Just a moment. Even if he wins this first fight, he's dead on the trade, surely. Forsey, great position to lock that in. Eclot finally break through. You thought Torsen had done enough there.
Really did. I mean, monstrous round from Torsen. Him and Flamus, Harry, are kind of hot picks for this game. They've delivered. It all comes down to Volt's molly, though. He clicks it, but switches too early. If he gets it down, they're blocked, they're low, they can't go. Still, 8-round half for GamerLegion. Eclot looking for scraps. A weaker buy, though, for the GamerLegion side. No AWP, ZTR on a pistol. There is hope still for the Czech core. So many flash peaks. so active, but Eclot call a very slow round, and this is a great way to end the half. Just 5-man BX-Egg. I want them to wait here. You can check mid, right? Make sure they're not pushing again, but just go at least 4 into B as a unit. We haven't seen that properly done.
GamerLegion are going to aggro mid. Oh my god, the timing for Eclot. Like that orb just left the angle right as they deep peek down middle, and now they're gonna over rotate on this, and it's so good from GamerLegion. They just clear mid right as Eclot up and left it. Forcey's orb was waiting there, holding the line.
Oh my god!
But hang on a second.
No, you can't go back.
Here, Eclot are going back.
Going back. You can't go back. That's crazy. 20 seconds. No room for error. Flamus can win the round.
Good position to do something here for Flamus. Very lazy on the clear for MBQ. Slend, this is not the AWP, but you wouldn't know it. He's just tagged the AWP down to 11 HP. MP9 from Library.
Oh dear.
Oh god, Eclot. They even made the right decision to not commit into B. I don't know what possessed them to do it. They end up in the right place, but Forcey's had a nightmare round.
Oh, no.
Backstab now for ZTR. As Eclot try and wrestle this back. It's going to come down to Blitz.
Oh, can't go back.
Tap on the bomb. Blitz is out. Blitz is out in the open vault. Stray bullet finds him, and Slend hopping off that bomb seals their fate. Eclot will walk this one over the line. Blitz delivers in the clutch.
This is Counter-Strike right here. There's some crazy rounds. Dude, if Slend sticks, he wins. He just straight up wins. I mean, there was no way to clear that. You would have to drop. He was already halfway through. That's so tight. But some of the rounds we're seeing, Harry, I'm gawking at them. I can't. It's like a car crash. I can't look away.
That's what they say.
That's what they say. I personally do look away. I don't want to see that, but you know.
How many have you been at? Like a suspicious number by the sounds of it. Yeah.
Never me.
Never. There's a car. You're like the night crawler.
That's a great reference. Yeah. No photos, no evidence, but I'm there, looking through the window. Great half for GamerLegion. I think the way I look at that is Eclot survive. They get enough. 4 is not great, but they can still win this game, as we know. I mean, let's be realistic. With 3 rounds in any half, you have a good shot if you win the pistol. I don't think it matters what map or half you're on. That's just the way that MR12 and CS feels right now. Like, it's not like, oh, we only got 3 rounds CT nuke. Like, you can win that game. So, let's see what Eclot have got, but I've definitely been more impressed at what GamerLegion have shown us in this series. I like the idea, double nade, but unfortunately the wrong corner.
Yeah, I think Eclot are in pretty dire straits. Like 4 rounds, not many.
No.
Now GamerLegion move on to their preferred half, have free reign to pick and choose where they take these battles.
And I feel like GamerLegion will be a lot more decisive and just kind of commit, even if it is through a smoke. But as long as you trade out, you're going to win the round. So let's see. Let's see. B-Smoke comes down. They hit the nade stack and they go right through.
Classic nerdy ZTR util.
Yeah, true, actually. Kind of known for this, eh?
Yeah. It was his young ninjas that had the sick
cross nades on mid.
Cross nades in mid.
That's true. That's a really good idea as well. Just have the nade stack at half wall and then jiggle CT and oh, he's CT. I mean, boom.
The thing I always liked about ZTR is like he's just been a career captain, you know, like wanted to be the leader from day one, and has done a really good job of evolving across that. Because oftentimes, you know, it's like you have someone who maybe has played a different role and then decides, well,
I'm not good enough for this anymore.
I'm not insane enough to like get you all the openers, but what I can do is like I can try and take the reins. I'm experienced.
Yeah, I can go get 1 kill and then tell you where they are and tell you what to do and micromanage you. But he has a clear vision for the game, doesn't he? He calls, or rather he knows what he wants to do. And I think there are some people that would struggle playing in other people's system, who would much rather just take the reins. Great idea.
Let's fucking go. Let's go.
And now all this back and forth about the potential for Eclot. It's starting to disappear as a pistol round comes up for GamerLegion. A force buy is a high-risk maneuver.
Does make you nervous. Bloody nervous for the Falcons, though, as they barely won over Eclot earlier on.
That's a good point.
It took Snappy having a fantastic game.
They did barely win.
Obviously, he's the guy you look at in that team to be the big
Snappy the star.
Yeah.
He's the guy. He's gone like the lone, right? They brought him into top frag. He's that guy, right? All jokes. A slow start. It's all about how you finish, Harry.
Like a car crash in a way. It's great.
You were driving pretty slowly, but
this is a good position for the MP9.
And the Mac 10.
Yeah, it's maybe even better for the Mac 10.
No help.
Turns out.
Oh,
double up for Flamus.
Have you had your Flamus checked recently?
Doc says I got a swollen Flamus.
Yeah. Oh, okay, this is weird.
Detour, bro, this guy... Detour. Does not respect smokes.
Oh.
Pushing through.
Honestly, thank goodness Slend is like the most careful man alive. He checks Big Pit before he plants. So he had a bit of cover. They're able to peek together and blitz. Hey, give it a go.
I think every team needs a guy that just doesn't trust anyone. Slend. Lovely double.
Is that you?
No, I'm way too trusting.
That's true, actually, you are. You believe all my info. Fool.
All IV? Sure.
All
I'm
IV.
dead to pop.
Okay.
Well, what, 4 IV, close enough.
Yeah. Oh, that's an ang.
Of course, the map we were referencing there, Train.
Yeah, I've heard of that one.
And some talk around that as it's returned. God, what a good map it is.
I'm very optimistic for the future, Harry. Given the Deagle. Okay, well, thanks, I guess. Molly on the corner. They go through. They have to. And it doesn't go too well. Got to be ready for more B at this point. Little Gamblino. Some would call maybe even childish Gamblino, but let's see if they can make it feel good. Boost going over. Oh, they check it. Important to know whether you've thrown.
Boost was red and then boned.
Red boned. That was good. Yeah.
It's not good.
It's not good.
It's horrific.
Took you like 30 seconds.
Yeah. Well, you know, it's always the way something gets brought up and then your brain is like...
Working overtime.
Yeah.
It's important to know whether you have hit the... or whether you have thrown the top boost smoke. Because if you haven't, you've got to clear it. But if I've learned one thing from this game, is GamerLegion's comms are delicious. As MOUZ would say. Okay, this is it, Eclot. Your last chance. What you got?
I haven't been super impressed by the 4C AWP yet.
He's been on T-side Inferno.
Exactly.
So he hasn't actually had a chance.
So, like, now is the time.
Yeah, you only have one round to impress Harry 4C. One round. That's all you got. They hear that scope. And they might decide to just go back to B. It is Inferno after all. And they've done exactly what they wanted to, which is get that smoke out of the B-bomb site. Still one more. 40 seconds. And, oh, the panic, Harry. They're panicking. And now they're panicking that they're panicking, so he goes back.
MBQ.
Oh,
nice. There we are. Little double up over in mid. He even sees Slend rounding the corner. 4C lands his shot on the orb. And that's more like it for Eclot.
Fair enough on the save. Yep, just a miss of a trade for GamerLegion, and nice double for MBQ. He did something here. A 5 alive round is a huge fresh of breath air, as they would say.
Counter-terrorists win.
Keep all your guns, get some upgrades, get full nades. And now you just got to get 8 rounds in a row.
It's that deep mid smoke thrown in, so it looks like Eclot want to try and fight early. Force some control here. 4C. Ooh, he heard the molly tag, tries his hand at the flick, but Torsten's able to evade. Oh, and then he peeks ahead of the Molotov. Util forces the AWP away. Blitz still tucked in behind the sandbags, and that molly's going to fade, so the AWP's there to back him up all over again. Oh, but they see Blitz get in behind Kara. They just spam him right out. 4C has done a good job, at least here, of just keeping them contained. They can't go running into B just yet, but you've got the info. There's one more player there. Oh, we've seen some crazy smoke pushes. MBQ! Wow! That is mad!
Get him. Nice.
And number 4. Yeah, all right. Gosh. I'm loving, you know.
It's crazy CS.
Sometimes it lets him down, but when it works, God, it looks great.
It does.
MBQ smoke criminal.
Yeah. Longest standing member of Eclot. He's been here 3 years, Harry. Kind of the OG of Eclot, in a way. Oof.
Counter-terrorists.
You don't want this smoke. You don't want this MBQ smoke.
Catch these hands. You think you could catch some hands if someone's punching? Could you catch them? Just like if you have bigger hands like me, could you grab them by the fist?
You're right, because with my tiny, pathetic baby hands, I could
so
never. I could maybe grab a finger.
No, but like
and
if
try
you
and
punched me, could I grab your hands and stop you? Could I catch them, as it were? Like hold your
view
fist?
yourself as like
I'm stronger than you.
like Superman or something.
Yeah, in a way.
I know, with your hands, probably. Your Adonis-like hands.
Thank you. It means a lot that you'd say that.
Obviously, they put your hands in the mold when they made the Statue of Liberty, and...
Oh, we're getting ready for some super hands up this top B site as they try and crack their way into it. 2v4 now, gun grabbed. And go on, do it. Jump through the smoke. Yeah, Volt gets a kill.
Dear.
There's no smoke for the cross. And 4C hits his shot, so all is fine. All is even dandy, Harry.
Yeah, a little more expensive than you would have liked, but at least you don't let them get the bomb down. You don't let them make it weirder or more expensive. You get out with 3. Tack timeout now for GamerLegion. Because this one is starting to close up.
Yeah, I'm not going to go that far.
I know it's still
sure,
like,
they have more rounds than they did.
Objectively, it's closing up.
Technically, you're right, but let's, you know, they won 2 rifle rounds.
Well, where's the Hugo that was earlier? Oh, even 3 rounds is enough to win the game.
No, it is, but
now suddenly 7 isn't?
I'm not framing this like GamerLegion are...
What quantum mathematics are you running?
No, I'm just... Possibility versus probability is indubitably different.
3 in a row.
3 in a row.
That's all I'm saying.
Eclot, but they're going to need more than that, Harry. Statistically speaking. GamerLegion, have they got it in them? Attack timeout done. Ash, big brain, good mind for the game. Well spoken as well. Just what you need from a coach.
Yeah, it's true. Certainly no stranger to having to put his ideas across. So let's see what he's cooked up. As GamerLegion turn to Ash on Inferno.
Nice. Not yet, but yeah. I mean, yeah, but also, yeah. Oh, flash push. I mean, it's better for Eclot, but GamerLegion will take it, thinning this defense. Do they go 3-1 or 2-2? That's the question. Does ZTR have the answer? Leaving Volt and Banana. Bomb coming back, and it feels like GamerLegion may have read this one. Got that A fake smoke. It's going to take a minute for Flamus to get there, but they can take space in Banana. They can get an execute in. Oh, it's such perfect timing. That smoke takes a while to bloom, so it's done a lot of favors for GamerLegion as they group up for a 3-on-1 against Detour.
FaZe's starting to move over.
They'll smoke him off. It doesn't matter. He can flash his teammate. That's all he can do.
They're already in the pool as well. That flash only going to blind a couple of these players, but one through the smoke from the orb. Detour, unchecked, back of the site, gonna swing out for Slend, rubs the plant away, and there's the push in for FaZe. Eclot able to recover.
That's a team that's played so much CS that they think that Eclot are full gamble, right? They think they're 4A. They think they're gonna get away with that? No chance. Gotta clear everything, gotta clear the back of the site. Believing in their fake, maybe too much, Harry. Of course, the orb cross shot is perfect. But they're sticking the bomb.
Yeah, I mean, dude, if that kill doesn't come through, like, you almost feel like that's FaZe scrambling over towards B because they've left it empty. It made GamerLegion really believe that their fake could work.
Wait,
oh,
no,
Flamus, hang on. P250 in a dream. FaZe is so low. He's going to get charged at.
Wait.
Flamus
Good call.
sides against it. Waits for that smoke.
Breaking it.
Waits for the util. Nades find good damage. FaZe still is that first point of contact. 24 HP. Doesn't want to run the risk of falling, giving that AWP over. So GamerLegion have battled their way to a bomb plant here.
Quick flank pulls such a bad position here. The smoke buys him a few more seconds. MBQ, I'd love to see him use his nades here, but he's waiting the smoke fade. It's going to take a minute.
I mean, yeah, you want the element of surprise first, right? Now you feel like open season if you want to get some of those nades off.
Harry.
They do have kits. They're trying to leave this down to the wire. One man left. Flamus spams out. MBQ. Great stuff from him on that lurk up through Banana. And Eclot, I like that they have the faith to play it that slow on the retake. I think going quickly there would have been their undoing. Playing within the margins.
Yeah.
And as you highlight, they still have that util left at the end of the round, so they have that to fall back on. Oh, uncomfortably close,
yeah, okay.
But you believe, you know, you're happy that you're able to recover
Calculated.
A round that could have got out of control.
It's a lesson as to why you buy utility on an eco round, because they not only got the nade kill on B, but they got a CT smoke in. I think they picked up the molly. Nice to see GamerLegion make something of that round, but Eclot, okay, they are in the game right now. They are right here. At 7, you didn't have me. At 9, I'm convinced. Can they make it work? GamerLegion felt like this was their map. Got to close it before it's too late. Triple apps. If Flamus is dead, if he goes around this corner. Surely. He takes one with him. Anymore. You're not ready for the orb. Trying to get the deep peek. Slend still takes one.
God,
they have a third going for it. FaZe ready. Headshot required, and Torson's connected. If they ran out apps, it would have been their round. They have Moto Smoke down. But after seeing triple apps, you're not sure the site is empty. Great setup for Eclot. And I like that they stay active, clearing the map. The danger is here that they get caught by T-Ramp, because it is such a long reset for GamerLegion. Eclot have missed the timing. They're re-clearing hallway. I mean, nobody knows anything at this point, but Eclot certainly have more information. Great timing now. Full nades. They saved their B nades. Full nades for a retake. If you stand quad or dog, you're getting mollied, buddy.
Yeah.
They're gonna break the smoke.
Can't play post around Banana either. Everywhere could get locked out here. They blow the smoke open, try to fight through it. Blitz, the spam starts to connect. Molly comes out with only a few seconds left. He's trying to deny that bomb plant, and he will. Blitz, narrow margins. That final bullet connects. He went last bullet in the mag as he charges at ZTR.
He went through full blind. He didn't cancel. He didn't think my steps will be enough. He went through that smoke blind. If that was a fake, he would lose the round. But that's the game we've got right now. It works wonders. Just believes. Look, that T-Flash got him.
Nice blitz. Nice forcing.
Bro, I could kill one more.
It's so like Eclot are really trying to solve this this battle just with Brawn. The way they're so down to fight. Even the move in the last round from Forsey to like re-aggress down the stairs instead of taking the safer option and falling back. And sure, it nearly cost them everything. But hey, if you know, it's very aggressive Counter-Strike that Eclot are bringing to the table.
This is an impressive CT side. It doesn't look like the team we saw in the first half, right? That was just lacking any belief in your calls. Oh dear, Flash is good. Forsey off. GamerLegion have full bought here because of the damage. They know winning this sets them up, but I say that Eclot can still buy. Sort of. So this is a risky move for GamerLegion right now, and they don't have a lot of util behind it. In the open, Blitz shuts this round down. Beautiful transfer. Flamus can play, but he can't get more than one. And even that is tentative. 2v5, GamerLegion, you are witnessing them crumbling at the seams. Unstitched. In a 1v4, it is over. 11 of Eclot are now favorites.
Hell of a turnaround for Blitz here, who opened up this series looking kind of rough. He certainly had moments where he should have found more.
Look at this, though.
But as the game's gone on, Blitz has turned into a monster.
He's under your bed. He's in your head.
Nice! Sick. Nice, Blitz. Sick fucking round.
Yeah, Blitz playing some great Counter-Strike.
I don't know. Early on in the game, every time you saw him on the play games, he was angry at himself. He was pissed. Like, rounds kept getting away from them. He would be one of the guys in, like, kind of pole position to find the impact, getting flashed up through Banana. But he's come out swinging in this second half and eclipsed everyone else in the server, topping the charts.
11-4. And Forsey's got a 5v4. Deep down ramp, he peaks.
Oh, he's been way more comfortable on this CT half.
Yeah.
Which is what you would expect. But even just like, he still had chances to find AWP kills in the first half of play. They were just misses. They were like swings and misses whenever he was in a good spot. But even he's built back up here. Claims a crucial man advantage. MBQ smoke spam over in the apartments. GamerLegion, this has come unraveled so quickly.
It's a catastrophe for GamerLegion. They were looking so locked in, had some great calls, some great ideas, even at the start of this half. And we haven't seen a more standard B execute from them, really. They've done a lot of peeking into these pick players.
But I think that's where Eclot are like a frustrating team for them right now, because you're getting the util out, you're often manipulating the rotates how you want, but then some guy pushes a smoke and multi-kills and it's like, well, you know what, tactically, you know, we're doing everything right. And I think that's why it probably feels so frustrating.
Okay, Forsey, you hit this shot, there's no stress. That's all that matters. Just get one. Flying
Good
off,
flash.
20 seconds.
Know about the orb now, but it's this second man creeping out of pit. MBQ making moves to lend a helping hand, and Torsen now dead. It's all left onto Vault. Can he chase down Forsey? There's no assistance from Detour back in Library. But he'll go swinging out a little bit later and save the day. Eclot move up onto match point from 11-4 down.
Dude, generational comeback for Eclot, who almost beat Falcons, just couldn't do it, lost to a jumping simple 1v2 at 11-11, and then they lose in overtime. And we were looking at what was going to be the most devastating RMR run. Down, lose to GamerLegion in a one-handed affair. Who knows? 0-3 on the cards. Now, looking to bounce back after their debut. And there's Forsey doing it again in style. So many opening kills from this Eclot CT side. So many untraded 5v4s. And Torsen and Flammers, who carried us through CT side, are nowhere to be seen.
4-0 in these opening fights for Forsey.
Unstoppable game. What a recovery. And now they've just got to put a bow on it. Look at this setup as well. They're here to make no mistakes. Back library orb, double pit setup. They say GamerLegion, if you want it, come get it.
And that's the other thing, like, I don't know, usually when you're on the back foot, you take less risks. It felt like Eclot were down to take even more. And so now it's like in the final round of regulation, that's the one where they snipe an early opener and now they settle back into this really passive setup.
This is still a good call for GamerLegion. This is their best call they have available, but the util is a big problem.
Well, you know you put the pressure on. That molly even missing. You know you've stressed Eclot out, but Blitz, chart-topping performance in this game. Oh. Defending the B site, and he will not let them in. Doubles up this Blitz. He's done enough. Sure. Now he watches on as his teammates try to take this over the line. Detour's spam connects. Even more damage onto Slend. 2v4 required from GamerLegion. And we know Eclot are fine at playing this down to the extremities of the clock here. They've done it before in these B-site retakes. They wait for all that util to fade. Now a flash to push in. Just Flammers left standing. They run him down, and Eclot from 4-11 down. Course correct, and close this out in regulation.
Unbelievable tenacity on that CT side. I was ready to write them off. We were seeing a lifeless game in that first half. Doubting themselves, individuals looking stressed.
To look like they were so outmatched to be handedly, ZTR felt like he was calling rings around them for a while there. And then a mixture of brute force, some nice, mid-round decisions where it's not without risk, it's not without chance that it all falls apart, but the fact that they have the confidence to do that, coming in, I think, handily as the underdogs in this matchup, is a sick thing to see. The reactivation of Blitz, who, we were looking at early on in all the player camps, he looked frustrated, he had moments where you felt like he should have delivered more. To then go on and completely dominate, take control of the server, your CT side, he's over towards B so often he'd get 2 or 3 on the banana takes. What do you even do there? Then you have the smoke pushes, MBQ with the crazy one where he walks the mid smoke and sits in it and catches 4 players. Unreal.
That was entertaining. That was definitely an entertaining game of CS, but that has also got to feel absolutely devastating for GamerLegion, who just wish they could replay their T side. They got 8-4 on the half. They won the pistol. They converted 3 rounds to 11-4, and then they don't win a single one. So many rounds that you will lie in your bed tonight at 0-2 and just think about them. Just think, if I did this, if I went there, if I called that, coulda, shoulda, didn't, Eclot 1-1. We asked ourselves, we said, how was this the team that almost beat Falcons? That CT side,
Yeah,
that's why.
that's how.
No surprise that almost worked against an experienced roster, because some of the... I don't want to just put it down to randomness, because it wasn't. There were some great ideas in there. There was a lot of opening power. There's a lot of firepower. Some things that would catch any good team off guard. And so no surprise GamerLegion find out the hard way.
No, I mean, I was even speaking to Yanker the other day about, like, just Counter-Strike and how it's evolved over time, and he was saying, you know, there's a lot of thought about, like, the minutiae and getting into the weeds of the tactics and knowing everything your opponent's doing. But at the end of the day, it's a game about outshooting your opponent, and I think that is the metric in which they found the bulk of their success here for Eclot. But, you know, to even go and do that from such a one-sided game is the crazy part. Like, a lot of teams aren't playing with any degree of confidence. If anything, it's closer to, like, desperation at 11-4 down. Eclot played like it was a neck-and-neck game throughout, which was crazy. And, yeah, Blitz, you know, we touched on him already, but going from a struggling start to then topping it out. And look at that round timeline. 11-4 for GamerLegion, and 11 is all they get.
Oh, that's, yeah. That one does not feel good. I would not want to be GamerLegion right now. As they go 0-2, Harry, they now have to play BO3s to reverse sweep their entire way into the Perfect World Major. And for Eclot, it's, yeah, we don't know. We have to wait and see how the other results go. They sit 1-1. We wait and see. We find out later. But if that's our first game of this second round of the lower brackets, we're probably in for some crazy Counter-Strike.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough. And, I know, I just want to get into more. So join us in just a minute. We'll be back with even more Counter-Strike. What's not to love?
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
Do you like Rebels? Because if so, they're getting ready to take on Fnatic. Hugo, how you doing?
Pretty good, man. That was a good game. One another.
I think I'm getting good at this intro thing.
Yeah, you're learning.
Do you like that I deliver it down the lens and then I look at you and I say your name sternly?
Yeah, you just need to follow up with a better question, I think, for me, because you're not giving me a lot to work with.
Go on then.
I'll give you a second. Anyway, Rebels v Fnatic, and yes, that is true. Fnatic, they played Na'Vi in the first round, Harry. They got 9 rounds. Not too bad, I'd say.
Pretty good.
It's a Fnatic who've made recent changes, of course, or change individually, bringing in Nork over Afro. Feels like a definitive upgrade. Afro had some clutch in him. He definitely had some flair, good pistols. But I feel like he missed a lot of shots on the AWP. And even though I wonder if Nork is past his prime, but I still rate him higher than Afro right now. The Swedish AWP, we have a couple of Swedes over Dane. It's a bit of a Scandinavian mix, Harry.
I wonder, could you call it like a side grade in that you're prioritizing different things?
Yeah,
like
you're not
maybe
like,
Afro,
he's the best
like,
in the
yeah, okay, but you know, we know we're going to get some
add more value.
damn consistent output, you know, and
they had Afro for a long time and didn't achieve much.
Exactly, and you know, I think he still can step up and dominate a game here and there. You know, something that's always been interesting with the Fnatic squad is obviously the Blame F.
Yes.
You know, kind of redemption run, trying to rebuild a squad around him. Certainly a good idea, right? Like you know, Blame F's problem was like never a lack of talent or the ability. It was just, you know, I think he plays a very definitive style. You know, like one that's very much, he has a very specific view for how the game should be played. And so I think there was always going to be a bit of a problem like gelling that with other superstars. But, you know, in this Fnatic squad, he's carved out a nice little spot for himself here with a mixture of young and older players around him.
Yeah, numbers are good, but that was never his problem. We'll have to see if the impact and the wins and the qualification can come through for Fnatic. Because I'd say they're one of the higher ranked, or one of the teams with maybe a little more expectation inside of this group, outside of those top 4, top 5 teams that are very clear in the Na'Vi, FaZe, MOUZ.
Crims, what have you done?
I'm not going to blame him. He's been around.
He's deep in the settings. He's like trying to.
I like the jersey. The Fnatic jersey looks quite nice, I will say. It's not a bad color.
Makes sense to me. You'd like it.
Why?
I don't know. I could see you wearing white and orange.
Thanks. On the other side, we of course have the Rebels. Now you will have seen these guys before. They've played a lot of online CS. They also were at a pro league under Orcs. They were at Katowice earlier this year, and they managed to get actually through the play-in. I remember them getting into the group and losing to FaZe and Falcons. I think they got a map in the group stages of Katowice. After winning the Polish invite to the play-in. So, yeah, the big change for them is adding Innocent, right? That was a while ago, over 6 months ago, but they've added in some experience. And that's one thing that this team has that's kind of cool, because we looked at Polish CS and we say there's a lot of history there. Well, one of the historians is Sparrow, because he is behind this team in the coach capacity. And now we have Innocent in the server. So there's definitely some experienced pieces who have been around the block, been to a major before. So we'll have to see how this young Rebels team fare against a focused Fnatic. Walking in A main on Ancient here for a little pistol pop, but Rebels are very quick to rotate.
Olive has the line, but they're going to get out past him. Ooh. Oh my god, this is a skirmish, a brawl. Crims puts it back in Fnatic's favor. And it's all eyes on Kisarek, but he's got the angle over here in mid. Nog walks into his death.
Look at that lean for Kisarek.
I mean, look who you're up against, bro. You gotta lean in close if you want to catch Crim sleeping.
Trying to fake it out, but Temple is a hard fight. Crims won't commit, though. He could have walked round behind. Instead, comes back out into the smoke. He got spotted. Now he's being hunted. He doesn't know it. Smoke inside plant, and Kisarek waits for him to come back out through where he just came from. Rebels with a pistol. Nice round for Kisarek, little tap. Closes it. You see some hype on the cams as well. And there's definitely some firepower on this Rebels team, right? And I don't think I can even reference a lack of experience as a big problem for this Rebels roster, because even though they've only attended a couple of bigger events, right, where they go to a pro league, they go to a Katowice, that's enough to get you aware of what this LAN feels like, of what the pressure feels like, of what you're playing for. Of course, a major is very different, but this isn't a team on one of their first events. Aggressive round for Fnatic.
I think, even when you look at like a Fnatic, you have some experienced pieces, sure, but even someone like BlameF, who's been around and always been in the conversation for a while now, only been to one. So linking up with Crims, someone who's had successes there in the past, you hope maybe that is what it takes.
Oh, but they get caught in the crunch machine. It's a special invention by Fnatic. Crossfire from cave to site. It's because they get crunched, Harry. It's a bit of an awkward postpart for Rebels. And flashes were very good in middle. One player commits, the other doesn't. They get separated. Force buy for Fnatic pans out. And I'm expecting Fnatic to play with a lot of confidence inside of this group, right? They've got 9 rounds v Na'Vi. That is not bad at all. It's a team that should think they're better, to be perfectly honest, than a lot of the rosters here. Let's see if they play like it. Because I won't lie, the recent results for Fnatic have been dire. Maybe this new input of an AWP can change the tune for a legendary organization at Majors. Good fake here. BlameF with a classic maneuver has walked out onto the empty site.
Fnatic are going to go rejoin him. BlameF hears the footsteps, knows that they're rotating over, but he's in a position to try and control this. Oh, it looked like they wanted to lean back away as BlameF heard all those footsteps moving over. But in doing so, they're left in the prying eyes of that 5-7 flank. So now it's the A plant after all. Natus creeping up after getting that bomb down, looks to fight in at CT and lives to regret it. BlameF tried to open this up with the lurk out through A, but isn't able to clutch up. And Fnatic need him to. That 1v2 not found as Rebels return with a force buy of their own. Crazy stuff on that flank over towards Donut.
Dude, 5-7 is so good right now. It does feel like, alongside the MP9, the most overpowered gun. But I would say the difference is the MP9 feels powerful because of how frequent run and gun is, whereas this gun is just powerful. High damage pistol. Headshots are pretty decent range.
Rebels are saying how happy they are there in that moment.
Live translation.
Oh dear.
It's hot. Fnatic are a little on an island right now. They're still 2 in mid, so they don't want to commit B. But it's actually empty. Oh, Innocent. That's an angle. Matty's peeks into it, but won't survive. Innocent's very committed right now. He might want to get out. His teammate's coming to double down with him. Going to swing off contact. He's Flame with an entry, body the same, and they don't know Casey's here as well.
Oh, Crims
Right.
narrowly locks that one in. And so just Olive left up against it. I don't know where he's gotten to. I don't know what he's up to. I wonder if they let Blame F play first, or if Fnatic are just going to group here. Looks like they're just going to decide to meet up over on lane, approach this as a 3v1.
Crims wasn't low, I would get it, but really at this point you should just go for 3.
Play the trade game.
Noise made, Olymp now. Locked in, ready. Blame coming cave. Smoke is down, and Olymp. Ooh, he gets it off the bomb. 8 seconds, they're on the clock. They got to plant default. Good cover for Blame, needed that.
Bomb has been planted.
Bit scary, if you ask me. But Fnatic able to get rid of the force buyback, and Rebels have 1 full eco. I say that, they are putting everything in. I guess they have no loss bonus, sorry. So
yeah, back and forth, right? They start. Both teams winning these 4 rounds.
Makes perfect sense to buy here.
Nice!
Good fucking round, Ben. Good job.
He took 52 with the nade, Ben. 52!
52! Body's sounding Swedish out here.
Too much time around Crims.
And now Nork. Never trust a Dane.
Of course he does now. Be awkward if he didn't, I suppose. North.
Oh!
Yeah, like that. That's clean. Casey, receiving end of the Nork swing.
That hurts.
But the 5-7, you've seen it do damage before. Blame F seeming acutely aware of this, though, goes back and checks.
Nice. But he's so low. They're coming up ramp. He's in the open. Had to get the drive-by headshot. Fnatic. They wait for the flank. We're going to see a lot of this. I mean, this was the piece. This was a classic Blame, even on Astralis, right? Like, when he was leading, it was ugly a lot of the time. Like, don't get me wrong, I wasn't #1 Blame in-game leader stand, but he had so many, 4-1s, maybe too many 4-1s, or just playing really late lurk, sometimes too late. But I will say, in the couple of rounds we've seen, he's had impact, he's had better timing. That 4-1 in the second round is what worked. And then they're on full eco, so he runs out mid first.
Yeah. No, but honestly, I think...
Yeah, it's born.
With... what I hope that we continue to see is, like, Blame F put himself in these positions, because, like, when you can do it as well as he does, fair enough, never entrusting this to anyone else. It's kind of your whole style. But thus far, I think he's done a far better job of just being super active in like, these lurks. And it's finding a lot more impact. It's not like we're left watching him try and clutch rounds all the time. He's doing a lot more to assist the team.
Yeah.
And you can imagine, after the benching from Astralis and leaving that project, finding yourself here in Fnatic, and now you've had the run of complexity into that Astralis squad, where both times it hasn't really panned out for you, even though individually you've played well. I think, like, surely that's the one where you see him play similarly, but just adapt it a little.
Oh, I was going to say, what are they doing here? Because it's a 4-man execute B, but the Blame's lurking. Are they going to pull back? But the awkward thing that changes this round is Rebels smoke ramp instead of Molly, so Fnatic now kind of can't go. But they are being very loud. They are trying to make it super clear that they're in the site, or outside the site. Blame is still waiting for his timing in A main. Mattis with a clear. They need a trade. He's trapped now. Oh, Innocent. Great double kill. Crim still gets his response, but Blame is stuck in main and he hasn't moved, so... The Kisarek holding onto this lurk. They're not falling for it. They're going to have to make it look like B. Not clearing the top leaves Blame dead, but 2v2 with B open for now.
Oh, drive-by from Norg. One bullet would have done it. One bullet would have teed you up to win that round. And now he's even ready. Right spot to deal with Kisarek. He goes unchecked. That's a Nork and Crims round. The Swedes getting it done for Fnatic. All 5 between the 2 of them.
Very well played from Nork. Hit some bangers. Good to see Kisarek. I think being an A anchor in this game is just going to be hard. Because you want to rotate.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the other things, you know, when you're up against Blame, you always have to be cognizant of those really late lurks trying to punish you. And so you won't really get to bite down on info as much as you might in another game. Going to be something Rebels have to keep their eye on.
Swing out mid with a late flash, but oh my god, he hits the wall bang. Still no worry. Innocent has gone through the smoke.
Natus was aware he was walking into something there, so they know about this player out towards heaven. If Body is able to piece together the double mid setup, I think Fnatic do just head up ramp into B.
Innocent somehow avoids every bullet, runs through the molly back into cave, but Fnatic are playing for the long side, so not really much the pistols can do here.
Sharp on the extremities for Fnatic, these jagged edges. Innocent over in cave, meanwhile, he's a smoothie.
Damn, I thought the jagged edges was a sick line, but it was actually just a setup for a pun. Who knew? How deep does the rabbit hole go, Harry? But alas, it's only Innocent.
Ooh.
Fnatic keep it clean enough. 6 rounds. We got big money on Crims as well. Okay.
To be fair, I did not think he was going to die there.
No,
like,
but also
he probably didn't need to like go running closer to the bomb, but regardless, you know.
It is ancient.
What do they have?
Flex, I guess. It's like burning wads in front of you. Wads of cash.
It's like the new Fire Festival. Burning wads.
A-Rush. And there's Kisarek here at least. They play a weaker mid setup, so Flay can rotate quick. They're already in the site. Watch out for your AWP. Kisarek gets 2 over the top. Flay has got to be careful, though. They are flooding over the site.
Oh, body caught. Nades out. Nades pulled. Makes it nice and easy for Olymp. Mattis tries to clothesline the Blame F.
All right, what's he got? This shadow on the it, but it doesn't matter because he gets shot in the back by a flank. Definitely been talking about Blame a lot, but Mattis is actually one of the super interesting pieces of this Fnatic team because young prospect, a lot of firepower, and kind of funny when you consider the region of all the draws Fnatic have. I mean, the region they're in, sorry, the region he's in, being Slovakian, and there's 3 Czech teams in this group. So he's got a lot of, I would expect some familiarity, maybe even some friends. Nice shot, there it is from Natus, showcasing that prowess. Excellent opening kill, they needed that. forced Rebels into an uncomfortable stack on B. Not a lot of room. Maybe they're going to go hunting down ramp. That's what he's hoping for. They have to cancel now. And more spam damage. Body will finish the job this time. Dead as a doorknob, Harry.
Yeah, FaZe wondering where the rest of the round went.
Just sat behind a smoke. Fnatic are wondering where the hell he is. They've cleared the whole map.
I think they know. I think by this point they know where he is.
Well, I know he's A at least. Flame's not even out of A main yet.
Lovely stuff from the Nor KWP. Didn't have to be super flashy, didn't have to be super high risk, just sits on his laurels, denies the aggression, stops Rebels coming through with that B take down the ramp.
Entry was sick, Natus, and the wall bangs not only killed a player, but it also did a lot of damage to Casey earlier. So, Fnatic keeping the pressure on this B-bomb site, looking for a really strong first half. Rebels just feels like they're in a box right now, Harry, and Fnatic is shaking the box. Dizzy, upside down. Nice deeg, though. Any more? Oh my god, there's a lot of grenades. Crims with a clean one. Flank is fast.
Backstab there, gets the spot off, but Casey still makes it out. Blame F. Good for the trade. They're paranoid about another man in through main, and will Nor be able to deal with this? He will. Lovely little flick hit onto Innocent. Blame F finishes the job. Fnatic a runaway T side, 8-3. Nothing but one and done rounds here for Rebels.
I've seen enough. It's not a side grade. It's an upgrade. It's a straight up upgrade on Orc. Playing some great CS in this game. Very confident peaks, doing it with the rifle, doing it with the orb. Looking like a potent addition to this roster. Felt like Rebels haven't had a chance to play aggressive and catch Fnatic off guard.
And I think that's one of the strengths of this Fnatic. You have Nork, who really doesn't mind sitting back and waiting for the kills to come his way. Then you have Blame F, who you know will find himself in those other passive spots where the AWP doesn't lie. And so it's like, well, what do you do? In the rounds you've tried aggressing B, Nork's holding you and waiting for that. In the rounds where you try going A, Blame F is lurking around there. Occasionally, Fnatic are throwing in these fast mid-pops with 2 to 3 players, sometimes even the Heaven Wrap. So it's like, nowhere feels safe right now for Rebels. They don't feel comfortable in any spot on the map.
And they're still trying, and I get it. Sitting back just means Fnatic are going to take bits of the map away from you methodically. But every bit of aggression has been punished, it feels like. Innocent pushing cave, dead. Flay giving it a go. Bodies here. This could be a 5v or 4v4 rather, and Flay's grabbed it. That's good info for Fnatic. They'll just commit to this A. Through Donut into only Olymp.
Blame F in position to control the rotates again. And he's just going to let them sift past in the opening stages of the retake. He's not trying to slow them down or buy his teammates any more time. He's hoping he can come in and be the guy to win the whole round on this backstab. Crims even chasing.
Oh my.
He falls deep in the spawn, but now they're not ready for Blame F. That kill's picked up for free.
Yeah, good reset as well. Go play the bomb, which is actually planted. Donuts as Matt is in the molly, takes one more for his troubles, and he taps out the AWP. That's a beautifully put together half of Fnatic. Methodical is the word to take away, right? They are just shutting down small bits of the map, bit at a time, and holding the extremities, like you said. No, I don't even see a way you can beat that if you're Rebels. Look like a very hard game to play where you've got to be winning those retakes. But they never got a chance to break the money of Fnatic. They never put them on pistols after those early round trades. It's got to be a very difficult game for the Rebels right now.
Yeah, it's crazy to think, like, if it wasn't for that miraculous 5-7 flank round, this would actually feel even more one-sided.
Yeah.
Nice! Good job.
Oh, you can hear the screams through the other camera, like they're next door. That's interesting. First time I've seen that. All right, Fnatic dealing with a calm pistol from Rebels, but they're looking to be execute. Olem trying to punish both A and middle. Good position to do so. Fnatic just hang on in mid. Waiting for something to give.
Well, Olem and his attempt to punish the back does not pan out. And now for Rebels, the challenge they were always going to have here with not having mid is that bomb has to get across. They have all these long sight lines to fight through up into the heaven.
Oh,
Flay making it feel like it's doable. Has brought this back down to a 1v2. 3 kills deep in the round for Flay, but he needs the ace clutch if he wants to give Rebels a fighting chance here. And BlameF's reposition is crazy. They just saw him pushing A main earlier on. Now he's found himself over towards the long side. No pressure to peek this. Dual Berettas, guns for the job. And this whole time, Flay is paranoid about Norking Cave. He can't go anywhere else but commit into B, because you don't know where BlameF is. And I think it's that tunnel vision onto Cave that will net BlameF this round for Fnatic.
yeah.
Credit to him for playing the headshot percentage too.
True. Just guaranteeing the kill. 17-6 on Blame, but a lot of impact has come from that scoreline. Nork as well. Looking solid. I mean, there's no weak player on Fnatic. Crims is 6-9, but it's not. It doesn't matter. It's not him holding back. Felt like Fnatic just also had the perfect counter to that pistol again without even knowing, right? Like they go for the double clear on this position. Olem not expecting a second man. And then, as you said, the bomb's stuck behind door. It can't get across heaven. And Fnatic could have let it in, but they choose to fight with 3 players in heaven. Perfect setup.
Good shit. Wow. Nice.
10-3. And a force buy. That's desperate.
Yeah, you know, just trying to maximize rounds where you have guns in if you're Rebels at this point, right? Don't want to feel like you only have one chance ever to turn around this T side. You at least have something to fight for here. Crims is ready to fast flank. He's playing up close in mid. Him and BlameF actually start to peel away. Nork wins that opener, drops down now. They will run him down, so it's just a one and done for that A site hold. There's Crims rotating off of mid. BlameF here as well. Molly and Flash force him to duck out of there. Body not ready for Innocent, already on this line, and that's given over a real freebie here. A chance for Rebels, but they line up for Blame F.
Ouch.
Kissarex getting boxed in. Fnatic have got him surrounded here. Gonna need to win one of these fights and swinging on out. Blame F makes quick work of him. 20 kills deep for Blame F as Fnatic stick the landing up against that force. Bomb plant here means Rebels can bring out some pistols and armor in the next, but really, you know, this is still a one rifle round game for the Rebels where they're not going to get a chance to really show what their T-side's made of.
They chose not to play a rifle round in this game. That's a decision you make. If you force at 9-3 without a bomb plant, sorry, 10-3 rather, like you're basically buying till the game's over, and you're hoping you win something. I don't think we see a 5v5 rifle round in this map, Harry, on this second half.
Oh, and it all just seems a bit dead on the Rebels cams as well. It's very quiet in that room. Nothing to be excited about if you're the Rebels.
A reassuring map for Fnatic, though. We know they have potential, and we saw the score of that Na'Vi game. Our opener here to start the day off the back of a 5-round T-side on Inferno against the world's best. Fnatic looking to just make quick work of this map. And this is the best buy for Rebels they can manage. 4 rifles and put them to use. Bit of spam does a lot of damage and Blame F to finish off the retreat. Man is down ramp. It's overwhelmed, but the FAMAS also takes 1. This is a good try for Rebels and they can reset for that A site. Fnatic will be caught off guard. Oh, he's deep. But he's still running. He's still running.
Yeah, Olib thinks he has way more space than he actually does there. He wanted to take everything away, hoping that all that attention over towards B had made Fnatic pull both players over there. And so it's a real nasty surprise when Nork is still floating around. He'll go on and close it. Fnatic 12-3, looking to lock in a dominant win here in their second game at the RMR.
Very impressive game for Fnatic. Not much else to say about it. Had the answer every step of the way. And here we go again, Rebels just trying to hold on. Just that tick as well. Now they know they're coming cave.
I mean, Fnatic don't just have the info and the positioning in this round. I mean, I say that, like, Nork is all alone over at B, but it's how much util they've even held on to here, right? 30 seconds left, you still have 3 smokes for Fnatic. Like, what do you even do if you're Rebels here? You're going to have to play through the util, and even when you do, there's more where that came from. Nades now raining in, Molly's raining in, all trying to do chip damage to Rebels, never letting them get comfortable in this post plant. A second volley of util. Innocent dead over on the long side. Fnatic.
Oh, he hit it.
They have shown up in this game and they have left no room for rebellion. Fnatic pick it up. 13-3 from start to finish in full control. There is never even a moment where they break a sweat. And this is one where it even feels more dominant maybe than the scoreline looks to show. If it wasn't for the back and forth across the first 3 rounds of this, Fnatic could have very easily picked this up 13-1.
An absolute assassination in the server in this game. Fnatic. I'm very excited to see what this team has in store for us now amongst the rest of the RMR and maybe even into the Major. I don't want to call that too soon. 1-1 now as they send Rebels down 0-2, but that looked like Fnatic didn't even have to pick up from a walking pace. That was them just relaxed.
Yeah, it felt fully casual. No overwhelming celebration here, just kind of a day in the office for Fnatic. And that's what you want to see. Like, if they want to make it, if they want to make this run happen through the RMR, you hope they're able to put away a team like Rebels handedly.
For sure.
So the fact that they didn't break a sweat while doing it is very exciting here.
And again, Rebels are an experienced team to a degree, because not only have they played at a couple of big events in Pro League and Katowice, but they've also, fielded a lot of LAN experience as this roster going to Challenger. They were in Finland the other day. They've been around the block. They know what it's like to lose. They've been grouped before, and it might happen again here for the Rebels as one more BO3 loss with 3 chances. They are going home. In the meantime, Fnatic look to make it all the way.
Yeah, I think when we look at this squad, even for someone like blamF, who when he comes into this team, trying to kind of reinvent his image somewhat after the time spent in Astralis and even Cole before that, where the tune very much changed on blamF. Sentiment used to be that he was someone who would find a lot of impact and was a bit of a slept-on guy. Then you have the complexity move. Thing that I think is very interesting, he's been in the top 24 times in his career and only ever lifted 1 trophy in spite of that, right? So consistent output from him, but never kind of getting the glory, and even only 1 major attended for that guy. So, I think coming into this with a point to prove is blamF.
Yeah.
A point that not only is he kind of redefining how he's slotting into the picture and trying to find more impact so that is uplifting the team, but that also, sure, he loses out on Astralis, but that wasn't some major setback. He's still here to leave an impression and be a talked about name in Counter-Strike.
Definitely.
And for right reasons.
Yes. Yeah, and all the right reasons today. 23 kills, 120 ADR, had a lot of late lugs. I think he's better off the in-game leader. I think he knows that as well. I think Body is clearly using him pretty well right now. At the same time, I'm not going to overdo a BO1 win. Maybe I feel, because in the moment it feels pretty enjoyable to watch this game. Wow, Fnatic stomped them, everything went well. I want to know what happens when things aren't going well, because they haven't been for Fnatic. Their Pro League run was abhorrent. They got nothing done there. Their recent results online have been poor. To me, this is a LAN team. They've got experienced players, they've got legends, they've got people like Crims. I think blamF historically, he's been solid on LAN. This is a LAN team to me, but at the same time, we've got no recent results to go like, oh yeah, Fnatic are a shoo-in. They're not a shoo-in.
No.
But if they play like that for the BO3s, for the rest of the tournament, I think they're definitely going to the Major. So I want to see more of Fnatic, and we will in the future. But next, Harry, we've got a bit of a CIS showdown. We've got Cloud9, we've got Nemiga, and it's coming up after the break.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The battle never stops. The race to the bottom continues here in the 0-1 matches. Now we have a real treat coming your way, though. It's Cloud9 taking on Nemiga. Hugo, how are you feeling about this one?
I think this is the most competitive game that we're covering today. I want it to be at least of the 4B01s. I think this is kind of a funny head-to-head in the sense that we have Cloud9, obviously name value, brand value, but no value in the server from the results we've seen from this roster. And then you have Nemiga, who is like, who are these guys? Oh, wait, they're beating everyone online. And now Nemiga just came off the back of winning a 250k LAN, where they beat Fnatic on LAN. They beat Unpaid in the grand final, 2-1. They won 150k. We've got a bunch of young players. And I think they have a lot of potential. And Nemiga is obviously an org we've seen for years down the line. We've had some great players in here like MDS, like Lollipop, people who have disappeared who we don't really talk about anymore. But this roster is finally starting to pick up more and more steam, find more and more success, and they're grinding. And again, that's another difference between these teams, because we have Nemiga who play hundreds of online games. They're constantly playing matches. Bro, Cloud9 haven't even played 20 games since they changed their roster after Copenhagen Major, right? I think they played like played Copenhagen, then they played Chengdu, then this roster was gone, went into Blast. They got a map against FaZe in their debut. We were like, whoa, Cloud9, they're here. And they almost beat FaZe in that LAN match. And ever since that, they've literally done nothing. I will say they had one nice little string of results in a Thunderpick qualifier to get to the online stage, and then they bombed out there as well. I think they beat like BB, and they beat GamerLegion, they beat some other, that's kind of the peak of it. Other than that, there's actually been nothing to like about the results of this Cloud9 team, which is weird because you have some really nice pieces in this roster.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at it, someone like Heavy God is like a very legit signing, someone to bring in who certainly left an impression, even from his time on OG. Then Icy as well as...
to be a young star prodigy. He looked really good on Amcal. I actually had high hopes. He was at the Copenhagen Major. He played some greats here. Sure, Cloud9 made the playoffs with the old roster there, with 2 of the 5 players they have now in Boomish and Axel. But talk of Axel, where's he gone? Is he under here? I don't see him. Where's Axel?
Made me so nervous just then, bro. Chair flips over, segment ruined.
Where's one of the best players from the region that we've seen the last 4 years? He's disappeared. It wasn't even just in this team either. He was disappearing towards the end of the old Cloud9 team. I want him back, Harry. I miss him.
Yeah, it's always a weird one as well, right? Like, fall off needs to be studied, as they say, because man, that was someone who could and frequently would dominate games. He was so dependable, it felt like you knew exactly the sort of mileage you were going to get out of him. But dead now, of course, Hugo.
There's always time to be revived, though, Harry. And maybe it's at an RMR with it all on the line, with the major round the corner. Maybe that's where Cloud9 can come alive. But I think in terms of matchups, just quickly, I think this is one of the hardest ones they could have played.
You were getting me pretty hyped on Nemiga.
Yeah.
Who should I be keeping an eye on there?
I actually think it's a pretty level field. Like, you don't necessarily have...
The numbers suggest that it is like...
Because you have a lot of games where it's like different players pop off. I just think as a roster, they're pretty reliable. I've enjoyed watching Risky Bob, although he's not the standout individual when it comes to numbers, but I just think as a team, it's a team very much on the same page. It's a team with experience. It's a team with LAN experience and a LAN trophy now this year. Obviously underdogs, even if you look at those numbers, but that's because of the brand, not the brand value, the name value of Cloud9. Like, this is the team that should be winning based on the players they have. They have some incredible riflers. Heavy God is a beast. He is an absolute monster in the server. But I'd say we saw that more on OG than we're seeing that right now.
Well, at the very least, here in the RMR, he did have a good game earlier on where they got 8 rounds versus FaZe. And sure, they still took the L there. And FaZe, like, questionable in nature as well.
Especially
but
in these games.
Regardless, it was Heavy God top in the charts for Cloud9. And it felt like he was doing his damnedest to try and keep the hope alive there on that in that match. So he's at least put a good foot forward here at the RMR, his Heavy God.
Cloud9 should win this game, but I can't say they will with any confidence, just because I've seen Nemiga play some great CS as of late. They're sending them out of the room. They're going to the bathroom, maybe.
Oh, I didn't even know This is sick.
The numbers. This is what I mean, though. This is kind of backs up my point. Like, Nemiga are grinders. They play so many matches. They play so much online CS. And Cloud9 have barely played any, Harry. We're playing Inferno in this BO1. Nemiga, middle of the pack map for them. A map where you shouldn't expect to see Cloud9 uncomfortable. I think it's a good map for Cloud9. Heavy God is really good on this map.
It's funny, yeah, you're dead on about like the disparity in how much these teams play, which is often the case as well, like as you kind of bridge the lines for where teams are at. But the fact that kind of the least played map outside of their Instaban has the same number of maps played as Cloud9's most played is kind of crazy.
Yeah, it's hard to know exactly what to expect from this game, but I think it's going to be very brawly, Harry. Maybe not all the smoke pushes we saw on the earlier Inferno. Maybe some slower rounds in there, but I think there's a lot of firepower on the server today.
I guess while we have a bit of time, because we saw just then oh, I can't even speak. We saw the Nemiga dudes, walking around and doing some stuff. Yeah. Kind of zooming out, looking at the tournament as a whole. Day one thus far, from what I've observed going on the other stream as well. Bro, favorites are winning.
Favorites are winning, Harry.
All the favorites are coming through. It's like, damn, these guys got hands.
Welcome to Europe, where the best teams in the world are there for a reason.
Yeah, but you know what I mean? Like, usually there's something on day one. Usually, FaZe, how have they managed this?
0-2, and they've done it. Reverse sweep into the last quarter chance, the last backup stage. We've added another stage. It's called the FaZe stage. They're playing it. Oh, they've won it.
Yeah,
who would have thought that?
But none of that. And I know, to some people watching along that might feel like, oh, man, because it's fun to have a little upset. It makes the day a little bit more exciting. But for the health of getting the big boys to the major,
it's great news.
This is exactly what we want.
Great news for fans of big teams, which is most of us. Because you're bringing that up, I just had this wave of Cloud9 memories wash over my head, where I remembered their last RMRs. Last RMR, Copenhagen, stomped it, mate. I think, I haven't checked this, 3-0 though, I'm almost certain. 3-0, they stomped through the RMR, they made it straight in. But I remember the Paris RMR, Harry. Do you remember the Paris RMR when Shiro was on this roster? Do you remember that? Where they played that last chance stage against FaZe, and they lost it on the final day, and they didn't go to the major. They've had roller coasters here at RMRs.
Yeah.
Highs to lows, from lows to highs even. Where will it be this time? Loser of this game goes 0-2, relying on BO3s. Scary time right now.
Yeah.
In Shanghai, China.
I mean, this is a scary team to ever stutter on the pronunciation of.
Yes, indeed, Harry. Gotta watch your words. Loose lips.
I'm still on a crazy come down from that.
Your heart's still racing. You wouldn't be the first broadcast talent. That's all I'm going to say. I've seen Dota clips. It's happened.
Everything's fine.
Don't worry.
It's all under control.
If things continue as they have been today, and we get more stomps from favorites, you won't have to say their name much anymore.
No, So in your mind, like Cloud9 coming in, clear favorites?
I mean, on the odds, they're clear favorites. On the experience, not as a roster, but as individuals, they're favorites. On the pressure, I'd say there's more pressure on Cloud9, and I'd say they don't have the reps to necessarily win. Like, I think this is the closest game we're going to cover, to be honest. I think a prediction is...
Also, not much in the way of,
doesn't mean anything. Actually, I say that we had a 13-11, so I take it all back. But I think a prediction is pointless here, but I think anyone can win. That's kind of why.
Brilliant.
Yeah, anyone can win. Welcome to Counter-Strike, folks. It's the RMR, and we've got Nemiga versus Cloud9 in a BO1 on Inferno.
Oh, well, there's Heavy God.
Yeah.
There's Heavy God.
He's the guy. He is the guy. Okay, Cloud9 win. There's my prediction.
Oh, but he is dead.
I take it back. Nice double from Zwei. Back to B for Cloud9. They got an exec here. Oh, rotate for Leah. Leah's leaving. It's only Xanta with the Julies.
Will he be bringing them gifts? Are they ready for a visit from Xanta?
That's a good one. They've actually baited all of the CTs over to this site. Nemiga fell for this one. They fell hard. Cloud9 are going to have open runway up short. It's almost too good to be true, Harry. Like, wow, this worked? Okay, let's get a bomb plant. Boomich jumped pit with the bomb. He jumped pit. He finds a dink. They've got to fight, though. Cloud9 can't give it up. Boomich hits another headshot, and the bomb makes it in.
You're wondering if it was Doom or Boomich. It's definitely the latter. Or former, I forgot which order I said it in. Icy holding the line.
Got it right.
P250 at range.
Oh.
Ooh. Here's Xanta, and Risky Bob now springing alive. And so all of a sudden, pistol round secured. Starts with the double from Zwei, and then Risky Bob and Xanta go on to close it. I love some of the names on this team. Like Risky Bob, always a classic.
Yeah, can't go wrong with that.
Khan just sounds cool.
Yeah.
Xanta sounds like Santa.
Oh, that's a really nice kill.
And Zwei, which also sounds sick.
They do have cool names. The players. Force up for Cloud9 off the plant. 3 Galils. Patience. Axel ready to pop a flash through the smoke. He's going to go B. Meanwhile, apartment's getting taken. Xanta, they're still fighting Banana on the CT side. They've got 2 players pushing down. Smoke in. Oh, no helmet. You pay the price. 99 in 1. Lucky guy.
Oh, as Cloud9 goes slowly here, they want to be caught. Dragging the knuckles. He will show them the way. Risky Bob, long spam. Xanta, 1 HP as he goes in towards the A site. And they're right up past him. 2v2, Cloud9, another bomb plant here. Chance to upset early. Can Inters hold them back because Boomich is not in fighting shape right now. They're going to just play the trade game on this.
Oh, no.
Oh, dear. Lear's broken up the fights. And he locks it in for Nemiga.
Oh, Inters kind of has to bait Boomich there. He's too low to sustain the MP9. He's got to bait a bit harder. But he goes for the kill. And Lear makes him regret it. 2 kills in the 1v2 and a defuse to put Nemiga still in the lead. No force buy success for Cloud9 despite some nice trades in middle. This is a really good pop in mid. I mean, I get why Inters is fighting there. His teammate was kind of committed. But Zwei, or Lear rather, plays it perfectly. Cloud9 buy again. 4 kills on a plant. That's enough, they say. And those odds have immediately flipped anyway. Didn't take long, did it?
Nemiga is set up for the B play here. 3 strong on this side of the map, but Axile
all right
immediately thins the herd.
He did that for a smoke pickup. Not sure. 95 damage just to get the util, and he got a gun at least. But he's now on his last legs, Khan. It's Cloud9 poised for an A hit. Axel leaves options open, waits for a flank, but instead it's just 3 strong. And a missed long smoke as well. Ugh. That doesn't do anything for you.
Decision to gamble over towards A.
They missed 2 smokes.
It's all good. Cloud9 running into the lone defender over at B.
Good spot. As long as they trade, though, there's no way he gets 2 kills. It's already low health. Oh dear, they're not trading. But they have Heavy God. And the save is the right call here. All right, we can forgive the smokes. They are on Cloud9. And that's their first round for the T side.
Oh, coming into this, we were talking about how the favorites have been winning all day. If you've been watching the mainstream right now,
I'm actually watching Cloud9 Nemiga.
You would see that that's still continuing to be the case.
Oh, I thought you were about to say, Sangal, they've done it in an unbelievable 13-0 performance.
It's looking good. Yep, 7-0 start for MOUZ.
Oh. Well, that's good to see for the FaZe.
It's nice to have a clear line drawn, actually.
I'm sure Group B will be very different, and I mean that. I do mean that, because Maui and I were discussing this earlier. It's like this group has the top-heavy teams, and then it has like the real underdogs. And then Group B, sure, there's still the Spirit and G2. You know, there's still some of the best teams in the world in there, but the general floor is quite high, but the ceiling isn't as high as this one, I'd say. I'd say Vitality, Na'Vi, MOUZ are like, that's a very high ceiling. But in Group B, you have, you know, Eternal Fire VP, you have, oh God, I'm putting myself on the spot here. You have some of the underdogs, I think, that are better, like who can get to the major, like Bait, Passion UA, Big, who can always win or lose, Heroic, very hard to read, an Uncertain Astralis. It's a lot more open, I'd say.
Yeah. And one where the underdogs have more experience and exposure.
Yeah. I'd say they're better underdogs there. But anything can happen. As Cloud9 are now finding out. 2-1 down against Nemiga. 4-man mid-hold. Cloud9, curious. They're going to contact it. I think we're going to see a lot of dry little trade brawls, as I was talking about coming into this game. It's a good Molotov. It's going to burn out one with this double top Falcon. You're not ready for that, are you? You find out the hard way. That molly is what makes the difference, though. Keeping Khan back, he can't fight with his team. They don't need to run him down, though. 3v2. They break the smoke. They're going through. Naughty.
Oh, Liz been caught out there. Inters able to find both those defending players. And so Cloud9, sure, might have been surprised by the double boost quad A lean coming out of Nemiga, but they still managed to battle past it.
They walked into a 3-man and a 4-man setup mid, and they won it out in trades both times. So that's a very good sign for Cloud9 right now. If they can reliably do that, why risk it with VX? It might be Nemiga who have to make adjustments and start playing more passive in middle. Got nades to disrupt a plant on the B site. Another miss smoke. I was looking at the lineup thinking, that's not right. But yeah, that's the third miss smoke for Cloud9. I am now counting.
Well, they've given him a couple more here.
Here we go. I trust Axel. He's experienced. He wouldn't. Beautiful. Round of applause.
I don't know if it's a good thing we're celebrating.
No, it's a bit ironic.
Smoke slam. No, if that builds my confidence up here for Cloud9.
This round, hopefully you've got the utmost confidence because A is clear.
Utmost.
Is it upmost or utmost?
Yeah, utmost.
Up, it makes sense, yeah.
I'll have the utmost, the toast, please.
Really? I thought you were more of a gammon guy myself.
Oh, look at Heavy God. He's going ham.
Nice.
Khan dead. It's Heavy God just making a bit of money here.
He's porking him.
Farm him up.
Nice.
Come on, Heavy God. It's pistols, bro.
He's taking his time. He knows he's got him.
Like I'm half the player he is, and I would be charging in full confidence.
That's why you're half the player here.
Yeah, true.
Axel using this as DM right now, just trying to AD. They're not giving away anything. Honestly, just better to live. But Heavy God does not oblige.
The biggest joke there is that I think I'm half of the player he is. It's more like 10%.
Yeah, true.
As he's leading the way 8-3, Cloud9.
He is sick. We saw him in OG in that showdown, and he was just a monster.
Yeah, and there was wild circumstances around that because he was in that OG squad. They do really well. They make it all the way into the finals of that one, and then he couldn't play.
Yeah. And then they lost without him.
Which, you know, felt kind of guaranteed to happen, considering he was head and shoulders the best player.
Same setup again. Triple porch with a long player that leaves Lear on his own. He's got to be very careful with his util here. Too late and they're in. Too soon and he'll be left dry when it comes to the actual execute. It's a fine line to walk. Cloud9 just going to pop on the end of this smoke, which is quite nice. Resmoke comes early. It's good. Cloud9 want to go through. They love these smoke breaks. They're going to do it again. Why not? Like that.
Yeah, Boomich leads the way in. And Lear's been forced back here after that first volley doesn't connect. Expecting that util to come out. Him being alone, he's just trying to buy time right now for the rest of his squad to move in and join him.
Lear played this really well, even though he had to give up the site. He didn't really have a choice. So it's all on the retake. It's all on the playing as a team now, trading out as they come through coffins.
Oh, Boomich. Good for the first. Axel tries to swing and trade that, but ends up churned up.
No kit. They're on it.
Get on the bomb. Icy needs to be the guy to make a move. That Mac 10 gets Risky Bomb off the bomb, and there's no winning this anymore.
Damn. Nice try. That's really nice try for Nemiga. I mean, Lear had no choice but to give up the site. His util was literally perfect. He dropped double smoke on good timing. They break the smoke. He has to just throw his... He gets some damage. He almost killed Boomich. That probably would have won you the round. But he gets a molly into the delay plant. He flashes them off. And they go in 5v5. But it's the lack of kits. It's the lack of kits. Without it, it's all Cloud9 building up on this T side. Oh, they're ready for that. I do like the... I don't know why it's so surprising to me, but I do like the idea of popping these smokes with nades and just going into B or A. They've done both. Oh my god! Because
yeah, just running the exec like with the nade smoke.
There's two things. I guess the two things in my head is like You don't see that a lot on Inferno because HEs are so good at finding damage on this map more than anything. You know where CTs are going to be playing. There are standard insta-nade like protocols, get them on car or half wall or corner, sandbags. There are so many obvious HEs you're going to throw that you don't actually see ETs hold on to HEs for smokes that much. And the second thing is, the meta of Inferno for the longest time, ever since Astralis, has been min-max your util to the point where you can buy as much time. Now, you don't see people winding the clock down to 4 seconds without you getting a chance anymore because you're going to poke and prod more on other sites. But think about how we saw Eclot earlier stuck behind these B smokes every time, and they could never actually hit their timing to execute because as soon as they lay up their execute, oh, there's a smoke, there's a molly, they're blocked, they lose the block. Or they have to rotate with no info with 20 seconds. Like, there's so many of those rounds. But if you had an HE, you would just run your exec and pop the smoke. And Cloud9 have already done it 3 times to devastating results in this game. So, something to keep an eye on here. See if they keep it up. But it's won them rounds already. Like, if you give too much respect to the util... Oh, does this work? Where's the gun? Don't know. I think they took it, actually. Because they have Mac 10? Either way. Conceptually, I'm liking what I'm seeing from Cloud9. 5-2 right now. Rebuy coming in. Very important round for Nemiga. Around they may feel the pressure to force an opening kill. Especially if they have this AWP on Khan.
Yeah, I want to see what Khan's able to do here, because he's looked a little uncomfortable in some of the rounds that have gone by. But, you know, CT open, this is where he's going to get his best mileage, so let's see what he brings to the table here. Early triple B lean. Inters and Heavy God working over towards top mid and apartments. For now, that orb's been dodged. Khan's tried to reposition here so he can lend a helping hand and kind of watch this long side, but the Moto Smoke forces him to make a decision. He decides to play through it in the sight. With Sway, first shot lands. Khan finds the opener. That orb gets run through, though. As the rifle duo, Heavy God and Axal, hurry up inside of the site. They find both openers for Cloud9. And in a 4-on-3 like this, you're not really left with any options here. You just back out and save, try to run it back in the next, but you do forego that AWP. That's gone. No means of getting that back. And so a very abrupt ending to the round there. As Cloud9 play it up-tempo.
Yeah, I like the calling. Keeping Nemiga on their toes. Some very slow rounds. Then just a quick mid-pop. They know they've won this balcony fight so many times, or rather porch fight so many times, that Nemiga are going to play a more passive round. They force them back into the bottom side, so they just explode. Close, but not quite cutting it here for Nemiga. Second time up called. This is Cloud9 in full control of Inferno. Oh, I love watching Boomish on the cam.
Yeah, he's very hyped up.
Yeah, just truly invested. Truly wants a run here with this latest Cloud9 squad. So good to see him back in the server, looking good. All of the shots. Oh my, this is a brawl.
Oh, Khan. Right there, Boomich hops into the crosshair. They use the nade smoke again. Try and leverage this control early over Banana. A lot of damage done onto Axal. But still a key trade in that early skirmish. Khan not allowed to escape. So Nemiga do have to start spreading out this CT defense.
And this is perfect.
For lean over towards a Cloud9, recommitting to the B take.
Just a brute force again. Oh, don't miss his smoke another time. Is Axel throwing it? I'm confident yet again. That is the lineup. He's got it. That's perfect. He's going to land on the boost. Middle mouse click. Didn't land on the boost. That's fine. Doesn't matter. Just go. Do they break the smoke again, Harry? Yes, they do. They're forcing it.
Oh, Leah's been spammed. Finished off by Heavy God. And they are keeping nades every round to make sure they can do this.
Oh, here we go. 3v3. They're going to send in and catch Icy re-swinging. Easy dodge on the flash. Heavy God gets one. 2v2 now. Heavy God's had a monster performance, but it's up to Axel. Low health. The reload comes in, and Zui comes out with a round for Nemiga. Zui. I read the E. Leave me alone. You're laughing. 3 rounds to Nemiga. Nice round. Nice play. I still enjoy watching Cloud9 hold on to this util. They had a chance to bounce HEs in that round when they had Banana, when they knew positions, but they're not going for the free damage. They're going for what they hope to be the round winner, which is, I don't care if you're blocking us at B, we're going to smoke break. We're going to win the round off of it, but they don't in the post. Heavy God very committed to that swing, but he's having a great game, so I can see why. Important round, otherwise this could have been just a stop.
Oh, Axel. That was a golden opportunity. Nades pulled on Lear. And him and Xanta full immediately. Risky Bob. Can he hold the line? Util streaming over. Axel never even gives him a chance to play. Khan's already here on location, but 1v4, sight lost. AWP in his hands. Not destined to win this one. Cloud9 with another pace change and more ideas. Throwing at this CT side. They get caught off guard by that boost in at top Banana. Thought it was really nice to have Boomich, push out while that boost is employed. You know you've got them where they're boxed in. They're going to struggle to trade playing the corner. That's just very well put together rounds thus far for Cloud9's T side.
This is awkward. He might die with a bomb here. I don't know if he's trying to ninja off a kit in Coffin, but like you're very close right now. You need to move, and Heavy God's actually running, so got to let him pass. Yeah, can't take that kill. Okay, he gets out at least. Behind enemy lines. I love the pace changes Cloud9 have called, right? When they win all these mid brackets fights, and then they just go for a quick short pop a few rounds ago. Now they lose a slow B post spawn, and they just beat rush. Sure, it comes off the back of getting those entries, but they were ready to all in that B play from the get-go. Boomich calling a solid T side right now. Don't just do it again. That would be brutal. It's into pistols. This can go wrong. God flash for Icy coming in.
Oh, they don't break the smoke this time. Leah makes it interesting with that double up, but we'll get run down eventually. Khan has a nade of his own for a smoke break here, but instead going to use it on the planter. No, they'll break that smoke open. And there were 2 of them down over towards CT, and so he doesn't get the vision, the sight line he was looking for. So he plays first. Stuck on the MP9. They don't know about him up Banana yet. Trades out onto the AK, so now Cloud9 have the info. They know where both players are, where they're coming from. That swing from Icy is punished, and Inters cannot withstand it. Successful retake launched, a low econ round.
That's funny. Icy panics a little bit there. He could have just sat in the smoke, right, knowing a nade is coming in, but I guess doesn't want to be left with his sightlines blocked. Would rather just risk it on the 1v1, but it's the AWP holding him. And I gotta say, it does feel like Cloud9 are using conditioning a lot in this game, right? Like you said, this time they don't break the smoke. They just run through it with a couple of good flashes. And I think if there any round to do that, weirdly enough, it would be against pistols, because you're not gonna play... Like, it's a lot harder to get a multi-kill there with a pistol, say you're playing pool, than it would be a rifle if the flashes are good. But there's 3 CTs in the site, that's the difference. So Cloud9, a big risk. That's a confidence play. Nemiga win an important retake. And 5 rounds would be good. It'd be good enough. I just wonder what Cloud9's CT side is going to look like right now. Because the T side has been very interesting.
Retake nades in for Banana, even one that lands up there to stop the boost.
Cheeky. And again, passive setup for Nemiga. They've learned their lesson on A. They've been punished enough times. Boomage with the city smoke. They have an HE. It's going to go.
Yeah, Leo this time has held on to his molly a lot longer, which is nice at least, because they only get one chance to go through with that smoke break, but Leo burns out. 2 molly kills in the round. As things heat up over towards B, plant on the cards for Cloud9. Icy's going to plug in those numbers. Not a lot of time to get comfortable, but Inters is in a good position up here. Ready for the swing out from spawn. Spots away and Icy swings out with him. Khan is very far removed, and with Risky Bob dead, this AWP is going to struggle to get involved. 1v2 clutch needed for Khan. And as soon as he peeks Icy, that's when Boomich is going to swing. Very well handled there. Don't give the chance over for that 2v1 to get interesting.
Yeah, not sure what happened on the B side, though. They didn't break the smoke. They just flashed through again, and they get double entry. I wonder if they naded the molly, and that's why Lear dies to the molly, but I didn't quite see it. I felt like he went 100 to 0 without seeing a player, so it must just have been a util combo of some sort. That's an awkward way to lose the final round of the half. And Cloud9, great control of this game. They took a couple of risks, and they didn't always pan out, but it didn't seem like it mattered. Getting away with 8 rounds T-side Inferno, like, the risks are fine. Oh, wow, double volley. Fire spreading everywhere over both oranges.
Nice.
Good sign from Cloud9 here in this regional matchup. And the old adage of how important the pistol round is applies as always. Bit of a brawl, but getting kind of trapped in the bedroom. Shocked Icy gets out, to be honest. Axel picks mid in the meantime, and I think that was util dropped as well. No, he had Kevlar. It's okay. Still got Calm with the nades. Ooh.
A very aggressive look, though, from Cloud9. Trying to disrupt the pistol round before it even gets going. So Nemiga on the back foot. They've got good space over towards A, top mid control and apartments, so that might be enough to bring this bomb back around. All the makings of the A take, you've just got to get in. Risky Bob is looking to make that first incision. Spotted 2 players, you know they're in pit and mini. Inter's going to get smoked off on the Moto side, but they have to break apart this double pit hold. Sway finds the double. Inters has made a move through the Moto smoke though and gets here just in time. It's left to Khan.
Smoke buys him a few more seconds if he wants to reposition, but there's not many better angles to play than on top of the site. Tucked in, hidden from everywhere. The app swing will be enough. And Heavy God just finds that one body shot to get Cloud9 back in with a pistol round. He is 17-7 right now, putting on a stark Raven mad performance.
Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win.
Force potential here. Santa did have util, dropped over from Leah, so that's awkward on the mid fight. Cloud9 put the pressure on in the pistol. Playing very confident CS, which I like to see for a team that hasn't had any success with this roster at all. Glad to see them playing like the favorites today, which they most certainly are. I was expecting more resistance from Nemiga. There is still time on this T side to show that.
Retake util for top banana. Cloud9 aren't going to do anything with that. Boomich waiting with a flash pulled, and they try to invite Nemiga in. Heavy God though spams out a lot of shots there, gets in with a double. Oh. And Boomich jumping around.
That's Boomich.
Good hold over towards B. It looked dicey there for a minute. It takes that slight bit of fortune to go Heavy God's way. They line up for him as they try to move in. Bomb planted, can't yet to leave an impression in this game. We'll have a lot to go up against. Icy waiting on the other side of this smoke over at the coffins. Util.
Oh, no.
Well, that was meant to lock out Banana.
That's not even their fault.
Risky Bob now able to play up a little closer, but still overwhelmed. And Khan out on an island. They run at him, and Inters keeps the round in check.
The kit's down. They couldn't find it. I don't think they've got it.
Oh, God. It was right there, just barely. Icy's done the maths.
0.4. Oh, that's calculated, sure. That could have gone so wrong, considering that smoke bounced on just nothing. Like, the wall is flat, but the cobblestone, it sticks out. But if anything, it helped them, right? It forced that Banana player to fight, knowing he had a gap. And that gave Cloud9 the 2 quick kills they need to find 10 rounds. What a sigh of relief.
Boomich has that IGL brain going on. So much else that he's probably focused on in the round. Forgets that he's the guy with the kit tucked in at oranges.
Yeah, they also had to cross.
They didn't even grab it after the...
Oh, really?
Didn't grab it after the round.
Oh, that is IGL brain. I mean, it's fine. I think the other player was running away as well. Like, I don't know. It's close.
Good nade damage early on. Xanta trying to play fast up through Banana is already half health. Oh. Still, that's not a bad way for this to open. Has to take the full brunt of those early nades, sure, but gets out with a kill. That's worth it. Is this a full gamble from Cloud9? They have completely left B.
That's a crazy call. But that's the Cloud9 we've been seeing in this game. Not afraid to take risks. Smoke goes on a B. Let's see how committed they are to this. Because right now they're on the money, Harry. Heavy God has the mid to B wrap. He's not even holding the A side. The timing is beautiful. Oh my God, I felt like 2 was guaranteed there.
Oh, but wait.
Now they go A. They think they killed the A player, do they?
Okay, you see another. Yeah. Now you have to go back, right? You can't commit to this anymore. Khan is really, really wounded.
Still thinking there's an A B player, surely, right? Oh, but I mean, it depends on the familiarity. Like, you've killed the 2 B anchors. Fast rotate.
Yeah, the extra time afforded.
They're hesitant. They
Thanks to Nemiga having to slow down this much. They really don't believe the B's clear.
Heard this, though.
Xanta turns around, but isn't able to keep them from spilling out through Banana. Util now reigns in. Starting to nullify some of these positions. The flash work is awkward for Cloud9 as they get jammed up out the Banana, but Axel back on that spam. Second time you've seen him do that now. Risky Bob receiving end of it, and Icy there to close. 11 for Cloud9, a successful retake. Heavy God doesn't get his multi-kill on Arch. They move into an empty B site, but the few kills they strip away, and that slowdown for Nemiga gives enough time to Cloud9.
Yeah, you see that. You've seen that twice, like you said. Like, people playing coffins, old coffins, like it's CSGO. That is so spammable. You can do near full damage through this wood. It's just 2 layers of wood. It's just free. So they are getting... All right.
And bro, it's great to see Cloud9 have a lot of faith in Vumich's reads.
Yeah.
If one thing's been apparent from this game, it's that.
Yeah, they've run through a lot of smokes in the first half. Into sites, you don't know. You could be walking into stacks. They did once, but for the most part, they just shredded Nemiga on T-half. And now they haven't lost a round here, CT. And yeah, that's a 4v5. They go gamble full A. Heavy God only gets 1. And then they retake a man down. Very impressive game out of Cloud9 right now. Just a mid-take, no banana control. Sway might catch Icy, but they need to give him a reason to move. BXX just got thrown in.
Crazy that with so much time left, Cloud9 is still 4A, and they've never tried to like peek or get the info or re-clear top mid with this many players, this many resources on this side of the map.
He's through the molly.
It's the bomb out long all alone. More Util streams in. Khan on an island. He's separated from the rest of his team here. Bomb now spotted. Cloud9 know they were right to maintain this heavy A-side lead. And the Nemiga get churned up, man. Axel down in pit. Quick work made of that offensive. Cloud9, their CT side coming together as beautifully as their T-half did to open up.
And it's not just the 4-man A setup there. Don't get me wrong, that's amazing. But look at the positions they're playing. They have 3 site rather, 1 pit. It's like just, it's not traditional, you know? You're not ready for that. And Inters is fighting on the headshot angle, but then Heavy God's tucked in the same position. So Khan kills him and then runs in, no idea.
Bro, Boomich has had some unreal reads over this game, and there's some really nice layups from the rest of the gang to make, bring it all together.
It certainly helped that Heavy God's just had a phenomenal game individually. Like, it's made everything look so much sweeter, but the ideas for Cloud9 have also been great. Practice paying off. You know they put everything they've got into the RMR.
Finally, one of these stacks is looking to go the other way. But even then, Cloud9 have responses. They've got protocols. They've cleared out deep mid. Boomich holds the line with 1 over here towards B. Forced out by the util.
Aussie Vader.
Been able to get himself away, steal himself away. If he can get out with one more, it's just damage. Cloud9, 3v4. Usually you'd be looking to save here. Because of the advantage they've currently got, maybe they try. Heavy got dinked up. I think that should really seal the deal on this one.
Save because you're 12-4. Don't need this one that bad. So Cloud9 still make a safe call. And Axel getting exits actually impactful here. So this is big from Axel. He might kill all three. Okay, just the one. Lear dead to the bomb. 2 dead to the bomb. So huge exit damage. Means it will be even easier for Cloud9 to set themselves up and end this game right now.
You have no util in this round if you're Nemiga. Sure, like Lear and I think Risky Bob both get a full belt, but far from ideal.
Ну, он далеко стоит АФК смотрит. Он с калашом.
I mean, now Cloud9, they just move into a far more standard 2-3 split. And like the last 2 rounds, you've had these solo B plays. Icy gonna trade out with Boomich. He'll reorientate over towards A side of the map, leaving the AWP here to hold the long angles at B.
Oh, he's stuck on the wall. Gets in just in time, but Xanta with a phenomenal entry wins the round on his own. Or so he thinks, because Cloud9 actually don't move a muscle. The bomb rotates quickly, and Boomich checks mid, so he's gone as well. Or for a moment, I thought Nemiga were going to commit back into the stack, and they still may.
Yeah, they're very indecisive right now. The 2 players you found on B, but you know that Boomich is often there as well. And so now you've kind of doubted everything, and you've left enough time where you know the rotates could have happened anyway, so they just recommit with the original plan. It's into the more stacked bomb site. Boomich now confirms that B is empty, even dropping in a smoke for good measure. Axal down in pit has had some fantastic rounds, but that is incredibly awkward timing. Hello, how's he found a little cubby to hide in here? They've got no idea that Axal's down here in pit, and now Intern's taking contact, looks to tee up Axal for the close. It's just Khan left. Tried and failed in many of these clutches as Khan. And a get past Boomich and Axal, who is still entrenched down in pit. Refusal to give up from Cloud9. Nemiga gravitate towards the stacks. They can't get enough of them. And Cloud9 lock in the victory.
Oh, I feel like Nemiga had just been made to doubt everything they thought in that game, right? Going straight into the stack. And even with the worst timing you could imagine, it's a perfect layup for a closing map.
And the thing that's so wild there is, like, you can't blame Nemiga for doubting everything, man. Like, it's not like Cloud9 were going around gathering lots of info. They're doing a lot of stuff in the mid-round to piece it together. The reason why we're crediting Boomich's reads is that's exactly what a lot of those calls were. It's not like there was anything that had built up to the idea that they were going to get handed the A play in the round where they play 4A and 1B. They had no early info, not like they'd taken away top banana, they had some deep banana line on an AWP or anything like that. It is just a call from Boomich that everyone else believed in. And so when you're getting outmaneuvered that hard, and you can't even piece together like how he's doing this, I don't blame them for doubting every move that they were making.
What an impressive game from Cloud9. I mean, the CT side really puts a bow on it, but that T half was so oppressive as well. All these pops through smokes, breaking it with a nade, very common. Just going for rushes as well after they broke a morale and able to get into bomb sites for free as a result. Very annoying game, I'm sure, to play against. And when Heavy God is playing like that with a crazy individual output, it makes it unwinnable.
Yeah, Heavy God was fantastic. I think Exile as well was like a real treat to get to watch here. I know in the first half, Heavy God was very much the guy we were looking at, but when it came to anchoring that pit position, Exile was a real nuisance. It felt like he was always good for a multi-kill. In that last round, even like threading the needle on the Molotov, finding a little safe haven, and then realizing the value of that. All very good stuff from Cloud9.
Reassuring look for this team that has struggled since its inception to field any notable results on and offline. But maybe this is an RMR where Cloud9 can recover from their over 1 deficit. Remember, they played FaZe in the opening game and actually make a run all the way to the Major. I wouldn't say it's impossible at all inside of this group. Nemiga, on the other hand, maybe some jitters, maybe some nerves coming in on day one. They go down 0-2 as a team that's been grinding a lot, who certainly has the experience in matches, but not in matches of this high pressure.
Yeah, it's one of those ones where, you know, you're the team grinding, you're the team on the come up, and so you play a hell of a lot. But does that translate well here for Nemiga?
Also just allows you to prep really well for it. If you're Cloud9, like, I'm sure they've put some time into knowing what Nemiga were going to do. Maybe you can't necessarily predict the veto in games like this, where Nemiga would be happy playing probably 4, maybe even, yeah, I'd say probably 4 maps they could probably like be happy with in a BO1. But it doesn't mean you can't prep somewhat for a game a little bit of time ahead.
I just, you know, for Cloud9, when you think of kind of the praises that you might have sung about these Boomich-led squads, these are some cool innovations, I think, you know, brought to the table. Some nice protocols for when they're a man down. And actually, that always used to be like a bit of a highlight of his back in the day, even on like those old Na'Vi squads. Their ability, especially on Inferno, to kind of turn around 4v5s with good protocols. Some really nice stuff with the nade work on the T side. I love that. The idea that someone was always holding on to the nade and then using that to condition your opponents. I really liked what we just saw from Cloud9 there, and I hope they can keep that up throughout the rest of the RMR.
Me too, Harry, me too. Well, we've had a day devoid of upsets, but we actually did have one. It was Saw losing their opening game earlier on, so we get to see them up next in our final match of the day, up against Unity. So if you're here for that, stick around, and we'll be right back.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
You've seen Counter-Strike, but now have you saw Unity? Hugo, we have...
It's good.
I'm getting good at this, right?
Good.
We have one final 0-1 game.
Yes. As a statement, nothing else, no follow-up. It's Saw Unity. Have you seen it before?
No.
Okay, that's because it's never happened. This is the first time. We had Saw play that opening game. The one favourite, Harry, in the entire first round that lost. What happened? They were 12-6 down.
It's a damn good question. What did happen? It is a weird one, that opening game, when you go and look at all the numbers. I even watched some of it during that downtime.
Even watched some?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
You know, well, I couldn't catch it earlier.
No.
We were on our way in.
Joking.
Right, so when I had a little look, because when you go look at the numbers, it's a weird looking game at first class.
How come?
Well, Saw were like performing well, had more players finish positively. Things were looking good, it felt like, from the numbers. But they lose out. They're winning in opening duels. They're winning in clutches. When I looked at a lot of the rounds, it felt like for Saw, they would actually be in good positions, but then just sort of the round like peters out and nothing comes of it. And that was also while you have the fresh-faced man in the Saw jersey struggling and you know, not like delivering on the same level. It was Mutiriz who ended up like topping the charts of that game, which is cool because he's the experienced guy within the team, and so you don't expect maybe the pressure to get to him as badly. But I think you want to see a little bit more from the young stars and what they're capable of.
Well, they were 12-6 down. They pulled it all the way back to 13-11. They lost to Sinners, and now they face another team from the same region. A bit of revenge in Unity on Dust 2 is our map for this BO1. Yeah, that is a weird one. I think Saw in a weird place because obviously they lost Aros Dos coming right in. In fact, they kicked him. The reason isn't clear, but it felt like maybe he was talking to other teams. Maybe he was not committing to this team for next year. He is a very talented player, and so Saw as a team went, hey, we don't want to play a major with you.
It makes sense. A lot of people have their eyes on it.
Yeah, we don't want to play the major with you if you're not committed to us. So we're going to get someone else. We're going to train them quickly. And bam, they won their first LAN. They won Challenger with Agile. But while he's a young player, he's filling in. He seems to be playing a lot of supportive elements. It's hot. It's big boots to fill. But they managed to do it anyway. Let's see if Saw can recover after losing their debut. Mikey, I've seen him recently playing on OG as a stand-in for a LAN. So let's see if he can keep up his star-studded performance he gave us in Berlin just the other week. Finds a 5v4 here. Picking Story from lower. And Unity climb back up cap, but they make some noise while doing so. And it seems like you just heard that. Baited into Mikey. Now Unity can go wherever they want as long as they go together.
And they slow it right down. I mean, it's not every day you get off to a 5-on-3 start. And so this pistol could just be a formality for Unity as long as the trade work is good. And it's looking great. Bloggis.
Yeah.
I really love his name. Like, is it okay to want a team at the major for pure just vanity reasons? Like, do I think Unity could win anything there? No, probably not.
Wow.
But would I love a Bloggis sticker? Yes, 100%. Bloggis. It's just sick, man. Like,
that's fortunate because not only is my flam swollen, my Bloggis is inflamed.
Oh, Bloggis. Man, like Bloggis in the server.
Bloggis gets it done. And Mikey gets 4 kills, so he really gets it done.
Let's go, Bloggis.
It was all Mikey. Really.
Bring your A game. Yeah, no, Mikey with 4, but Bloggis with that critical 1 onto Mutiriz.
This would be a very disappointing RMR for Saw, who came off of that challenger win in Katowice to come here and to fall short. I'd say there's a decent bit of expectation, even despite the roster change.
Oh, the util on short forces them forward. And right into Mikey.
He is sick, Mikey. I wasn't joking. Like he stood in for one event, and sure, OG lost 0-2, but he had some. He individually looked like the strongest player in that event. Oh, sorry, strongest player on that team.
Strongest player at the whole event.
No, not true. But he came in and played very well. So
no, I think, you know, that is... It's always sick seeing a stand-in do well. And also, because it's a bit of advertising for them. It gets you a bit hyped up about them individually.
And also on top of that, we learned from him there that the flight to Berlin was his first flight ever at 20 years old. Worth noting, he has 7 lands on his record, but all in his region. And he'd never flown until he went to Berlin. So his flight to China was his 3rd flight ever. And here he is, putting on a show, 5-0. 2-0 for Unity, and Saw starting slow, but that's okay. They saved their guns in round 2. Gonna give it one more go. And then come through with a full buy.
I get to see the bloggist Mutiri's head-to-head that everyone is hoping for. The scouts in this round out. Kept forward for Mutiri's. Let's see if he's willing to challenge. Oh, it looks like he is. Bloggis on the line. And quick work made of Mutiri's. Bloggis on the board. Again, because he's already on the board, but 2 kills now. Stories Deagle. Repelled from the catwalk. Fennec Fox scurries away. Story. Ooh, gets out with a kill, but Kifford is on for the wrap over on the long side and will be able to deal with him. Planting for long is Bloggis now. Ujerks could look to try to deny this, but no crazy jump shot today. Oh, don't give Ujerks too many chances. It is so terrifying that he is still alive. But Kifford is there, plays the crossfire well with his teammate in at ramp. And Bloggis bows down to no one.
All right, you're on the hype train early. I respect it. I won't reel you in yet.
Dude, I don't know. The team's cool.
But it's really the Blogger show.
Mikey, who you've been bigging up now.
Yeah.
You're kind of already pre on the Mikey train.
Yeah, I'm pre-Mike.
Kifida, which I think is a nice ring to it.
Is that what you're going with?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Levi, like the guy who used to make jeans.
I've heard of him.
And Bloggers.
Excuse me, you can't name 4 players. Petchin is here as well. He's trying to...
Petchin's cool
Through
as well.
the smoke. This
Let's
is
go,
good.
Petch.
Levi. Or Levy. I'm going to go with Levy.
No, Levi.
Single V. Levi leaves the round as Agil hunts him down. Attempted headshot through the box. Bloggers almost gets it over the box. Meanwhile, Mikey has Cat.
Mutiri's the angle over here in mid. Quick work made of Mikey, who gets fed to Mutiri's rifle on the close angle. Good util to slow Unity down. As the other 2 lean towards the catwalk. Bloggis was hoping to put the pressure on over here towards B. CT smoke down, but you're leaving this into the final moments of the round here of your Unity. They nade the smoke open. That was a golden opportunity for Bloggis, but in the end, it's all about Story. That orb besting him in the head-to-head. Petchin dead. Ujerk's waiting for it, and so Sword don't wait long to get up on the board. The rifles come out, and they immediately come out swinging.
Cool idea to just do CT smoke and instantly break it, but Story is not holding like for a gap above the smoke. He's all the way back on ramp in the best position to deal with that play. So felt like getting Levi or Levi through that smoke. You've trolled me.
How have I trolled you? I've called him the same thing. I would have
loved him to just go, right? Instead of just sit there in front of the smoke hoping they walk in. Jump over. Break. And boom. Story. Bloggis in his pocket right now. Back-to-back rounds.
It's a sad thing. In a way, some stories are just big blogs. Mikey creeping out through middle. But they've already lost the AWPing powerhouse of Bloggis. Vincere is playing ahead of the corridor. Smokes as well. Has a little gap here to work with, but Mikey able to sift through those smokes, and they've got no idea. Ooh, Mikey Mike, here he is, backstabbing. Ujerk's no idea. And Agile's finished off as well. Mikey, that is some heads-up play. Straight through their CT smoke, into the other side of the corridor. And the B site opens up. Mikey has provided.
Ooh.
Here is clean stuff. A second follow-up dink onto Kipida. But I don't think that's enough to entice Saw in for the round.
Damn, that sucks for Materius because the only reason Mikey's able to get up there is because of the CT smoke. It looked fine. It was a bit shallow, but it didn't feel like there was a gap to walk through mid all the way up B ramp. That's really unlucky for Materius. Mikey makes the most of it. 2 huge kills on the B site. Unity right now running the board on this T side. 4-1. That was from a 4v5 as well after Story's mid pick. Unity not going easy on them. And saw the pause early. They realize this one is getting slightly out of control. This is not a map that Unity have had the best of success on, so no time like now to step up. That has competed for top 2 in their region time and time again.
Does Petchin call the bluff on this? Because he's already very, very deep, and with Levy down in the pit, good for him to just walk on through. Gonna get out over towards the long side. They were waiting to see if any re-aggression comes through, but Levi's not seen anything. And so now they get out over at long. There is a walk-up happening right now. Roman, Story, and Mutiris. Oh, Bloggis timing is off. They just make it over to the car. Levi down in pit arrives as a nasty surprise, and Story burns alive.
Triple molly car. Oh, Ujerk's in trouble. Might even just have to run away, but they're not going to let him get away for free. It's a good exit, but is that all it will be? Agile spotted in middle. They just use him to trade out, but it's not going to be around here for Saw. Unity keep up a very strong and succinct T side, keeping it pretty simple as well. Not much to say for Saw. On the back seat right now.
Terrorists win.
Yeah, this is a flat start for the Saw squad. This is after like a string of good results for this team. Agile.
Yeah.
They're already bumping past him.
What can you do about that? Just overwhelmed. Anti-eco run into B.
Oh.
Finish him.
You know what? You were right on Mikey. This guy looks like the real deal.
He's actually cracked.
I like it as well. He's playing with a huge degree of confidence right now.
He's playing really well. Just what they need. And this against an experienced team, right? Like,
yeah, I mean, I know you can like point to Agile as kind of the new face here in the Saw jersey, but you take a look at everyone else. Not only have you seen them have good results as of late, even that run back at Cologne, that was with Aristos, but regardless,
I think that's the thing that
past that point.
Like losing such a good player.
Yeah, and I think the thing with him as well is he was very, very good at creating opportunities and like space for the team. And so if that is something you're missing out on, it's going to be hard to replicate. Buchholz, though, always been keen with the rifles. He's got Roman here to back him up.
Think about, I'll hold this because Mikey's out middle in a good spot, but he's not got the gun to fight this. If Agil's going to swap between B and mid, he's very favored. He's going to tuck in and B fully because they have his mid side from long, but for how long? Mikey goes back up 40 seconds here. If they're split, this is a very hard round to win because Mikey's... I want to say he shouldn't get the kill, but he's having a hell of a game right now. Does he wait for Kifida? Deagle might do it. Check this guy's D carry.
All right.
Oh, dear.
Util out. Agil, is he going to peek up around this? No, just holds the line. And Mikey's given over free Kifida. Oh, will manage to get past the B site hold, but Roman and Mutiris, no worry on the experience front between these guys. They waste no time. They run him down.
I think the thing about Aristos is on CT sides, he made Anchor look like a star position. Like, he was so good at finding value when he's on his own, when you leave him on his own.
Yeah, he'd just cook up some multi-kill like
3 kills where you wouldn't expect it, you don't need it, and it's like, sure, that's great, but it's not every player can do that. So can Agil? I don't know, I haven't seen that yet. He seems to be playing far more supportive. He seems to be a lot more panicked in those situations. Fair enough, young guy. But that's we need him. I'm just glad they won their first LAN before they came here. It's going to give you some confidence.
Yeah.
Don't give you false confidence. It's not easy to keep that up. He even gets legged on the cross here. Hopefully Ujux has more room to move as a result.
Yeah, right, because that's the thing. It was always sort of that rifle duo that was super exciting. And so I think also there's a lot of eyeballs and a lot of increased responsibility on Ujerks now. It's like, you are now the star.
Yeah, good luck.
You have to play like one, and there is not necessarily that second voice to do it alongside him. But a good opener here. You've gotten rid of Mikey, 11-5. That is no small feat to knock him out first.
Fake on B, but late long take, but Roman has a great position to get one. If the spacing's bad right now, he can... Oh, well, forget it. 95 damage.
Oh, missed shot for Story. That's really awkward. He's boxed in now. There's Molotovs in play.
Oh, dear.
Blogis!
Oh, dear.
Blogis, no! That's Kifida. He's on your team. He shoots him in the head, trying to get rid of the AWP car, but maybe the day can be saved anyway, as Levi makes this play out through middle.
Flank from upper. Break on the smoke. Falls a bit short.
Blogis has to redeem himself here.
It's one bullet, Harry. 20 seconds. He's got to take that bomb in. Is he going to plant? Can they stop him? Mateus might just jump shot. He's got good timing.
Bomb has been planted.
Straight up ramp. He's already here before they're even ready. Fetching dead. Blogis doesn't have the ammo for this. And so saw a third round. Mutiris and Ujerks between the two of them. Able to deliver the goods.
And he kills the full health player as well, not the guy with 5 HP. Could have gotten away with that, but he's stuck in a post plant instead. Oh dear.
Now,
okay.
Not Blogis' fault.
No, not really Blogis' fault. Let him off.
The AWP is on the line, holding for the reswing. I think he did everything right.
You've swung in front of it.
Bit keen from Kifida.
Pay the price. Oh my god, they're committing late. That was not a spawn for Mikey, and no smoke on the molly either. So, a bit of a forced error there. I saw get some nice grenades in long. They have control, they have 5v4, and they look to bounce back from a slow start in this game. All the talk has been on Unity, but we know Saw have got it in them. Ooh.
Good pop flash for sure, but Story not blinded to it. That's for anyone close. Ujerks. Kifida dead out through mid with the bomb, and Ujerks goes on a tear, trading out AKs. He just replenished that mag in seconds, continues laying down the spam, and Blogis pushed from the short side. It's all left on to Levi.
Oh, it's a great flash, but Mateus gets tucked behind the box and not checked. Saw get away with 4 and 4 alive. And that's Unity's money gone till the last round of the half. So this can level out pretty quickly. 6-6 is comfortable for Saw right now, especially considering with how this started on the CT side of Dust 2. Blogis' revenge.
I think he just shot Fetchin.
Fetchin. Got a bit of bloodlust right now.
Blogis, you just point him in a direction, he gets the killing. Now Levi's shooting Blogis. The biggest threat within Unity, ironically, comes from within.
Not the most united right now. Or maybe too united, Harry. They're all on top of each other. Got a couple of flashes, that is kind of it. Good luck. Utira's tucked in.
A shot for Story, though. Each time he misses, they get ever closer. His teammates move in to help pad the line.
Mikey!
Oh, Mikey!
Kill. Both those kills are like crazy, though. Shouldn't be getting away with that. Saw still win the round, and money doesn't matter. Not for them, at least. It's Unity with their first tack in the final round to make sure everything goes perfect. This would make all the difference, a 7-round half.
Yeah, I just think if you're Saw, you very much feel like you're back in this game. And that slow start starts to get left behind you and gives away to greener pastures. For Unity, they were up 6-1. Felt like they couldn't set a foot wrong, and then a couple of rounds go the other way. Suddenly you're looking at a neck-and-neck half, and all the momentum has been removed from you up against the more experienced team, which is far from ideal. Blogis trying his hand at the long spawn. Smoke down to allow him to peek around it. The AWP does not connect, and Roman will not re-peek that. Ujerks, in the meantime, taking this pressure down towards lower tons. Not blinded by the flash. Ujerks gets away with a 1-for-1. So you've sacrificed a big hitter there for just one kill, so Unity are happy they've at least contained that lower plate and started to earn the respect over middle.
Oh, get out of there, Story. There's a lot of hellfire coming your way. Unity climb back up catwalk, and this is a perfect remedy right now in the last round of the half. It's only Materius who, albeit is having a great game, but is on his own on the site. Roman yet to frag down at long with no lurker. He might get stuck here forever waiting for a player that doesn't exist. Good grenade. Materius might be able to do this on his own. Util comes in response. Materius needs a kill or two in the site, and he just can't find a clean one. Good recovery on the uncrouch, and that might be it. Saw piecing together a final round on the half. They absolutely step back up with 5 straight from 6-1 down. Felt like Unity were clowning them. But Saw are here to play, and they don't want to go 0-2, given their recent run of results.
Bro, it's insane as well, because this is happening while Agile, the B-site player, 3 kills to his name. Roman responsible for the long side, 0-6. All the firepower right now is concentrated among Story, Ujerks, and Mutiris, and they're making it work. For Unity, a really, really rough feeling. A game where you were dominantly leading, you're up 6-1, you lose 1 round, and in that moment you're thinking nothing of it. But since that point, they weren't able to find anything else. Mutiris is locked in. 13-6, chart-topping performance. Similar to what we saw in the opening game from him at the RMR. And there's Roman, yet to put up a kill. Don't underestimate him. I know this is a really, really rough start for the guy.
Yeah.
I mean, you referenced that event they win just before coming here, Challenger. And he was the top-rated player for the Saw squad.
Oh, God.
Well, don't... Okay, well,
maybe underestimate him for this round.
Yeah, it's fine in this one instance, actually. And in, like, all the previous instances, but just...
Next time.
At some point, he should get a kill.
Well, the bar is low. Can't really get much lower than that. Levi peeking out Cat. They're in lower. Where's the swing? Where's the trade from Mutiris? That was a necessity. He was ready. He was sitting here, and then he goes back to check dark when his team swing mid. Gotta be fighting. And now it's just donezo.
All right, come on.
Ah, buddy.
Levi, great pistol round. It was Mikey in that first half with a 4K. Now it's Levi's turn. And so that's at least a feel-good moment for Unity after having 5 rounds straight go against them. They bring the heat with the pistol to open up this second half, and with it should be a nice little leg up here to start to build back into this one. Oh my God, Blogis.
He started strong, but Story has had him, no doubt.
When you're right, you're right. You got to admit it.
Put that in your blog.
Ooh. Still, there's a route to recovery here for Unity as they start to crunch down upon the short side. These SMGs up close. Oh, it's the Story Scout over and over again. A second kill in the round. The only gun purchased up for Saw. Oh, Pechin. They're in the site as well, bro. They're behind you. They're all around him. This is spiraled so fast. It turns so ugly.
Don't peek him. Just don't peek.
This round was just Glocks and a Scout.
Okay, Story could die. They've got to hunt it. If he hits even a tag here, it's great value, but he takes a headshot. Story with 3.5 kills in a full eco round. The one Scout buy was enough.
Raymond also finally on the board here with his first in a winning round for Saw.
That's impact, baby. It is.
Story Scout, masterful here.
Crazy. Nothing to get for Levi here.
And like, it felt awkward for Unity. They'd up and left that A side of the map, and it like all hinged on them winning these short fights. But then it felt like midway through that decision, they kind of got scared of the idea, and then Story Scout really put the fear in them from short, or lower tons rather. And so the round was over. That's how it opens. Crazy shot. And they keep getting crazier. That's the wild part. Look at that one. Bam.
Any more? And he hit tag. Yeah.
What can you even say about that?
Nice shot. That's what you can say. And they did.
Blogis is the scout now. And Levi's taking good space here up into the top of mid. Far deeper than Saw are ready for. They even had Mutiriz looking down middle early, but he was able to elude him. Story on the edge of that smoke. Gets revenge. Kifida drops the bomb over in top mid. That is the alarm bells ringing for Saw. Story goes back to try and deal with him. Must win fight for Kifida, and he can't. 3v3, and the game is really going to slow down now as Saw have to compose themselves. They wasted time here going back and grabbing the bomb, but as Story tries to rejoin his teammate on the catwalk, it leaves him in the prying eyes of Blogis.
Oh my goodness, that's just toxic. Don't commit. Even the repeat is a bit much. Still want to get that bomb back from middle,
Oh,
though.
Blogis is having his scout round now. It's a lot of impact here. 3 tags.
Yeah. Oh my god, it's got a bit scary there. Mikey wraps it up. Blogis, he got it. He got the AK. Unity on 8. This is anyone's game right now. Trades of rounds at the start of the half. No one has won the money game just yet. My oh my. So looking dejected.
Well, Roman especially, and like, fair enough. He knows he's better than this, and you're 1 and 8, and you're... I can't, you know, it would be weirder to see him smiling away, quite frankly.
Sure.
You just hope, like, you can pick it up a bit, because you don't want to be falling down 0-2, especially not heading into both games as favorites and coming up short. And sure, you can throw on the caveat of the roster change, but even then, you'd like to think, with the experience you've gained, it doesn't even feel crazy to say, like, not even this past year, but even in the past years, the amount of things that Saw have had to grow and overcome. Thinking all the way back to the dreaded RMR that we love talking about. Moving into a very, very shaky season where Berry eventually links up with the team and then they go on to make a Cologne playoff run, one that people just didn't see coming. From a team where it kind of felt like they'd missed their window. Now rebuilding, going and winning your first event with Agile in the roster. And then you show up here to the RMR, potentially fall flat. So you can understand the pressure that Roman's feeling. Force buy back up for Saw. They don't want to make it easy for Unity. They want to try and return the favor here, be the ones leapfrogging ahead.
They know this is a commitment. Pechin heard the drop. Story hits a phenomenal shot. He's going to try follow up as they overwhelm the B hold. It's only one more man in the site. They know surely there's a third player here. Mikey tucked in, can't do a thing. And Aguilar with an entry to give Saw an 8th round. Great shots for Story. Oh, that's devastating. Not even exits.
They even want to hunt down Blogus.
They're going to find him.
They know that return of the Force buy is coming, and the prospect of a Blogus AK makes the next round a little more scary.
Come on, Roman.
Roman, take it away. Roman. Yes, he can.
Honestly, worth it, because it's a 0 impact death if you die, so you may as well do it. It's not 0, but, you know, it's about as risk-free.
Yeah, everything to gain. Not an awful lot to lose.
Get it killed. Get back in. And Saw trying to hold this game back still. Trading rounds for the first 4 of this half. And it only gets better for the T side. Unity forcing with a scout.
I mean, Blogus' scout last time was the thing that did a lot of the heavy lifting, right? Like, gets away with the kill, gets a bunch of tags off, makes life nice and easy for his teammates. And he is in the right place again to put that scout to use.
If I'm Saw, I would just want to take this fight, you know? Get rid of the one, you know, this is the best thing they can have in the round.
Hit him with the B-style Blogus.
Ugly on
Chin wins his fight over towards short. Ujerk's out of the round now. Blogus up and leaves. That's why he left. Kipper spammed to death. The rest of Saw, these rifles move in. They get given the real estate, given the room. And it's no contest for the rest of Unity.
Can't stop this.
They've got to leave. Concede a 9th. That was the Force buy. Falling flat for Unity, so Saw up in the lead and a chance to really sweeten the deal. There's a world where Unity only have 1 rifle round, 2 rifle rounds between them and a done game.
That is
and so, you know, grabbing the lead at this point after the back and forth nature of this second half is a big deal. 2 rifle rounds remaining for Unity between now and the game ending.
It's the Mikey effect.
Yeah, like, to be honest with you on that one, like, it was a crazy shot from Mikey. Nicely done.
All right, got a couple of save guns. Just going to try and hold on here in this eco round for Unity.
Oh, Levi, top mid aggression.
Perfect move.
Last time it worked out wonders, but Mutir is the one who was caught, learned his lesson, holds on to top middle, and that is the rifle removed. Mikey gonna try and pick it up.
Oh. Peace. And Ujerks can go lurk short again. Story giving back his AWP. And it's only Petchin, Armorless in the site. I like the spot, but good for one, maybe. Ooh, yeah, they saw him. Oh my. Story getting confident all of a sudden. They're back in with a win, breaking the money in the previous, and now starting to roll over this game, or run over this game rather. You said it was 2 rifle rounds between Saw and a win, unless Unity do something. Now is the time, Harry. Do something. Can they resist this Saw T side?
Yeah. And even then, like, you know, you're buying in the last one with saves up against match points. It kind of feels more like this is the only chance to put a proper stop to this. You're going to have the AWP for Bloggers. You're going to have rifles across the board. For Saw, they were quite happy with the back and forth nature once they were the ones able to close it out. Sure, there was that pressure early on. What if it's Unity to break them? But the moment you get through, you can see the finish line now if you're Saw. And it might not have been in the clean fashion you were hoping for. It might have been a very slow start, but you've at least recovered for that. A reminder, this was dominantly in Unity's favor to open up 6-1. So there has been very little to be happy about if you're Unity since that point. Roman, quiet all game long, has just deleted Kifida on a double smoke spam out long.
Ouch.
Oh, but they boost Bloggers.
It's not blogged in. Flashed off the angle, Saw methodical, out middle, look for an early B split, and Story maybe making this happen. Quick pick into the site. There's only one man here now. Bloggers has to throw himself through this smoke to actually compete. But Materius is in the corner. He turned too late. Materius gets a spot and the shot to leave Mikey alone in the B site. Standout player here for Unity, but it doesn't matter because Roman's hit a lurk. He's telling his team to pause. And if he finds this long kill, which he won't, either way, he's got the space. He says, come back to me. And yeah, running into Mikey might have been a little harder. So this looks good for Saw. 11 rounds. It's got to be a save. Even that's disallowed. Solid game from Story. He's had immense impact on that scout in the second round on T side. And he's kept it up with the AW.
Even though you've done well, Petchin, to try and stay alive with this rifle, Saw is still keeping him boxed in. And as he tries to leave, he's going to have to hope to succeed where everyone else tried and failed here, getting past that Story AWP. And it is feeling like an impossible task. 3 kills from Story as he even finds that last man saving. Unity now broke. With map point well within the vision for Saw.
Terrorists win.
No, maybe stick off.
Story heading out long.
Oh my god.
Oh, he's pulled the pistol, trying to get out of there. The flash is wrecking, but Kifida can't capitalize.
How does he get out?
The fact that he's been allowed to escape there.
Why did he even go out? Okay, all right, he comes through. They know it now. They've heard him and everyone's bailing. This is only pistols after all. It doesn't need to be this messy. Saw can leave long. Look for the range game in middle. Clearing lower. Very slow yet steady for Saw, despite the kerfuffle at long doors. Gonna manually clear everything towards B. Meanwhile, Story looks for picks. And a fake mid to B. They're just going to walk out upper, though. All on Levi with the Deagle.
I mean, Levi and Mikey have been like the very prominent two in this game for Unity. They're at least going into the ones you hope can offer some resistance here.
Nice.
One for Petchin over in middle. Mikey caught flicking up to the top. Roman's given over this one gun, but it's onto a wounded Petchin. Big flank for Kifida. Story's going back to watch the tunnels. Won't check the spawn, however, and so Kifida, that kill entices you. Now you're boxing them in through the tunnels. Agala Mutiris need to piece this one together for Saw. Mutiris capable as ever. Kifida dead. Zagel finally gets his time in the sun. 12-8. Saw one more round to dodge that dreaded 0-2 and send Unity into the firing line.
Played a phenomenal T side, but even just the comeback towards the end of CT, it was 6-1 down for Saw. They're now 12-2 in essence. Oh, sorry, 11-2. But yeah, this T side has been monstrous. Roman has stayed in it. Materials has had a lot of impactful kills, openers. You jerks on lurks up cat. Story just locking down with the AWP. Commendable game for Saw here. Can they finish it?
I mean, I think that's felt like such a huge difference in the Story has only gotten better as the game's gone on. In the very few, like, first 7 rounds, it might have felt like there was a chance for it to be competitive between him and Bloggis, but the AWP difference has been felt by both sides. Story having a tremendous game, and it felt like that was what Ujax and Mutiris needed. Right, with Roman being so quiet, Agile not having tremendous impact, but not feeling like a huge issue either. You just needed that third player, and Story has slotted in perfectly. Kifida down here in the pit. Roman moves in. Him and Mutiris now have a bearing on Kifida. They try to get the better of him, but Petchin's flash worth its weight in gold there. Surely not. 4-on-3. This was finally building into something for Unity here right at the end. It could still be the case. Story and Ujax left to try and make all the difference, and Story's tapped out the B player. Bloggis, you've got to stop them. You've got to stop them now. The bomb's going to make it across down in middle. They have the B plant. Saw trying to make something of this round. And on the aggressive retake, Bloggis is a dead man. It's just Kifida. How did this go so wrong so quickly? Story with a blinder on the Tech-9, and now teed up to close it all as Kifida walks to his demise. It's Saw locking in the win, sending Unity down 0-2.
Super legit win for Saw. That's a 3-on-5 in the final round with the tightest margins that you're going to get, right? That Tech-9 dink down lower, Bloggis not clearing the corner. Saw, that's got to feel amazing considering how that game looked for the longest time.
Yeah, I mean, the way they win that last round is masterful, and it's the kind of main characters of that map shining through, right? Like, Story with the most instrumental Tech-9 tap down mid, opening up the runway into a B play, and that's one where for Unity, that's how quickly, you know, the whole context, the whole everything in a round can change at this level, right? You went from feeling like it was yours, locked in, you're safe, you're sound, to one peak from Levi in mid that he would have rather not given away, thinking you're going to beat that Tech-9, you're going to win the round there and then, and suddenly it's all going against you. That was an exhilarating final round, a kind of a heartbreaking game for Unity, who were once up 6-1 as the reminder.
Some lessons to be learnt in that game for Unity. That's what it feels like, right?
And some lessons for us getting to see more of this team, right? Like, I think Mikey still holding up to the level. He was sick. Levi had some really nice rounds in there. I think, honestly, you know, if you were looking at anything, it probably was Bloggis on that AWP that really came up lackluster.
Yeah, pretty good at team damage, but that was only a couple of rounds, Jake's side. Yeah,
only a
I've not got much to say for Unity for that
Wasn't even once.
No, I think, I think the game speaks for itself for Unity. Post a 6-1, we see essentially nothing for the rest of the game. All they get is this pistol round, and then they trade a force spy with a scout. But Story's same round on the scout on the T side was even more picturesque. And nice to see Story perform as well, because when we looked at this player in Majors gone by, actually he's been the guy who's kind of choked at important games in RMRs and in qualifiers to Majors. So it's nice to see him put up a really good game here when it felt like Saw could have easily just been rolled over and gone down 0-2. I don't want this team going 0-2. I think this is a team right now that, based on what we've seen in 2024 alone, have the ability to make it to the Major, have the ability to find some legit upset wins. They've already done that this year. They played top events this year, and now, sure, they've got a new player. It's no Aros DOS. I'm not going to delude you. This is not like the next star hard carry of this team, but they also still have reliable pieces. They're good enough.
Yeah, you know, I mean, Mutir is another game where he finishes up towards the top of the board.
Today.
Yeah. For Story and Ujax, I think you're dead on. I think it's like, it's also really relieving for the reason that you just said, to see Story playing like this is like, well, he's gonna need to now that you don't have Arastas. You can't have those games where Story just isn't quite hitting because there are just less players to pick up that slack. And sure, Ujax is capable. Mutir is showing that he's insanely capable across these opening 2 games, but it won't line up if you also don't have that third piece of Story in there.
Felt like Ujax was doing a lot more lurking, which obviously he's done that before, but Aros DOS would often switch up on T sides. He would either be with the pack entering, or he'd be like entry lurking, kind of, not just to get exit kills or rotation kills, but to open a site that his team were faking. I think like Inferno Apartments, his team are faking B, they come back to him, stuff like that. I'm going to keep my eye on, so I want to see how Agile sets into this team. I still think it's an exciting roster.
Yeah.
Hopefully he gets better with time, but if people like Materials are fragging, if Ujax and Story are putting on those games, I'm not too worried for Saw.
Yeah,
I to see them recover.
The thing that's interesting there is, like, we're definitely going to have to see adaptations from Saw because of what they've lost, right? And how they channel that. Because like you said, it was a lot of important spots that you had Arastas in before.
Scores on the doors though, Harry. Round 2 wrapped up here on the B Street.
Okay, let's go through this.
What are your takeaways?
Eclot was sick. We started so strong here because like they were getting steamrolled in that game, and then they played with the confidence like they were the team that were 11-4 up, and they went on to lock in a kind of shock win over GamerLegion. I think mainly shocking because of the names within GamerLegion, the fact that they've had, as an org at least, you know, good results here. They've been on an uptick, and they were just massively ahead in that game. So that one was very, very legit for Eclot. Fnatic, they looked cool. Blame F. Nice impact rounds from him there. Finishes the game at like nearly 200 ADR, bit of just a Blame F classic.
Nork
and
as well.
Yeah, I was going to say very legitimizing from Nork. Cloud9 loves some of the innovations that Boomich brought into that match. Some of the ideas with how they were using nades, how they were playing 4v5 rounds, and some fantastic reads. To me, a little bit reminiscent of what used to be so exciting about watching Jame-led squads on Inferno, where they did just have full faith in his calls and his read of the game. And I think that echoed that a little bit there. And then this final one, where Bloggis, bloody Bloggis, wasn't able to match up against Saw.
Definitely,
I just like his name. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but
Unity fell short.
Yeah, they did. Not much to say about that one, other than Mikey putting on some really good rounds as an individual, at least. But good to see Saw performing as they stabilize and go 1-1. And yeah, we've got a lot of Counter-Strike going on. I see on the other side we've got FaZe and Falcons raging it out in overtime. In fact, so gotta go find out what's going on there as well. But I think that's all we have to say for today, Harry. What are you looking forward to? What are you dreaming of in this RMR Group A?
I mean, right now everything is kind of going like a dream.
True.
If I'm honest,
It kind of
like
is
no notes.
Yeah. Keep it up.
We ate, you know, like it's all going good. No crumbs.
No crumbs.
Let's tune into that FaZe Falcons game. I want to go see who's winning that. Good night.